Section 14 of A History of the Great War, Volume 2, The Beleaguered Fortress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Great War, Volume 2. The Beleaguered Fortress by John Buchan. Chapter 31, The First Year of War. A Retrospect, June 28, 1914 to June 28, 1915, Part 1. It is desirable in the chronicle of a campaign to halt now and then and look backwards over the path we have traveled. It may be a help to a true perspective if we attempt a summary and an estimate of the doings of the year of war, which we may reasonably date from that Sunday, the 28th of June, when the heir to the Austrian throne was murdered at Sarajevo. The military results of the year must have seemed to any man, casting up the account on paper at some distance from the atmosphere of strife, an indisputable German triumph. Belgium, all but a small western fraction, lay captive and was in process of Germanization. The rich industrial district of Lille, and all northeastern France between the Oise and the Meuse, were occupied by her troops. She had battered down with ease the northern fortresses. She had driven a wedge across the upper Meuse. The Woevre was in her hands. Her battlefront was only 30 miles from the gates of Paris. To set against this, the Allies had penetrated German territory for a small distance in Alsace. But Alsace was not Germany in the sense that Picardy was France. Again, she held her conquest with a line of trenches which for 8 months the Allies had endeavored in vain to break. She had the high ground from Ypres to La Bassée. She had the crest of the falaises de Champagne, and even positions which seemed precarious, like the Saint-Mihiel salient, had proved so far impregnable. In August 1914, she had defeated the Allies in a series of great battles, and though thereafter her progress had been less notable, it was difficult to point to any counterbalancing Allied gain. It was true that her first plan had shipwrecked at the Marne, and her second on the bastion of Ypres. But she had made a third, and the third had prospered. She was holding the Western Front with fewer men than her opponents, and she was holding it securely. The much-vaunted efforts of Champagne, Les Esparges, Artois, Neuve-Chapelle, and Festubert had made only inconsiderable dents in her battle line. She had reaped the full benefit from the territory she had occupied. Belgium and northeastern France had been bled white in her interests, and she was using their wealth and industrial organization to forge new weapons against her foes. The situation in the West, an impartial observer might have decided, was wholly advantageous to Germany. There she could keep off the enemy with her left hand, while she struck with her right elsewhere. But if German eyes could turn westward with a modest comfort on that 28th day of June, they looked eastward with something like exultation. There, surely, the age of miracles had dawned. The early disasters in East Prussia had been gloriously atoned for at Tannenberg. Hindenburg, after one failure, had secured western Poland. Austria had blundered at the start and lost the better part of Galicia. And for some months, there had been anxious hearts in the Oder Valley. But since the opening of the new year, all failures had been redeemed. East Prussia was inviolate, and German armies were hammering at the gates of Riga. Galicia had been won back, its great oil fields had been regained, and the menace to the cornlands of Hungary had gone. Further, with immense slaughter, the armies of Russia had been driven inside their own frontiers. The Warsaw Triangle was being assailed. Warsaw seemed doomed, and it looked as if all Poland would soon be in German hands. Even if Germany was granted no Sedan in the east, She had broken the Russian offensive for a year and would presently be free to use half of her eastern armies to compel a decision in the West. Her colleagues had not distinguished themselves, but in the grip of the German machine, even Austrian and Turk could march to victory. The threat from Italy did not disturb her. She knew the strength of the Austro-Italian frontier. The Allies were committed to an impossible enterprise at Gallipoli, where even success in her eyes would not atone for their desperate losses. She noted with approval that the Balkan states still maintained their uneasy neutrality. After her victories of the summer, there would be small inducement for Romania, Bulgaria, and Greece to pledge their fortunes to a drooping cause. Even if they lost their heads, it would matter little. Germany had a supreme contempt for subsidiary operations. When she had crippled Russia and broken France and Britain, she could deal at her leisure with any foolish Balkan princeling. The naval position was less satisfactory. It was true that Germany's fleet was still intact in the sanctuary of the Heligoland Bight, but it was a weapon that might rust for want of use. The Allied navies had swept her mercantile shipping from the seas of the world. Her coasts were blockaded, and her breaches of international law had compelled Britain to rewrite the maritime code and to bear hard upon those neutrals in whom she had trusted. She had no ships of war anywhere except in her home waters, and the occasions in which she had tried conclusions with Britain had not ended prosperously. Her submarines had, indeed, done marvels, but they were fruitless marvels. They had sent to the bottom a large number of Allied and neutral merchantmen, and had exasperated her enemies, but they had not seriously interfered with the seaboard Allied commerce, and they had done nothing to relieve the blockade of Germany. No doubt they had destroyed several Allied ships of war, and they had driven the big battleships from the Dardanelles, but thoughtful people in Germany were beginning to look with some disfavor on the submarine worship of what Tirpitz was the Hierophant. It was daring and brilliant, but it had not weakened the Allied navies or interfered with their operations. It was raising ugly difficulties with America. On the general question of the rival grand fleets, there was little difference of opinion. The war must be decided on land, and the victor there would impose his own terms as to the future of the seas. The British fleet had destroyed Germany's overseas trade, and there its activity ceased. If, in spite of it, Germany could obtain the requisite supplies, then the boasted naval predominance of Britain came to nothing. She would give Britain no occasion for a Trafalgar, and all the battleships on earth could not interfere with the decision on the Vistula or the Oise. Her economic position, which some months earlier had occasioned much searching of heart, had now been more clearly determined. Germany could still, through the complaisance of her enemies, receive certain foreign supplies such as cotton, and for the rest she could make shift with her own productions. The Teutonic League was virtually self-supporting. All the mechanical skill of her engineers, all the learning and ingenuity of her chemists were utilized. Her industrial life, down to the smallest fraction, was mobilized for war. Substitutes were invented for formal imports. Food supplies were organized and doled out under government supervision, and the machinery of her recent commercial expansion was switched on to the making of munitions. She was confident that she could maintain a far greater output than the Allies for a long period to ensure victory. As for her finances, she was living upon the certainty of that victory. Her internal credit, which was all that was needed, would last out the war. If she were beaten then, indeed, she would be bankrupt on a colossal scale, but defeat did not enter into her calculations. The position of the Teutonic League in Turkey, its ally, was gloomy enough outside Europe. The Turks, though they were doing well under German supervision in the Dardanelles, had been beaten in the Caucasus and in Mesopotamia, and their invasion of Egypt had ended in a fiasco. In the Far East, the great German fortress of Tsingtao, on which millions had been spent, her one foothold on the continent of Asia had fallen to Japan. Her Pacific possessions had melted away like a mirage. In Africa, the dreams of Wisman and Nakutal were vanishing. Togoland was a British colony. The vital parts of the Cameroons were in British and French hands, and its German garrison had been forced far up into the inhospitable hinterland. In East Africa, she was holding her own, but she could get no reinforcements there, and it could be only a question of time till her enemies pressed in the sides of the quadrilateral. In South Africa, on which she had counted, the situation was sheer farce. The rebellion had been a flash in the pan. Botha had overrun and conquered German Southwest Territory, and the land which he had looked upon as a likely ally was preparing to send an expeditionary force to France. But she might well comfort herself with the reflection that the ultimate fate of those outland possessions would follow the decision of the European conflict, and she did not doubt what that decision would be. Such a summary would have represented the view of an impartial outsider on June 28, 1915, and, a little more highly colored, that of the average thinking German. On the whole, the conclusion would have been the honors of the first year of war lay with Germany, but those who sought to judge the situation rightly were compelled to look beyond the bare facts to the policies of which they were the consequence. An outlook may seem roseate enough to everybody except the man who bears the responsibility. Mere successes do not signify much unless they represent stages in the realization of the central purpose. How far had Germany achieved her desires? Were the victories she had won bringing her nearer to that kind of result, which alone would serve her need? Her first plan of campaign had presumed a speedy decision. The Allies in the West were to be crushed by the day of Sedan, and then, with France prostrate under her heel, she could turn eastwards and compel Russia to sue for peace. That dream of a battle without a morrow had died on the day in September when her great armies recoiled to the Enna Plateau. They had come a new plan. The second offensive was to seize the Channel ports, move on Paris from its northern side, terrorize Britain, and compel a settlement before winter had fully come. That scheme, too, had to be relinquished when, in the first week of November, the most crushing odds had failed to force the West Flanders Gate. Thereupon, with admirable courage and amazing vitality, Germany adopted a third course. She consented in the West, and presently in the East also, to a war of attrition which went directly against her interests, for it wore down the one thing she could not replace, her numbers of men. But meanwhile, she was busy piling up a weight of munitions which far exceeded the total complement of the Allies. The exact point of this policy should be noted. It would enable her to hold her front, and even to take the offensive, with far fewer men than her enemies. With its aid she could, though outnumbered, hold the front in the west, while she could destroy the Russian lines. It nullified not only the superior numbers of the Allies, but their peculiar fighting qualities. She could destroy them from a distance, as an undersized mechanic in an airplane might with bombs annihilate a regiment of heroes. She had grasped with extraordinary precision the exact bearing of modern science upon modern warfare. If we are to do justice to Germany's achievement, we must realize that this policy was the reverse of that with which she started. She began with an attempt to break her foes in maneuver battles, When that failed, she calmly and methodically revised her calculations and adopted a new, difficult, and laborious scheme, which required immense efforts to set it in working order. That is the essence of a performance whose magnitude it is folly to decry. This new plan of war involved a revision of her national purpose. The dream of sweeping like a new Timor over East and West and dictating terms in a halo of glory was promptly relinquished. She saw herself condemned to a slow war, which would give her enemies the chance of increasing their strength, of making that effort which she had made years before the first shots were fired. She resolved to turn the odds against her to her advantage. Russia and Britain might add millions to their first levies and multiply their war supplies by 20, but the business would be slow, for the Allies had not patiently organized themselves for war. If she could hold her own for 2 years, rifts would appear in the Allied loot. Their populations, faced with unfamiliar problems involving novel sacrifices, would grow restive. Criticism would flourish. Ministries and governments would fall into discredit, and half their efforts would be dissipated in idle quarrels. There was a chance, too, of serious differences arising between the Allied governments. One power would carpet the supineness of another. Recriminations would follow, and then a diversion of energy. Germany hoped for much from the old difficulties that confront an alliance of equals. Her own allies would give her little trouble, for they were not equals, and she was carrying their burden as well as her own. Britain was the most dangerous enemy because of her wealth and her manpower. But the longest purse will someday empty itself, and Germany noted with pleasure that Britain, who had to finance much of the Allied preparations, was conducting her expenditure with a wastefulness which must soon impoverish even her deep coffers. As for British levies, however numerous and sturdy they might be, she comforted herself with the reflection that the British staff had in the past been trained to handle only small forces and would in all likelihood find the ordering of millions beyond its power. Her aim was no longer a sweeping conquest, but a draw which would leave her in possession of certain vantage points. This white peace would find her much depleted in men and money, but with a resounding fame as by far the greatest military power in history. Then would follow some years of recuperation, and in due time, a second and successful stroke for the dominion of the world. These calculations were not ill-founded, and on the 28th day of June 1915 might well have seemed to impartial observers a just forecast. It is always hard to estimate fairly the achievement of an enemy. Our judgment is apt to follow our inclination till the moment of panic comes, when it follows our fears. In Germany was seen for the first time in history a great nation organized for war down to the humblest detail. No atom of national energy was dissipated in irrelevancies. Every channel was tributary to one main purpose. The very faults of Prussianism in peace, its narrowness, its officialdom, its contempt for individual freedom, became assets in strife. If Germany fell, it would be no fault of hers, for she had done all that mortal could do to deserve success. But while it was right to estimate her achievement high, it was easy to put it too high. The machine had taken long years to create. If you have a docile people in a centralized and autocratic government, and bend all your energies to the preparation for conquest, then you will create a far more efficient machine than your enemy, who has no thought of conquest and only a hazy notion of defense. In a struggle such as this, the only side which could be fully prepared was the side which had always contemplated war. The perfection of German methods stood out in relief as contrasted with the unprofessional ways of the Allies rather than because of its intrinsic virtues, though these were great. In an earlier chapter, we have discussed some of Germany's preparations. A few had grossly failed and had defeated their own end. For nearly half a century, her teachers had been endeavoring to get Europe to accept an idea of the Teutonic race as God's chosen people. Racial generalities are not an exact science, and this crusade led to some sad nonsense. But it made many converts. Historians in Britain and America fell victims to it, and decried for its sake the Slav and the Latin, and even in Italian schools under German influence, there was an attempt to inculcate the worship of Deutschtum. Footnote. One factor in this odd propaganda was the Foundations of the 19th Century by Mr. Houston Stewart Chamberlain, an Englishman who had become a German citizen and had married a daughter of Wagner. This work, written with ability and occasionally with real historical insight, was an attempt to prove that all that is valuable in our modern civilization is the work of the Teutonic genius. For this purpose, the author boldly annexed Leonardo and Dante as Teutons. A spurious originality can always be got by writing history up to a fanciful thesis, and one effort of this kind is usually followed by an equally successful effort from the opposite standpoint. If you write a history of the world to prove that progress is the work of red-haired men, somebody else will show as convincingly that it is the work of the black-haired. The pendant to Mr. Chamberlain's book appeared in 1912. Die Juden and das Wirtschaftsleben, the work of the Berlin professor Werner Sombart. It showed that modern civilization was mainly the creation of the Jew, and claimed as Jews, among others, Columbus and the Scotsman John Law of Lauriston. End of footnote. The first whiff of grape shot scattered those whimsies, and the laborious efforts of the pedants outside Germany went for nothing. So, too, with the attempt on the part of the German governing class to infect the world with a new morality. The Nietzschean doctrine of force, which in peacetime was poisoning the springs of the world's thought, suddenly lost its appeal when war began. It lost its appeal even in Germany. The prophets of the new morality tumbled over each other to prove that they were still devotees of the old. Britain was blamed for actions which, if true, would have been precisely those which Chichilla and Bernardi had recommended to their countrymen, and the latter teacher was compelled to explain that he had been misunderstood and had always been on the side of the old-fashioned angels. The German people were made to believe that they had right on their side. Copybook, scriptural right. And they died confident in the same cause for which the Allies fought, and which to the fashionable German moralists had been as foolish. The weakness of Germany, it was already obvious, lay in her profound political ineptitude. Her preparation for war, except that part of it which was the military machine, was not only ineffective, it was directly subversive of her interests. Her one political success was that she convinced her own people that she was the aggrieved, not the aggressor. But it was not clear that this persuasion would last. At midsummer 1915, the Bundesfriede was not what it had been in the preceding September. In December, Liebknecht had been alone among the Social Democrats in opposing the war credits. By June, the minority group included men like Lebedor and Haas, and the official organ, the Verwurts, had gone into opposition. Footnote. The growth of the opposition may be followed in E. Bevan's German Social Democracy During the War, 1918. End of footnote. As for foreign peoples, whether neutral or allied, she had utterly failed to understand their temper or appreciate its practical significance. She had created and was blunderingly increasing an antagonism which could not be measured merely by the allied fleets and armies. Her leaders might persuade their obedient people that they stood for truth and righteousness, but to the eyes of the world their writings, their speeches, and above all their deeds remain damning evidence to the contrary. There lay the chink in the shining German armor. No conquest in history has ever endured unless the conquerors brought to the conquered substantial benefits. The Romans gave law and security. Charlemagne gave peace. Even the Turkish dominion in the late Middle Ages brought some order and comfort for the plain man. Still more true was it of the modern world, where education had disposed the majority of men to a critical habit. For Germany to win, she had to persuade not only neutrals, but belligerents, that an endless and terrible war was more dreadful than her victory. She had persuaded the world of the opposite. To three-fourths of mankind no price seemed too great to pay for her failure. Even those who retained some kindliness for the rank and file of the German nation were being driven to the conviction that its only hope of ultimate salvation was to endure a crushing defeat. Germany was playing now for a one-sided peace, but to win any kind of peace, you must convince your opponents that the prospect is at least tolerable. She had, by her conduct of the war, and by her avowed purpose, convinced the Allies that it was of all prospects the most intolerable. This indisputable truth, of which she seemed to have no inkling, vitiated all her plans. She had nothing to offer to the world as the price of acquiescence. She stood glaringly bankrupt in all that the better instinct of our mortal nature desires. The tragedy of Germany was far deeper than the tragedies of Poland and Belgium. The position of the Allies on 28th June has already been sketched by implication in the preceding pages. There was no slackening of resolution, but to the ordinary man there was a very real dashing of hope. In Britain especially, where the contest had been entered upon in a spirit of exuberant optimism, the truth about the German machine had been slow to dawn upon the popular mind. We had sacrificed so much, we had raised and lost so many men, and now it seemed as if the effort had been fruitless. The talk about organization, which political mentors used, perplexed and frightened the nation. To some timid souls it seemed Prussianism under another name. Could we beat our enemy only by adopting what we had been led to regard as that enemy's vices? And even those who desired to make the ultimate sacrifice did not know how to set about it. We clung to old constitutional watchwords about the freedom of the individual, and attempted the ancient impossibility of crossing an unbridged river dry shod. The lack of any conspicuous national leadership intensified the confusion. The British people are not slow to recognize facts when they are once pointed out, but the recognition of facts is the rarest of virtues among politicians, who are accustomed to a particular game and object to any tampering with the rules and counters. In a democracy such as ours, the mass of the people are quicker to learn and wiser in the result than their professional leaders, who, accustomed to wait for a popular cry and mandate, are rarely capable of that thinking and doing in advance which is the true function of leadership. But for opinion to percolate up from below takes time, and in the urgency of a crisis there is sore need of statesmen to initiate and lead. A democracy is really fortunate in its normal governors. That is why, in the hour of need, it is apt to seek a dictator. The British people during a season of military setbacks had two difficulties to face which their allies did not share. Both sprang from their previous lack of interest in military questions. A prosperous businessman will rarely take his adversary to the law courts. He will prefer to compromise even at some loss to his own pocket, for litigation is a waste of time and may give an undesirable publicity. It is the same with commercial nations like Britain and, in a far greater degree, the United States. They will always prefer, except in the very last extremity, to pay Danegeld rather than fight the Danes. and if they have to fight, they regard their wealth as their principal asset. But conceive the case of a businessman who has unwillingly gone to law, announcing that if money can do it, he will crush his opponent. Conceive the position of such a man when he suddenly finds that the litigation will deplete his balance, and that he may have great difficulty in paying the fees of the eminent counsel on whom he has set his heart. Yet about midsummer that was not unlike Britain's position. She realized, as in a blinding flash, the enormous outlay to which she was committed, and understood that even her vast resources would be strained to meet it. A second source of discouragement was the extreme popular ignorance of the conditions of war. In every campaign there are critical and even desperate moments, times of black uncertainty, obstacles which seem at the time insuperable. It is unnecessary to refer to the position of the North during the first 2 years of the American Civil War. Take even so small and simple a campaign as the Sudan War of 1898. The situation after the seizure of Berber, the chance of a night attack before Omdurman, and the position of MacDonald's brigade during the actual battle were all matters to cause grave uneasiness to those in authority. In the ordinary campaign, such anxious hours are experienced only by the commander-in-chief and his staff. The public knows nothing of them till long afterwards, when detailed histories are published. But in a war like the present, in spite of the paucity of official information, the movements were on so gigantic a scale that they stood out like large type. Every man understood when Paris or Warsaw was in peril, when the Allies failed, and when the Germans succeeded. Moreover, the movements were so long drawn out that instead of critical hours, as in other campaigns, they involved critical weeks. In France, the ordinary educated man had the rudiments of military knowledge which the average Briton lacked. He was aware that war had its ups and downs, that what seem gigantic losses may have little influence on the ultimate decision, and that what looks like a glowing success is often the prelude to failure. In Britain we did not know these things, civilians having rarely interested themselves in the science of war, and consequently the inevitable mischances of the campaign presented themselves to us in darker colors than the truth. Since in a real sense Britain was the linchpin of the Allies, and since her problem was peculiarly difficult, because her geographical position and her history had endowed her with certain stiff and unyielding beliefs, and certain not very malleable forms of government which made new departures slow. Her domestic history at this moment was part of the main march of the history of the war. In the beginning of June, the new coalition government was getting into working order. The country was alive to the need for an unprecedented effort, an effort which involved not only the provision of fresh resources, but the organization and economizing of those which already existed. There was no question any longer of awakening the ordinary man. He was almost too much awake, and was inclined to be impatient, even of the necessary preliminaries of reform. But both he and his leaders found it hard to reach that clarity of mind and that capacity for sacrifice without reservation, which were inspired elsewhere by the stringent lessons of direct suffering. For a little, our racial energy tended to go round in a whirlpool rather than to find a clear outlet. End of Chapter 31, Part 1. Section 15 of A History of the Great War, Volume 2, The Beleaguered Fortress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Great War, Volume 2, The Beleaguered Fortress, by John Buchan. Chapter 31, The First Year of War, a Retrospect, Part 2. The question of national service, hotly canvassed in those days, suffered from this general confusion. Those who had always preached it were inclined to put their case too high and argue that its acceptance a year ago would have prevented war, a proposition something more than disputable. Others were content to dub it unnecessary because of the excellent response to Lord Kitchener's appeal for recruits for the new armies. To such it was answered that our recruiting had been unscientific, unfair in its incidents, and most costly, that the so-called voluntary system was neither truly voluntary nor much of a system, that the whole nation and not merely the fighting part of it required to be organized, and that national service in the true sense meant that every citizen must be at the disposal of the state. In a phrase of Mr. Lloyd George's, the trench lines were not only in France and Gallipoli, but in every factory and workshop, every town and village in Britain, and trench fighting meant being under orders. A great crisis calls for the sacrifice not only of time and money and life, but of principles. Those political principles which, being themselves deductions from facts, are rightly jettisoned when facts alter. It would be unfair to underrate the reality of this last sacrifice. Trade unions were required to give up temporarily rules and regulations for which they had fought hard for half a century. Others were asked to relinquish doctrines of voluntarism and individualism, which were in the warp and woof of their minds. But it may fairly be said that the great bulk of the British nation was prepared to make any sacrifice of which the necessity was clearly proved. The number of those who sincerely believed in voluntarism at any cost was probably small and insignificant in quality. They had no moral justification, for it is not ethically nobler to pay men to fight for you than to fight yourself. They were true doctrinaires, who for the sake of an adjunct of liberty would have sacrificed liberty itself. Prussia, when confronted by Napoleon, declined to fight for her own interests, but she was presently compelled to fight for the interests of her conqueror. The extreme voluntarist, like the wife of Master Bill de Solness in Ibsen's play, could think only of the safety of his dolls when the house was burning. Obviously, the matter had gone beyond the sphere of argument. Pleas for or against national service of the kind familiar before the war were no longer relevant, nor did newspaper propaganda help towards a solution. Those who had always advocated the reform lay under suspicion of desiring to use a national emergency to further their pet scheme. The strong argument against it lay in the fact that the government had not declared it necessary, and clearly only the government were in possession of information which allowed them to decide on the necessity. It was not a question of the inherent desirability of national service, but of whether or not the immediate situation made it imperative. The difficulties of the government were no doubt very great. They could not be certain that they had judged the popular temper correctly, and, assuming that the objections to compulsion were widespread, then its benefits might be too dearly bought at the cost of national disunion. Trade union leaders who agreed to suspend union rules found that they had no power to bind their followers, the whole discipline of the unions having woefully declined since the passing of the Trades Disputes Act. Here again, to grasp the nettle boldly would have been the wisest course. The state, if it speaks with a resolute voice, has an authority which no minor organization can possess. But as yet the government gave no clear lead to popular opinion. It was obvious from their actions that they were converts to a certain measure of compulsion, and the speeches of many ministers seemed to be arguments in favor of the general principle. Now, in a crisis, there must be leadership, and if a sharp change in national habits and modes of thought is necessary, that leadership must be bold and confident. The previous government had not hesitated at compulsion for purposes of social reform, even unpopular compulsion, as in the case of the Insurance Act. But for some reason, compulsion which might involve, in certain cases, service in the field, seemed to many different in kind from any compulsion which they had hitherto practiced. The matter was beset with difficulties, of detail as well as of principle, and the result was that, after our traditional fashion, we compromised and dealt with the question piecemeal. The doctrine which statesmen were never tired of preaching, and popular leaders apparently accepted, that the whole nation must be organized in a great effort and everybody put at the disposal of the state, was not given effect to. What our government toyed with was a form of industrial compulsion. With that we thought we were familiar. We thought that it would be accepted without serious opposition, especially on the part of those classes whose creed was semi-socialism, and who clamorously announced their opposition to military conscription. It was a strange, topsy-turvy procedure, destined to break down at the first trial. National service for everybody without exception was, assuming the necessity to be established, a comprehensible and a genuinely democratic principle. But industrial compulsion was neither more nor less than a vicious type of class legislation. The people at large were probably willing enough to respond to any call. They were less attached to shibboleths than their nominal leaders, and would have done the bidding of any man who spoke clearly and with authority. That clear voice did not sound, and in its absence we tended to approach the question by shy and timid curves. The first tentative towards national service was the passing of a bill for a national register. This was introduced by Mr. Walter Long on 29th June and became law on 15th July, in spite of the jeremiads of a few members of Parliament. The bill for the creation of a munitions department was passed on 9th June, and it was made clear that the new department was a temporary expedient to last only during the war. An ordering council defined the minister's duties as to examine into and organize the sources of supply and the labor available for the supply of any kind of munitions of war, the supply of which is in whole or in part undertaken by him, and by that means, as far as possible, to ensure such supply of munitions for the present war as may be required by the Army Council and the Admiralty, or may otherwise be found necessary. Footnote: the minister had power to deal not only with armaments in the narrower sense, but with any form of production connected with the war, such as clothing, boots, jam, tinned foods, railways, huts, etc. End of footnote. It was a supply department to meet estimates and requisitions provided by the military and naval authorities. It took over from the Army Council most of the functions of the Master General of the Ordnance, the control of Woolwich Arsenal, the government's small arms factories and similar establishments, and it was endowed also with a large field of discretionary activity. Mr. Lloyd George set to work at once. He visited the chief provincial cities to inquire at first hand into local conditions, and he made many stirring speeches in order to rouse the ordinary workman to a sense of the gravity of the position. The problem he had to face was not materially altered from that to which a startled government had awakened in the early spring. To put it briefly, Germany alone of the belligerents had shown herself to be industrially organized for war. By government assistance, she had kept not only the regular armament works, but a vast number of civilian factories, which could be adapted for the purpose in a state of constant activity and efficiency. Again, she had for some time shared with America the supply of machine tools for the world, and this enabled her to improvise new factories. Moreover, the cessation of her foreign trade turned her whole energies to the making of war material. Her manufacturers had no option in the matter. Their only market was their own government. Economic loss proved, not for the first time in history, to be a military gain. In Britain, the system and position were the precise opposite. Government establishments had been decreased, and many private firms who, in the past, had made armaments had grown disheartened and dropped the business. The Admiralty side was different. There, steady government orders and a large amount of foreign business had maintained both public and private yards at full strength. But when it came to improvising military stores, we found our machinery lamentably short. The government began by trusting to the chief armament makers, who, in their turn, endeavored to find subcontractors throughout the country. But since our private industries had not been organized with a view to adaptability, the business of increasing production proved too slow. There was much cutthroat competition for labor. There was a universal shortage of machine tools, which could not be improvised. And with the best will in the world, both government and manufacturers found the situation beyond them. The process of industrial organization, it was realized, must be drastic and wholesale, and it must begin at the beginning. The Munitions Act, introduced on 23 June and passed into law on 2 July, was an attempt to put our whole industrial system on a war basis. It was framed after much consultation with trade union leaders and employers of labor, and it aimed at applying a moderate degree of compulsion to all industries concerned directly or indirectly with the supply of war material, to replacing in certain cases private management by government control, and to collecting and employing the large amount of administrative and inventive talent which had been placed at the disposal of the nation. Arbitration was made compulsory in all trade disputes, with whatever subject they might be concerned. A difference had to be reported to the Board of Trade, which would refer it for settlement to an arbitration court or some other tribunal. Strikes and lockouts were forbidden unless a month had elapsed and the Board of Trade had not intervened. Primarily, this rule referred only to munition works, but the Minister of Munitions was empowered to apply it by proclamation to other industries. The coal miners and the cotton operatives objected, and it was agreed that, if machinery existed for settling disputes without stoppage of work, this should stand without government interference. However, in the last resort, the right of state interference even in these industries could be exercised. The Minister of Munitions, if he thought it necessary for the successful prosecution of the war, could declare any works a controlled establishment. Footnote: up to 6th August, 356 establishments had been declared controlled, a very small proportion of the total engaged in war contracts. The machine tool makers were taken over en bloc. End of footnote. This step involved 4 important consequences. In the first place, employees' profits were limited. The owner was permitted to take out of the gross profits the net profits plus 1/5, the rest to go to the state. Net profits were to be ascertained by taking the average net profits during 2 corresponding periods completed just before the outbreak of war. A small committee was appointed to decide difficult questions about depreciation and such like matters, and the minister had power, if the arrangement worked unfairly in any case, to submit the question to referees. In the second place, trade union rules and all rules, practices, and customs not having the force of law were to be suspended if they tended to restrict production and employment. Footnote: the way had been prepared for this step so far as the trade union leaders were concerned. On 17th to 19th March, there was a conference between the government and the representatives of 35 labor organizations. An agreement was reached that for the period of the war, the relaxation of the present trade practices is imperative, and that each union be recommended to take into favorable consideration such changes in working conditions or trade customs as may be necessary with a view to accelerating the output of war munitions or equipments. End of footnote. This was for the period of the war only, and was in no way to prejudice the future position of the workmen. It was understood that wages would not be affected by the introduction of semi-skilled or female labor. Disputes under this head were to be decided by the Board of Trade or arbitrators appointed by it. In the third place, in order to prevent a sudden and arbitrary decline in earnings, no changes in wages were to be made without the consent of the minister or an arbitration tribunal. Finally, the minister was empowered to make special regulations to which all employees in a controlled establishment must submit. The weak part of the act was its penalty clauses. Small fines, which might be deducted from wages, were imposed for breaches of its provisions, the maximum being £5 per man per day. Penalties were to be imposed by a munitions tribunal, which, besides the president, would be composed equally of representatives of labor and capital. To prevent idle competition, employers were forbidden to give work to a man who had recently worked at munitions, unless 6 weeks had elapsed since he left his prior employment, or he held a certificate from his last employer or from a munitions tribunal. Mr. Lord George announced various coordinate activities. The country was divided for munitions purposes into 10 areas, each controlled by a committee of local businessmen. Efforts were to be made to bring back skilled workers from the front and from the new army still training at home. The munitions department, with its headquarters close to the War Office, was organized with the usual paraphernalia of a government office. At first there was some confusion as to its personnel. Mr. Lloyd George was himself too busy with speech-making and ministerial work to be a possible administrative head. The services of many of the ablest businessmen in Britain were available, but there was grave danger at the start that knowledge and earnestness would be wasted owing to the lack of a coordinating authority at the top. A sub-department for inventions, an admirable scheme, was presently organized and did good service. Less successful was the plan for a mobile munitions brigade to be recruited voluntarily among the workers. After an elaborate advertising campaign involving much expenditure of public funds, some 100,000 volunteers were enrolled, but an enormous proportion of these were already employed on war business and could not be spared. A few thousands at the most were the result of the enterprise. The new department entered upon its task with abundant energy, but in the nature of things results must be slow. It was the labor of Hercules to improvise a gigantic system of state socialism under the name of controlled establishments, and to combine in the service of the state the scientific and industrial talent of the people. The Munitions Act, for all its merits, gave an inadequate weapon to the hand of the government. It had begun at the wrong end. By introducing compulsion only for one class, it provided no sanction for the enforcing of such compulsion. Its penal clauses were futile. Fines were no remedy against the resistance of a mass of men, and since under the Trades Disputes Act the union funds were inviolate, any large body of strikers could set the government at defiance. Proof was not slow in coming. On 1st April, the Miners' Federation of South Wales and Monmouth had handed in notices to terminate the existing wages agreement within 3 months and to negotiate another. The Board of Trade attempted to make terms and offered certain proposals into which we need not enter. It was one of the old disputes, so familiar in peacetime, between labor and capital for the division of the spoils. On 12th July, the delegates met at Cardiff and rejected the Board of Trade proposals. Their executive advised them to continue at work under day-to-day contracts, pending further negotiations, but they refused to accept anything less than their original proposals and resolved to stop the collieries on 15th July unless their demands were conceded. The miners, at their own request, had been excluded from the Munitions Act, but their leaders had undertaken that there would be no strikes or stoppages during the war. Unfortunately, however, their official leaders had small authority, and the men were led by self-elected extremists. On 13th July, the government by proclamation extended the Munitions Act to the South Wales coal area. This made it an offense to leave work and enjoined the reference of the dispute to arbitration. That same day, the Miners' Federation of Great Britain advised the men to work from day to day, and the colliery owners put themselves wholly at the government's disposal. Next day, the executive again tried to persuade the miners to keep to their work pending a settlement. The advice was not taken, and on the following day, the 15th, 200,000 men went on strike. That day the delegates had met at Cardiff, and by a majority refused to countermand the strike, an act which constituted a defiance of the royal proclamation of 13th July, and an open challenge to the nation. The government proceeded to set up, in terms of the act, a munitions tribunal for South Wales and Monmouth. On the 16th, Mr. Runciman, the president of the Board of Trade, saw the executive, but found them powerless. That day, several furnaces were damped down. The situation had reached a deadlock. How could the government fine or imprison 200,000 men? Their act had broken down under its first trial. Many of the miners, especially the older men, felt the shame of the situation acutely, but they were bound by loyalty to their fellows and by the net which agitators had woven round them. On the 19th, the position was grave indeed. That day, Mr. Lloyd George went to Cardiff, accompanied by two other ministers, Mr. Runciman and Mr. Arthur Henderson, and met the executive. Next morning, terms of settlement were arranged, which the delegates accepted, and the men returned to work. These terms were in substance the granting of the men's demands. An emotional meeting, at which Mr. Lloyd George spoke with great seriousness and frankness, showed the tension of everybody's nerves and the relief of the miners at being extricated from a position where they were fast earning the contempt of their fellow countrymen. It was an ugly episode, which did little credit to anyone concerned in it. The stoppage of labor meant the reduction of our daily coal output by 200,000 tons, at a time when every ton was needed. It had the worst effect upon public opinion among our allies, and it exasperated our sorely tried troops in the field. A settlement was only reached by the submission of the government, submission to men to whom, collectively and individually, attached the guilt of treason. The blame must fall impartially on both sides, on the government for not having anticipated what obviously must happen and preventing it in time, on the men for sinking their patriotism and good sense in a selfish trade squabble. The main lesson of the incident was the folly of half measures and irrational compromises. Compulsion applied piecemeal to one class could neither be enforced nor defended. The question of finance, since the easy confidence of the winter had gone, began to weigh heavily on the government by the end of May. We were waging war on an extravagant scale as compared with France, and still more with Germany. This was partly due to the fact that we had to improvise so much, but things done in a hurry are always expensive. It was due still more to our voluntary system of recruiting, which meant that we had to offer terms high enough to attract men from the labor market, and that, owing to our inability to select our material, we had to take often the costliest type of recruit. A few figures will make this clear. We needed a great number of motor drivers for our mechanical transport, and to attract these, we paid 6 shillings a day, and a lavish allowance for dependents. Germany secured as many as she needed at something below the ordinary wage rate of peacetime. The German allowance for a wife was 9 shillings a month from May to October, and a minimum of 12 shillings per month for the rest of the year. Her rate for each child and dependent was a minimum of 6 shillings monthly. The British allowance for a wife alone began by being 7 shillings 7 pence per week. It was raised in October to 12 shillings 6 pence per week, and in March 1915 to 7 shillings 6 pence. Higher rates were paid to the families of non-commissioned officers and to those resident in the London area. Since our system was unselective, we took a large number of married men with families. The patriotism of such recruits was admirable, but from the point of view of the national finances, it would have been better if their places had been taken by unmarried men. Again, the government continued civil expenditure, which may have been justifiable enough in times of peace, but was no better than waste in war. Further, rich men were allowed to make very large profits out of material directly or indirectly connected with the war, profits which meant a loss to the public purse. Had that purse been bottomless, this extravagance might have been defended, but it was becoming painfully clear that our financial resources had strict limits. We were already expending some 1,000 millions a year on the actual conduct of the war, and our national revenue fell short by some 80,000 pounds of the mere interest on this outlay. In such a crisis, whether in public or private life, there are 3 means of remedy: to reduce expenditure, to increase income, or to do both together. Obviously, our military expenditure could not be seriously reduced, for the lavish scale we had instituted at the beginning must be maintained more or less unchanged to the end. The savings could only be in our civil expenditure. Hence arose the need for universal thrift, economy not only in civil government, but in every detail of the private life of each citizen. Normally, our imports from foreign countries were paid for by our exports, by freights, and by the interest on the securities of those countries held in British hands. In time of war, our exports were curtailed, our freights yielded less, and on the other hand, from certain foreign countries we increased our imports under the head of munitions. If the balance of trade was not to go fatally against us, it was essential to reduce our normal imports. This could only be done by a rigorous economy which decreased the consumption of imported goods, not only articles of luxury, but staples like meat and grain. Our actual expenditure under all heads must be diminished, and so far as possible, British-produced substitutes found for the necessities of life. The thrift campaign was inaugurated by some of the chief authorities in British finance and warmly seconded by the government. Excellent and most practical instructions were issued to householders as to how to avoid waste and how to exclude foreign goods from their daily bill. There was reason to believe that this crusade made a genuine appeal to many thousands of homes. Men and women who were unable to serve their country otherwise welcomed the chance of this humble but invaluable service. The problem of increasing the national revenue was faced with courage and good sense. A loan on a colossal scale was necessary, and that could only come out of the savings of our countrymen. In November 1914, we had issued a loan of £350 million at a discount of 5%, and carrying 3.5% interest. It was resolved in June 1915 that another loan should be raised, since it was impractical to sell our foreign securities and the method of renewable treasury bills was inconvenient and did not bring in the general public. It was further decided that the new loan should be issued at par and that every effort should be made to popularize it with the humblest investor. It is the multitude of small subscriptions by which a national loan succeeds, just as it is the manufacturer of some cheap article of universal use Who makes the largest fortune? The new loan was to be of an indefinite amount, and it was to carry 4.5% interest, a wonderful change from 20 years before, when consols at 2.75% stood at 112.75. Footnote. It was a cheap loan, however, compared with those raised during the Napoleonic Wars, which were issued at a heavy discount and accompanied by an extravagant system of bonuses. It has been estimated that during that war, on the average, for every £100 received, £169 of debt was created. End of footnote. Subscribers of £100 and its multiples applied through the Bank of England, but vouchers of 5 shillings, 10 shillings, and £1 were purchasable at any money order office in the country, and these vouchers carried 5% interest. Everything was made easy for the small investor. A vast publicity campaign advertised him of the benefits of the scheme. When his scrip vouchers reached £5 or any multiple, he could exchange them for a stock certificate, and he received a bonus on the exchange. War loan stock bought through the post office or a savings bank could be sold at any time through the same means at the current market price, and scrip vouchers would be accepted as the equivalent of cash in making deposits. The whole loan was redeemable at par in 1925 at the discretion of the state, and was compulsorily redeemable in 1945. A new and interesting departure was the opportunity given to holders of the 3.5 loan of November 1914, of consols, and of other government securities to convert into the new loan. The motive of the concession was to increase subscriptions to the new loan, for the aforesaid holders could only convert by also taking up stock in the latter. The high rate of interest, the right of conversion, the privileges given to small investors, the widespread publicity, and the turning of the national mind at the moment to questions of thrift combined to make the loan a conspicuous success. The list closed on 10th July, and on that day the amount subscribed through the Bank of England was £570 million, and through the post office £24 million. It was far the greatest loan ever raised, greater by £144 million than that which Germany claimed to have floated at a higher rate of interest, and accompanied by many dubious financial expedients. The finance of the British loan was wholly sound and straightforward. For the first time in our history, we attempted what many economists had long urged, the popularization and retail sale of a premier government security. The only doubt entertained was as to whether we were not raising too large a proportion of our funds by loan, and thereby placing an undue burden on posterity. Though increases in taxation had been made, the amount thereby contributed was a very small fraction of the total. It had not been so in our earlier wars. The 8 Years' War of the Austrian succession cost us more than £43 million. Of this, nearly a third was paid out of revenue. The 7 Years' War cost £82 million, and a quarter came from revenue. It is true that the American War was financed mainly by loans, but in the great struggle with Napoleon, fully 47% was raised by taxation, an amazing effort which was possible only because of the rise at the same time of British industrialism. Even so, the burden left by that war was sufficiently crushing, and for 6 or 7 years after Waterloo, the economic health of Britain was in a parlous state. Nearly half the cost of the Crimean War was met out of revenue. To meet our new liabilities, increased taxation had given us in June no more than £65 million a year. A deputation from the City of London, which about this time met the Prime Minister, urged among other things the taxation of imported articles and a wholesale revision of the income tax, so as to relieve the arbitrariness of its incidence and reach the wages of the prosperous workman. As things stood, the middle classes were bearing a disproportionate burden. If the taxation of imports tended to check their flow, that, as we have seen, was in itself a desirable end. If, on the contrary, they still came in, their taxation would give us revenue. No survey of British effort would be complete without a reference to the work done by voluntary bodies and by individuals in the 1,001 paths of charity which the war revealed. The British Red Cross Society, the Order of St. John of Jerusalem, and the voluntary aid detachments provided a nursing organization which could not be paralleled in the world. Private hospitals were sent to Serbia, where they grappled with the insoluble problem of an army ill-supplied, with medical comforts and scourged by deadly epidemics, and lost many devoted members of their staffs. Nurses and ambulances went to the French, Russian, and Belgian fronts, and the civilian population of France and Belgium were cared for by special organizations. The immense business of dealing with the refugee Belgian population was skillfully handled, and they were temporarily absorbed into the social life of Britain, while, with the assistance of a commission of neutrals' food supplies, were sent to Belgium itself. Large sums were raised for the relief of distress in Poland and for a dozen other charitable purposes. Happily, there was little immediate distress in Britain, and the energies of her people could be devoted to war purposes and the succor of the invaded lands. Our own troops were amply supplied with the small luxuries and comforts which are not included in rations. Scarcely a household in the Empire but did its part. The remotest cottages in the Highlands, the loneliest farms in Alberta and Queensland, were connected by strange threads with the faraway theaters of war. During these months, women began to appear in many novel employments, as ticket collectors, tram conductors, car drivers, bill posters, postmen, and in a score of other tasks. They released men for the fighting line. Never had the women of Britain shown to finer advantage. Of all who were compelled to remain at home, they were the chief sufferers, for they had given sons and brothers, husbands and lovers, to the field of danger. From the beginning, they realized the gravity of the struggle. The women's movement of recent years had given to a large class a special organization and discipline, which was turned to admirable purpose. The leaders of that movement in the press and on the platform did a great work in rousing the nation, and none dealt more trenchantly with counsels of supineness and peace. The women of Britain asked only for the chance of service, and when the munitions difficulty revealed itself, they were foremost in offering their work. What had happened in Germany and France was beginning to take place in Britain. The barriers of sex were falling, like the barriers of class, before the trumpet call of the national need. End of Chapter 31, Part 2. Section 16 of A History of the Great War, Volume 2. The Beleaguered Fortress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Great War, Volume 2. The Beleaguered Fortress by John Buchan. Chapter 31, Part 3. The most signal weakness which the first year had revealed in the alliance was its lack of central direction. We have seen what Germany did with her unequally yoked allies, putting precision into the Turks and homogeneity into the Austrian legions, and turning every economic advantage of her colleagues to the profit of the whole. France, Russia, Italy, and Britain, though in spirit more united than the Teutonic League, had by midsummer still failed to pool their assets scientifically and to make full use of their advantages of position. The buying of war stores by the different powers was still often at cross purposes. Events proved that the different strategic plans had not been perfectly harmonized, and that the vital matter of munitions was not treated as one problem, concerning not Russia and Britain as individuals, but the whole Allied front. It is true that much had been done by conferences to make the financing of the war uniform, but even in this sphere, Germany would have carried the policy further. She would have devised that which Pitt appealed for in the House of Commons in 1783, a complete economic system adapted to the new features of the situation. Had France, Russia, Italy, Britain, Japan, Belgium, and Serbia formed themselves into an economic league to control all matters of international commerce, a formidable weapon would have been prepared against their enemies and a powerful lever to influence the policy of hesitating neutrals. The main asset of the Allies was their unity of purpose and singleness of heart. They had agreed to make peace as one power, and they were wholly resolved to make no peace which should be indecisive. When Charles XII of Sweden was faced, at the age of 18, with an attack by 3 armies, he told his council, "I have resolved never to engage in an unjust war, but, on the other hand, never to conclude a just one, but by the ruin of my foes." In such a spirit, all the Allies now faced the future. Their situation was stronger than could be gathered from a map of rival positions. Every day was adding to the numbers of their armies. They were moving towards the construction of a machine as strong as the German, gropingly and slowly, it is true, but steadily. Time was still on their side. No one of their armies had been destroyed. Their losses, great as they were, had been made good, more and more, in the eyes not only of soldiers but of politicians and peoples. It was clear that Germany would be defeated only by the destruction of her field armies, and that all her gains of territory were irrelevant, except in so far as they postponed that purpose. Hence, the conquests which exhilarated Berlin were borne by the Allies, even by those at whose expense they had been made, with a certain robust philosophy. A lion is the less dangerous to an African village when it has gorged itself upon a portion of the herds. What Germany had fondly counted upon had not come to pass. They were working harmoniously, in spite of the strenuous efforts of their enemy to stir up strife. Certain German sympathizers in Britain attempted to set labor and capital by the ears. Their cousins in France whispered to the French people how infamous it was that Britain should be going on strike in such a crisis, and insisted on the shortness of the British line, while others in Russia, helped by the dregs of the Baltic German bureaucracy, quoted certain unfortunate witticisms of French generals, pointed to the stagnation in the West, and observed that France would resist, no doubt, to the last drop of blood, but that blood would be Russian. On the surface, it looked as if the field for mischief-making were clear. But 3 things combined to make the seeds of strife sown by Germany fall upon unreceptive ground. The first was the gravity of the crisis and the intense antagonism which Germany had inspired. Men engaged in what they believe to be a holy war are the less inclined to be captious about their colleagues. The second was the goodwill between the Allied armies brought about by the sincere admiration felt by each for the performance of the others. The memories of the Marne and Ypres and Le Cateau, of Ravaruska, Augustovo, and Presnes were the best preventives of a carping spirit. Most important of all, each of the Allies was profoundly conscious of its shortcomings and was more disposed to criticize its own unpreparedness than that of its neighbors. Each was busy setting its own house in order. This modesty, admirable in itself, might, if carried too far, have conduced to those evil results on which Germany counted. She cunningly hoped that a spirit of doubt and disquiet would go abroad among the Allies and lead to the fall of ministers and the dismissal of generals. In Britain, where, since the popular voice was most easily audible, criticism might have been most expected, we sinned, on the whole, little in this respect. Indeed, under the influence of Lincoln's warning against swapping horses in the middle of the stream, we were inclined to be almost too tolerant of proved administrative incompetence and too chary of even well-informed and patriotic criticism. It is a mistake to change horses in the middle of the ford, but if the horse can only lie down, change is necessary to avoid drowning. The fact that competent critics were patriotically silent left the necessary task of public watchfulness to men who had small authority in the nation. The position of neutral states on that 28th of June was still obscure. Italy had joined the Allies, but the Balkan nations, the only ones remaining in Europe whose decision from a military point of view was vital, were still perplexed by contradictory interests. In Greece, though Monsieur Venizelos had won a victory at the polls, he was not yet in office, and his country was uncommitted. Bulgaria had come to a railway agreement with Turkey, but had as yet taken no overt step to join the Teutonic League. Romania, though undoubtedly influenced by Italy's decision, was still keeping an anxious eye on Bulgaria. She did her best to preserve a strict aloofness and refused to allow officially the passage of war munitions to Turkey through her territory. The United States, whose markets provided the Allies with war materials, was finding her position one of great and growing difficulty. President Wilson's policy, though expressed by him in an academic phraseology which seemed curiously inept in such a crisis, was based upon a judicial view of American interests. Footnote. Any question of war involves not only a question of right, not only a question of justice, but also a question of expediency. Before any government goes to war, it ought to be convinced not only that it has just cause for war, but that there is something which renders war its duty. A duty compounded of two considerations. The first, what the country may owe to others. The second, what she owes to herself. Canning, Speech on the Spanish Question, 1823. End of footnote. The pitfalls which beset her path were not fairly estimated by European observers, but Germany seemed determined to make neutrality impossible. The sinking of the Lusitania drew a strong note from the American government, a note which brought about the resignation of the Foreign Secretary, Mr. Bryan, who had spent his life in a world of emotional verbiage. To this protest on behalf of neutrals against the barbarity of her submarine practices, Germany replied defiantly. In the middle of July, Mr. Lansing, Mr. Bryan's successor, presented what would have been regarded by the older diplomacy as an ultimatum. He laid down three principles: that the high seas are free to neutral ships, that this freedom could only be interfered with after the character and cargo of the ship has been ascertained, and that the lives of non-combatants can only be lawfully endangered if the vessel seeks to escape after summons or attempts resistance. A repetition of the breaches of these principles of which Germany had been guilty would, said the note, be regarded as an unfriendly act. Germany, through her press, replied with an arrogant disdain, and a few days after the receipt of the note, her submarine sank an American steamer off the Orkney Islands. The atmosphere was electric, but what with another power would have meant an immediate declaration of war did not necessarily involve such a consequence in the case of the United States. Her diplomatists had never regarded terms of art in the European way, and the phrase unfriendly act, which elsewhere was the wording of an ultimatum, was with her only a strong type of protest. The relations with Britain were also, in spite of very real goodwill on both sides, moving to an impasse. In March, it will be remembered, the British government declared a blockade of Germany, a blockade which, since it could not be made fully effective, was not in accord with the accepted principles of international law. It decreed the seizure and confiscation of non-contraband goods of German origin, ownership, or destination carried in neutral ships to neutral ports, though Britain did not propose to apply the rule with any technical rigor. This practice involved a considerable breach of the recognized Code of Maritime Law, a breach which Britain justified by the exceptional character of the circumstances and by the international anarchism of Germany, and defended on the precedent of the novel methods adopted by America during her Civil War. The rival views were fully stated in the correspondence which passed during July between Sir Edward Grey and the American ambassador in London. There was a great deal to be said for the British contention. There was much to be said for the American counterplea. But obviously, so grave a matter could not depend only on the argumentation of international lawyers and the foreign offices which employed them. The plain facts were that America was seriously affected by British policy in perhaps her most vital interest, her cotton export. She saw her trade with enemy countries, and to some extent with neutral countries, hampered, and this on a plea which was manifestly at variance with accepted international practice. It did not convince the Southern planter to be told that the North in the Civil War also had done something in the way of rewriting international law. America was on strong ground, and she knew it, and she pressed her claims with much force during the summer months. It was gradually becoming apparent that the British plan, though reasonable enough in itself, would have to be modified. Cotton was the chief difficulty, and 3 steps were pressed upon the government as a solution. The first was to declare cotton contraband. It was clear that it was a most vital munition of war, since it was practically essential to the manufacture of nitrocellulose, the basis of most modern propellant charges. It was perfectly true that to declare cotton contraband would have given us no weapon to restrict its import to Germany beyond what we had at present, though we should have been able not only to stop, but to confiscate cargoes. But, combined with the doctrine of continuous voyage, it would have given us an authority which America could recognize. She herself had made cotton contraband in her Civil War, and on the facts it was now a military munition like sulfur and saltpeter in former days. In the second place, it was suggested that neutral states might be put on rations, and that we might permit only a certain amount of cotton to be consigned to them, based on their average consumption for the 3 years before the war. Finally, there was a proposal to purchase that portion of the American cotton crop which was normally exported to the enemy countries, and to hold it till after the war. The importance of the question was as great as its intricacy. On 28th June, it was the foremost problem that we had to face in connection with our policy towards neutrals, and, since America was the munitioning ground of all the Allies, it vitally affected the whole Allied cause. The wheels of diplomacy moved slowly, and the months passed without a solution. Happily, the goodwill of the majority of the American people and the genuine anxiety of ministers on both sides of the Atlantic to reach an agreement prevented the controversy reaching the stage of crisis. In reviewing a year of war, we look naturally to see what new military doctrines had justified themselves, what novel methods in tactics and strategy had appeared in the various theaters. we find nothing revolutionary, nothing at variance with the accepted practices of war. One German principle had been clearly justified, but by those who had reflected on the subject, it had never been seriously denied. That doctrine was the crushing effect of artillery both against forts and field positions. The German practice of massed infantry attacks had nothing in itself to recommend it. When it succeeded, it was only because of the artillery preparation which preceded it. It was less a device deliberately selected than a concessio propter informatatum, necessary to armies which had to absorb into their ranks, as the war went on, much inferior fighting material. Even as regards artillery, the special German merit was not the tactical handling of it, but the ample supply. Heavy field pieces and machine guns in great quantities involved certain tactics, as inevitably as the length of reach of a boxer determines his method. The supreme achievement of the German staff was that they saw precisely the part modern science could be made to play in modern warfare, and that they kept their eyes resolutely fixed on it. Since they were organized for war not only militarily, but industrially, they could concentrate as a nation upon a single purpose in a way impossible to the freer civic organisms of their opponents. Germany made use of all her assets. Her blow was weighted with her full national strength. That, in a sentence, was the gist of her excellence. The Allies might claim that their theories of war had, on the whole, been justified whenever it had been possible to apply them. The attack in open order and their high standard of individual rifle fire provided good results wherever the enemy's guns allowed fighting at close quarters. Man for man, the average Frenchman, Russian, and Briton had demonstrated his equality with, if not his superiority to, the German soldier. It was not a question of courage, for the bravery of the German ranks could not be overpraised, but rather of dash, fortitude, stamina, and that indefinable thing which may be called temperamental predominance. This was conspicuously proved in bayonet work, in bomb throwing, and especially in most daring and successful aerial reconnaissance. Wherever individual qualities were demanded, there the Allies were conspicuous. Our fighting machine, too, so far as it concerned the human element, was at least as good as the German. It was only in material, in the scientific aids to war, that we were excelled, and then only in one class of weapon, which, however, happened to be the most vital. The naval position was wholly in favor of the Allies. In all the seas of the world, German merchantmen and German ships of war had disappeared. In the northeastern corner of the Adriatic, Italy held the Austrian fleet. In the Aegean, the British and French fleets were operating against the Dardanelles. The sole German success, the Battle of Coronel, had been promptly redeemed by von Spey's destruction at the Falkland Islands. The German High Sea Fleet lay behind the shelter of the Frisian Islands. The Battle of the Bight of Heligoland showed that Britain could carry the war inside German territorial waters, and the one serious German raid had been checked and defeated in the Battle of 24th January. The boasted German submarine campaign had effected nothing of a military purpose, except the withdrawal of the larger British battleships from the Dardanelles. Up to a date early in July, it had sunk 98 British merchantmen, or 195 if we include trawlers, 30 Allied ships, and less than 50 neutrals, and had thereby raised international difficulties for Germany, which far outbalanced these trivial successes. The British losses by submarines were only about 1.25% of our total shipping, and the new risk did not raise insurance rates or affect in the slightest degree the nerve of our merchant seamen. The boasts of Count Reventlow were conclusively answered by Mr. Balfour in a letter to an American correspondent, a letter which stated with admirable clearness and justice the achievements of the British Navy. He pointed out that in the past year it had performed all the functions of a fleet in war. It had driven the enemy's commerce from the sea and protected its own. It had rendered the enemy's fleet impotent. It had made the sea transport of enemy troops impossible. It had transported its own troops at will. It had secured their supplies and could, when necessary, assist in their operations. The British Grand Fleet during the year was, like the country of the proverb, happy in that it had no history. Without any of the great battleships firing a shot, it had fulfilled its task. Its potent inaction was not idleness. It was ready and anxious to meet its opponent as soon as he ventured forth. But till that day came, it held the seas and waited, as Nelson's fleet for 2 years before Trafalgar watched the coasts of the enemy. How great a strain this duty involved is beyond a civilian's estimate. Day and night the great ships kept the sea. In the stormy winter months, steaming without lights in black darkness, with the perpetual menace of mines and submarines around them. They were hidden from the nation's gaze. No achievements filled the papers. There was nothing to relieve the tedium of their toil or key the spirit of their men to that high pitch which is the reward of war. In months of danger and heavy labor, they had to endure something worse than the monotony of peace. Yet the Grand Fleet kept its health unimpaired, its nerves steady, its eagerness unabated. Such a moral achievement was not the least of the triumphs of the year. For he that ruleth his spirit is better than he that taketh a city. A great war usually throws up a great soldier or statesman, but not necessarily at the beginning. England at various times in her history had been long in travail before she had produced a man. Her civil war was well advanced before it saw the advent of Cromwell and Montrose. The French Revolution was 4 years old before the star of Napoleon rose above the horizon. And the men who led the armies of France during those years were none of them in the first rank. Britain had to wait 14 years for the coming of Wellington. The American Civil War was an exception. For almost from the start, two leaders of the highest genius, Lee and Jackson, sprang full panoplied into fame, like Athena from the brain of Zeus. But the case of the North restored the rule. Lincoln had to work through a long succession of inferior generals, McClellan, McDowell, Burnside, Pope, Banks, and Hooker, before he found in Grant a competent soldier able to use effectively the vast resources of the Union. Unless a war is originated by a genius like Alexander or Charles XII, there must generally be a long interregnum till the nation finds the leader who possesses that stellar and undiminishable something, which is greatness. How long had the Punic War to wait for Scipio, or the Roman Revolution for Julius Caesar? In modern warfare, it would seem that the period of waiting must be longer. For modern warfare sunk the individual in the machine. Just as industrialism tended to turn the craftsman into a mere machine tender, so the latest developments of war transformed the soldier into a kind of operative. Till the other day we were accustomed to speak of fighting races, of men like the tribesmen of the Indian frontier or the Boers, whose life had given them a natural hardihood, an eye for country, quick senses, and great bodily endurance, and to contrast them with the products of urban civilization who were born with none of these gifts. But it looked as if we must revise our views. Our new war machine abolished, or at any rate greatly modified, the distinction between the martial and non-martial peoples. The ideal soldier appeared to be the skilled mechanic who won his fortitude partly from a high discipline and partly from confidence in his machine. The noble savage with the spear had fallen before the lesser physique of civilization armed with a rifle. Now it would seem that the soldier, trained in the various branches of the military art and full of valor and self-reliance, must yield to the pallid operative who could handle at a distance the levers and bolts of a great gun. In the same way, modern warfare gave small chance for individual generalship. Surprises, night marches, ingenious feints were seldom possible. The conditions were rigidly prescribed and could rarely be dominated and altered by the most fertile mind. The general had also become a machine tender. The brains, the genius, if you will, were to be found in the construction of the machine, for its use was more or less a mechanical task. Some men would be more skilled in it than others, but the highest skill was not the same thing as generalship in the old sense. A Marlborough, a Caesar, even a Napoleon would beat ineffectual wings against the new barriers. All this was true, and those who declaimed during this stage of the campaign against the absence of genius in generalship forgot that generalship, like other arts, needs the proper occasion. Supply will scarcely be forthcoming if the demand is nil. In former days, war was 3/4 an art and 1/4 a science. Now it was at least 3/4 science, and the human element was circumscribed. Yes, but not wholly, and not in the last resort. For a machine is not immortal. It may break down through internal weakness, or because it is confronted with a machine of equal strength. When that day came, war would become an art once more, and individual generalship and individual fighting quality would recover their old preeminence. The first year of the war revealed no superlative distinction in statesmanship in any of the belligerent countries. Statesmen of the higher type may be roughly divided into builders and governors. Since Napoleon, the world had seen two constructive brains of the first order, Bismarck and Cavour. Footnote: Cecil Rhodes was of the same type, but he wrought on a smaller scale and in the face of far fewer difficulties. I am speaking here of the statesman as man of action. Statesmen who contented themselves with ventilating or inventing political dogmas were as common as peas. End of footnote. And one governing mind not less great, that of Abraham Lincoln. The second decade of the 20th century saw several men alive in Europe who seemed to have the essentials of the higher statesmanship. Monsieur Venizelos, for example, had the talent of his famous countrymen for making a small town into a great city, and under his lead, a new Greece was emerging. But there were as yet few outstanding figures, though many of great respectability. Russia still suffered from her bureaucratic system, largely German in origin, which stifled true nationalism, and since the death of Stolypin, she had had no political leader of the first quality. In Britain, our system, as we have seen in an earlier chapter, discouraged administrative efficiency, and administrators cannot be easily improvised. Men of proved executive ability, such as some of our imperial administrators, were too remote from common politics to be readily made use of. But the lack was most glaring in Germany. Bethmann Hollweg, Jagow, and Hefferich were very ordinary people, but they still wore the giant's mantle which had descended from the great days of Bismarck, and for a time it covered their insufficiencies. Perhaps the two strongest personalities in Europe were the Italian Sonnino and the Hungarian Tisza. Both were men a little cold and rigid in temperament, but both had the steeliest kind of resolution. They saw their path clearly and walked in it with undeviating steps. A constructive statesman of the Bismarck type was scarcely needed in this crisis. Far-reaching policies had to be put aside for the moment, and Europe must live in the hour. but a governing statesman, the mind which can maintain its purpose undivided, which is an inspirer of fortitude in others, which in hectic moments keeps its judgment, and which has that potent and pervasive effect on the temper of a whole people, which is what we mean by political genius. That, indeed, was clamorously required. Such a one as Lincoln would, perhaps, have best filled the part. But by midsummer of 1915, there was no sign of a new Lincoln in any belligerent land. It is not often that a country possesses at one and the same time great soldiers and great civilian ministers. More often a Marlborough fights under the direction of a Godolphin, and rarely does a Chatham find a Wolfe and a Clive to do his bidding. The absence of great statesmen was not, however, atoned for by the presence of commanding figures in the field. By 28th June, the new Napoleon had not come, not even perhaps a new Moltke. In military circles in Germany before 1914, the high commanders were frankly discussed. One heard often the names of Eichhorn, Einem, and Kluck, occasionally of Mackensen, and very especially of Falkenhayn, the Prussian Minister of War. In assessing German personalities, we must remember that the machine was far greater than the individual. The praise belonged rather to those who had perfected the machine than to those who worked it. Hindenburg was for Germany the discovery of the first year of war, and by September he had become a popular idol. But it was difficult to detect in his handling of the campaign any transcendent military genius. He inspired enthusiasm among his troops, but the plans were not his, but those of the machine behind him, worked out by his brilliant chief of staff, Ludendorff, whose reputation was still confined to a narrow circle. Hindenburg's sledgehammer blows at different parts of the Russian front were really predetermined by the nature of his weapons. For the rest, Germany produced a number of highly competent army commanders, of whom Mackensen was the most successful. If they could not be said to reach the first rank, it would be none the less foolish to underrate their work. To handle the machine might not demand great genius, but it required a high degree of expert training and a very cool head. On the side of the Allies, two figures still overtopped all others: General Joffre and the Grand Duke Nicholas. They were in a sense national dictators, possessing the confidence of their respective nations, and, since their wills could override all other wills, in them was focused the government of France and Russia. They were men of a large simplicity, and each, in spite of very real intellectual limitations, had a gift for disentangling the essential from the less essential, for disregarding side issues and seeing losses in their true perspective. Above all, they had stout hearts. Both generalissimos were fortunate in having brilliant subordinates. The army group commanders, Alexiev and Ivanov, Foch, Kostanol, and Dubal, had certainly no superiors in the German forces. The great figure of Foch was still imperfectly revealed to the world, but in failure and disappointment he was learning his trade and preparing himself for the day when he should be called upon to control the war. In the British forces, though so far the High Command had not had occasion to prove itself in major operations with armies on the grand scale, the reputations of Sir William Robertson and Sir Douglas Haig had conspicuously increased. One British soldier had, by midsummer, won a unique position. Botha was so far the one clear conqueror, and in his difficult campaign he had shown not only true political wisdom, but a high degree of technical military skill. But the year which ended on 28th June had revealed a war less of the high commands than of subordinate leaders. Trench fighting and the importance of artillery combined to annul all major strategy, and put the main burden on the brigadiers, the battalion and company commanders, and even on the subalterns. There were many chances for individual gallantry, but few and rare were the occasions when officers, from subalterns to generals, could earn distinction by initiative or special military knowledge. In the stalemate in the West, war was reduced to very primitive elements, and the debacle in the East submerged human skill under a shower of shell. Such was the inevitable result of modern scientific war in its early phases. But there were compensations, and that very science, which depressed the human factor, contrived in its extreme developments to make it the more conspicuous. For a sphere where courage and brains found full scope, we must look to the most expert warfare of all, the work of the submarine and airplane. There, the possession of one kind of machine took a man out of the grip of the machine and set him adventuring in a free world as in the old days of war. The doings of Max Horton, Holbrook, Boyle, Naismith, and Weddigen under the sea, and of Rhodes Morehouse, Warnfoot, and Garros in the air, ranked with the most brilliant individual enterprises of earlier campaigns. End of Chapter 31, Part 3.
Section 17 of A History of the Great War, Volume 2, The Beleaguered Fortress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Great War, Volume 2, The Beleaguered Fortress, by John Buchan. Chapter 32, The Asian and African Campaigns, October 1914 through July 9, 1915, Part 1. The outland campaigns during the spring and summer of 1915, with the exception of the Gallipoli expedition, were almost uniformly successful, but their success had as yet no bearing upon the main battlefield. In one, the German Southwest African, victory was complete. In another, the Mesopotamian, the hard-won triumph of a small army was beginning to divert the minds of the British and Indian governments from the duties of sound strategy. But this was for the future, and the chief interest of those extra-European wars lay in the proof of how closely knit was the modern world, and how the greater political problems had annihilated space and surmounted those barriers which nature had set up to demarcate peoples. While some of the Allies fought in the frozen bogs of Mazrenland or among the deep snows of the Caucasus, others were engaged in scorching deserts or fever-haunted swamps. Britons in the Flanders trenches found their chief enemy in rain and floods. Britons in Southwest Africa valued water more highly than gold. There was no extreme of cold and heat that on the same day was not endured by some part of the Allied forces. The campaign embraced all climates, landscapes, privations, pests, and terrors. Let us look first at the Asian theater. In Transcaucasia, there is little to recount. The defeat at Sarikamish had broken utterly the cohesion of the Turkish army, and the Russian troops were engaged during the subsequent weeks in driving the remnants across the frontier. The chief sweeping movement was down the Choruk Valley, whither, it will be remembered, the 1st Turkish Corps had retired after the disaster at Ardahan. One Russian column moved from Ardahan through the passes, while another, supported by vessels of the Black Sea Fleet, operated along the coast from Batum. By the end of March, the whole frontier region was empty of the enemy. Farther south from Sarikamish, there were a number of insignificant conflicts. Turkish stragglers united with the local professionals to form banditti. and this necessitated the kind of campaign familiar on our Indian frontier. Villages, the strongholds of the enemy, had to be cleared, and the brigands driven to the snowy hills. In all this there was no serious Turkish defensive, and presently the Turkish and Persian borders were as quiet as they were ever likely to be in a worldwide upheaval. The Russian commander made no attempt to advance to Erzurum, for Russia's object was merely to hold the gate. The vital blow at Turkey must come from another quarter. In the Persian Gulf area, the British force was at the beginning of the year securely entrenched on both sides of the Tigris at Kurna and Mazara, a strong position commanding the highway to the sea. The situation, however, was not without its anxieties. In spite of Turkey's rebuffs in Transcaucasia and her diversions towards the Suez Canal, she had sufficient troops left in the Baghdad command to outnumber gravely the small British army of one division on the Shatt el-Arab. Early in January 1915, it was discovered that the Turks were occupying a strong position on the banks of a canal some 8 miles north of Mazara, and on 20th January, a reconnaissance was organized to ascertain their strength and dispositions. Supported by gunboats from the Tigris, we shelled their camp and drove them back with considerable casualties. In February, a further brigade arrived from India. The enemy next appeared near Awaz on the Karun River, the scene of an engagement between Sir James Outram and the Persians during the short war of 1857. There we had placed a small garrison to protect the pipeline of the Anglo-Persian Oil Company. West of Awaz, a Turkish force of 3 regiments and a number of Arab tribesmen were reported, and on 3rd March we made an attempt to reconnoiter this position. The enemy was discovered in strength. The small British expedition was in imminent danger of being cut off, and retirement was not effected without heavy fighting. The sight of the red and white flags of the Arabs, whom we had hoped for as allies in breaking the Turkish rule, was disquieting, and it presently appeared that the enemy was clustering in strength round our whole area of occupation. On the day following the operations near Awaz, our cavalry, reconnoitering towards Nikayla, 25 miles northwest of Basra, had a sharp encounter with mounted Turks. Another brigade was demanded from India, and presently a 2nd division, the 12th, was constituted in the Mesopotamian army. A word must be said at this point on the Indian military system. For some years before the war, there had been in India a strong movement towards economy, and one result had been a reduction of the military establishments. The number of divisions available for immediate mobilization was reduced from 9 to 7. The number of field guns to the division was cut down, and of heavy pieces there were none. This economy was felt nowhere more strongly than in the medical establishments. Their standard had always been below that of the British Army, and now even that modest standard was suffered to decline. No provision had been made for India's cooperation with the home government in the event of war. Sir Douglas Haig, when chief of the Indian staff in 1911, had endeavored to remedy this and prepared a memorandum to deal with such a contingency, but he could not obtain the approval of the Viceroy, Lord Hardinge. On the outbreak of hostilities, India was therefore unready, and a series of peremptory requests from Britain for immediate help in France, Egypt, East Africa, and Mesopotamia had to be met out of depleted resources and by means of a most imperfect organization. Moreover, there was a perpetual difficulty as to which was the governing authority, whether the British War Office or the Indian Commander-in-Chief, London or Simla, the British Cabinet or the Indian Viceroy. In such circumstances, it was not easy to equip expeditionary forces at all. It was inevitable that the subsidiary services should be faulty, and it was not improbable that owing to the overlapping authorities, the place of the operations in the main strategy of the war would be imperfectly considered. On 9th April, Lieutenant General Sir John Nixon arrived at Basra and took command of the Mesopotamian Corps, which contained the 6th Division under General Townshend and the 12th Division under General Gorringe. In Nixon's instructions from the Indian Commander-in-Chief was one significant sentence. He was asked to submit plans for effective occupation of the Basra Vilayet and for a subsequent advance on Baghdad. Now, the policy of Britain in Mesopotamia had hitherto been purely defensive and marked by almost excessive caution. The occupation of the Basra Vilayet, which extended to within a few miles of Kut and included both Nasiriyah and Amara, might have been justified as a necessary precaution for the defense of Basra, the Delta, and the pipeline. But an advance to Baghdad involved a bold offensive and a wholly different strategic plan. Yet here we had the Indian government, which was directly responsible for the supply and organization of the troops, already turning its eyes to ambitious objectives. Nixon's arrival synchronized with a comprehensive Turkish attack. 3 places, Kurna, Awaz, and Shaiba, a few miles west of Basra, were selected for the assault. On 11th and 12th April, Kurna was bombarded at long range, but beyond the destruction by a floating mine of one of the Tigris bridges, no damage was done, and the attack was not pressed home. The bombardment of Awaz was no more effective, and nothing was seen of the enemy but clouds of horsemen. Kurna and Awaz were only feints, and the real blow was directed against Shaiba and the possession of Basra. The action began on 12th April and lasted for 3 days, and the invading forces were mainly regulars of the Baghdad Corps. The British position around Basra was protected on the east by the river, so the Turkish assault was directed from north, west, and south. Early in the morning, under cover of a heavy artillery preparation, the Turkish infantry advanced from 3 sides, and when their gunfire slackened, set to work to dig themselves in. The attack was resumed in the afternoon from the south, where we succeeded in beating it back. During the night, there was a steady fire from rifles and machine guns, and in the morning we found the Turks in possession of some houses and rising ground to the north of us, from which it was imperative that we should oust them. Our advance was completely successful, and a simultaneous counterattack by the Turks from the west was easily repulsed, with the loss of several hundred prisoners. That afternoon, a new concentration of Turkish troops was observed to the south, where a strong position had been entrenched at Barjisaya, some 4 miles from the British lines. On the morning of 14th of April, we moved in force against these entrenchments, which contained the bulk of the enemy army. We carried their advanced position, and in the afternoon swept them from their main trenches in spite of a heavy machine gun and rifle fire. A final charge with the bayonet put the whole force to flight. As usually happened, the routed Turks were set upon by their former Arab allies, who completed what the British had begun. This victory meant the end of a serious Turkish offensive for the moment. The Turkish general fell back to Nikayla, but he could not stay there, and we occupied the place on the 17th. By the 20th, the enemy was more than 100 miles from Basra. On the river, 12 of his boats were either captured or sunk. April is the season of floods in Mesopotamia, and our pursuit was much impeded by the swollen waters. The reconnoitering parties whom we dispatched found no sign of the enemy in all the countryside except abandoned positions and derelict stores. During May, Gorange was sent to Awaz and the Karun River to shepherd the Turkish forces there towards Bisaitun, while Townshend was to proceed north of the river to Amara, the seat of the provincial Turkish administration, in the hope that he would reach the place before the Turks retiring in front of Gorange, and so cut off their retreat. The joint operation was carried out with complete success. Of orthodox water transport there was little, but every kind of craft was brought into requisition. Gunboats were improvised, and on 3rd June, Amara yielded to an advance party of 22 soldiers and sailors. 2 days later, the Turkish division, which Gorange was driving before him, arrived. Its vanguard was captured, and the rest dispersed in a flight to the north. Basra is 70 miles from the sea, Kurna 50 miles from Basra, and Amara 90 miles up the Tigris from Kurna. To secure the Vilayet, Nixon resolved that he must reach Kut, 150 miles upriver from Amara. There was risk in the attempt, for at each step he was dragging a lengthening chain of communications. The medical equipment was scarcely adequate for a single division, and there was no hope of receiving the additional transport asked for before the middle of the following year. The difficulties of the land were very great. The floods, which began in February, created huge lagoons on both sides of the river, and as these shrank there remained isolated mares and large areas of swamp. Old irrigation canals, often deep and wide, ran out from the river and complicated the problem of transport. The power of the sun in the summer months was not the least of our trials. At dawn it might be 110 degrees Fahrenheit, and in the afternoon well over 120 degrees, and the baked sands retained the heat so that night brought little coolness. Shade there was none. A blinding glare was reflected from yellow earth and blue water. But Nixon possessed for the operations men who had served an apprenticeship to the Indian heats, and he considered that the advance to Kut was within his power, as it was certainly within his instructions. The possession of Amara, whence ran the direct road to Awaz, secured his right flank in the pipeline. The possession of Kut would give him a natural halting place, and also safeguard his left wing, for from the Tigris at that point ran the Shat el-Hai to the Euphrates at Nasiriyah, which gave a chance for an attack on the British left rear. The first step must be the occupation of Nasiriyah, and thither early in July Gorange marched with the 12th Division from Kurna. All the country between the two rivers was flood and marsh, through which ran many old channels, and the expedition forced its way to the Euphrates by way of the Hamar Lake. That amphibious journey, now wading, now embarked in boats, now making portages, through a maze of creeks and lagoons and thick date groves under a pitiless sky and amid swarms of flies, must rank as one of the most uncomfortable ever undertaken by British troops. We found the entrance to the main stream of the Euphrates mined and barricaded, but we succeeded in dislodging the enemy from the riverbank and forcing him back upon Nasiriyah. On 24th July, we drove in the main Turkish position in front of that town. The Turks were astride the river and had prepared strong entrenchments defended with barbed wire. By 11 o'clock they were broken, and our gunboats pushed on and shelled Nasiriyah, while the main enemy force retreated 25 miles in the direction of Kut. Next morning we occupied the town, which is the old capital of the Mustafic tribe of Arabs, had a political importance in addition to its strategical situation. The vital junction of the Shatt el-Hai and the Euphrates was in our hands. Kut remained, and early in August, Nixon gave orders for an advance by Townshend's 6th Division up the Tigris. Along that river of endless twists and turnings, the progress of troops must be slow. Riverine marshes had to be crossed or circumvented, and canals had to be bridged. The enemy offered no serious opposition. He was content to wait for us some 7 miles downstream from Kut, on a front extending on both sides of the Tigris for a distance of about 6 miles. His troops were nearly 10,000 men, regulars of the Baghdad Corps, and he had the usual motley following of mounted Arab tribesmen, whose conduct depended upon which way the battle went. On 14 September, Townshend reached Sheikh Saad, and on the 15th he had forced the strong Turkish position at Abu Ramuneh. On the 28th he was in action with the main enemy force at Kut. The Turkish left, cleverly posted between two marshes, was turned by an enveloping movement, and their center at the same time was broken by a frontal attack. At dawn on the 29th, the sun rising through the haze of the riverside revealed an empty battlefield. The enemy had retired by road and river towards Baghdad. Our cavalry were loosed and entered Kut, a native town of some 6,000 inhabitants, with a large trade in grain and licorice. They pushed on over the solid plain, for between Kut and Baghdad the marshes cease, while our gunboats led the pursuit upstream, followed by Townshend with an infantry brigade in steamers. One of our airplanes succeeded in dropping bombs on the rear guard of the Turkish flotilla. The pursuit continued for 50 miles as far as Azizaya. The result of the day was very large captures of prisoners, 2,000 and more, representing nearly a quarter of the Turkish command. The taking of Kut marked the limit of a defensive campaign in Mesopotamia. The labors of the arduous summer months had been amply successful. "I do not think," said Mr. Asquith in the following November, "that in the whole course of the war there has been a series of operations more carefully contrived, more brilliantly conducted, and with a better prospect of final success." The tribute was deserved, but it was not wholly accurate. The campaign had not been carefully contrived. It had been a magnificent gamble against odds, and audacity had won. Now its purpose had been achieved, the whole Basra of Vilayet was ours, and every reason of prudence was in favor of calling a halt. But it is one of the penalties of a dashing success that it awakens a rash spirit in its promoters, and the defensive was presently to slip into the offensive. Memories of the reconquest of the Sudan began to recur to men in authority. There had been the same advance simultaneously by land and water, the same strip of green between deserts on either side, the same desire to put a limit to the advance, the same eternal shifting of the limit a little farther on. The Sudan wars did not stop till Khartoum fell, and it looked as if the Mesopotamia campaign must lead sooner or later to an assault on Baghdad, for through that city ran the channel of German communications with the Indian frontier. Its possession, too, by the Turks meant that the ancient capital and one of the most sacred cities of Islam was under Germany's influence. More than Constantinople, it cast its spell over the Moslem world. The golden minarets of the great Shia tombs, which catch from far off on the plain the traveler's eye, had a compelling sanctity greater than Saint Sophia, Moreover, of all the Turkish possessions, it was knit least closely to the center on the Bosphorus. Till the coming of Midhat Pasha, the Baghdad vilayet had been almost independent. The inhabitants looked on the speech and faith and learning of Stambul as bastard, and preserved a vigorous provincialism. For the Orthodox Turk, whether soldier or civilian, to be sent to Baghdad was to be sent into exile. Of all Turkey's provinces, it seemed that Mesopotamia was the most easily detachable. Should the general situation clamor for some dramatic or romantic success, the lure of Baghdad might prove too strong for British discretion. End of Chapter 32, Part 1. Read by Alex in Annandale, Virginia, January 2022. Section 18 of A History of the Great War, Volume 2, The Beleaguered Fortress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Great War, Volume 2, The Beleaguered Fortress, by John Buchan. Chapter 32, The Asian and African Campaigns, Part 2. The African theater of war during the first half of 1915 had little of interest except in the extreme southwest, where Botha was slowly and patiently forcing his way to the German capital. In Egypt, after the fiasco of the canal attack in February, there were only affairs of outposts, till on 22nd March, another attempt was made to reach the canal. An enemy force, mainly infantry with guns, but including a few cavalry squadrons, was located near El Kubri in the neighborhood of Suez. Shots were exchanged, and the Turks retired to a point 8 miles from the canal. Next day, the British, under Lieutenant General Sir George Younghusband, fell upon their camp and drove them 70 miles inside the desert. These, however, were minor incidents. It was clear that the Turkish army destined for the invasion of the canal was thoroughly impotent and disheartened, and Egypt was used as a base for our Dardanelles operation without any anxiety as to its eastern frontiers. In October 1914, we left the Germans in the Cameroons reduced to defensive warfare in a difficult hinterland. The Allies were not slow to push their advantage. Presently, 2 columns of the Anglo-French force, under Brigadier General Dobell, were moved along the 2 lines of railway which run from the Douala to the interior. Adia, a point on the railway, and the Sanaga River, some 50 miles from Douala, was the first object of attack, and it was arranged that it should be assailed both by parties moving on the railway and by parties ascending the river in boats. The march was difficult, moving through dense forests and much harassed by snipers, but there was no resistance in the town itself, which was occupied on 26th October. The enemy retired to Yaoundé, a station far up on the interior plateau. 6 weeks later, the Germans made an effort to regain Adia, but were beaten back with a loss of 20 Europeans and 54 natives. There followed an Allied advance in 3 columns against Yaoundé, in which we fought 2 little battles on 27th and 28th January 1915, and seized the post of Bersona. Colonel Mayer, with a French detachment, crossed the river Kel, and a British column a little farther north took the bridge of Ngwa. Meanwhile, north of Douala, on the other railway line, good progress had been made. During December, we seized Nkongsaba and Barre, the latter a station 6 miles north of the railhead, and this gave us the whole of the northern line. In the early spring, therefore, we held both the railways running up from the coast, and columns were entering the country from north, east, and south, from Nigeria and the Chad Territory and French Equatoria. The main forces of the enemy were believed to be on the headwaters of the Benue in the high country around Ngonderi, but there were other forces, notably one which operated near the coast, just beyond the railheads of the two lines, and there were a number of fortified posts in the southern district towards the French equatorial border. Hence, the campaign resolved itself into several distinct expeditions, directed to the rounding up of the various sections of the enemy. The railways had to be closely watched, for on them depended the existence of our central army. The rainy season soon began, and the dripping savannas and the dank forests were as formidable a barrier as German machine guns. In May, the main Allied force, under General Dobel, was operating along the two railway lines. A French column under Colonel Mayer started from Idea, captured Esica on 11th May, after some difficult forest fighting, where the Germans showed great skill in entrenching themselves at the river crossings. A fortnight later, on 29th May, the same column had transferred itself to the Northern Railway and driven the enemy from N'Jok to the northwest of that line. Late in the same month, the southern columns fought actions at Monceau and Bessem, and on 25th June occupied the important post of Lomme. The French had now taken practically all the country in the south up to their old boundary. The torrential rains of July impeded further movements on this side, and the center of interest shifted to the higher country towards the Nigerian border. The first British incursions from Nigeria had been unhappily fated, our men with considerable losses having been driven from Gura and Nsenakong. In April, the post of Gurin, inside the Nigerian border, was attacked by German troops from the Gura garrison, but the little fort held out for 7 hours and finally beat off the enemy. Next day, the Yola column arrived at Gurin, having marched 62 miles in 22 hours. This column, under Colonel F. H. G. Cunliffe, composed of men of the West African Frontier Force, marched upon Gura and prepared to reduce the position. It was assisted by a French column which had moved westward from the northeastern border. On 11th June, Gura surrendered unconditionally. This cleared the northern part of the colony, except for one small German post which occupied a hill at Mora. The Allied columns then swept south, and on 29th June occupied Ngonderi, the most important German station in the central Cameroons. The enemy retreated southwest towards Tibadi, while the Allies followed, and on 11th June consolidated their position by taking the post of Tingir, 3,700 feet up on the plateau, and some 70 miles southwest of Ngonderi. The German forces had now been penned into the comparatively small area of hilly country between Tibadi and the headwaters of the Sanaga River. On all four sides, the Allied columns were closing in upon them. In East Africa, the failure in November at Tonga was repeated in January 1915 at Jassen, a small advanced post which was held inside German territory north of the former town. On 18th January, the place was attacked by a strong enemy force, and next day the little garrison surrendered. This disaster compelled a withdrawal of our outlying posts in that region, and the Germans were justified in claiming that their East African territory was completely free from the enemy, while they occupied several posts inside the British borders. On 26th February, we announced that from midnight on the 28th, the 300 miles of the coast of German East Africa would be blockaded, 4 days being allowed for the departure of neutral vessels. In April, Major General M.J. Teague of the Indian Army was appointed to the command of the British East African forces. The summer campaign was mainly concerned with small expeditions on the shores of Victoria and Nyanza and on the borders of Nyasaland and northeastern Rhodesia. But the early days of July saw the end of the German cruiser, the Königsberg. Ever since the close of October, she had been sheltering some distance up the Rufiji River in a place too shallow for the ordinary ship to approach. When we discovered her, we sank a collier at the mouth of the river and so prevented her escape to open sea. Early in June, Vice Admiral King Hall, Commander-in-Chief of the Cape Station, brought out 2 river monitors, the Severn and the Mersey. Our aircraft located the exact position of the Königsberg, which was surrounded by dense jungle and forest. On the morning of 6th July, the monitors entered the river and opened fire. The crew of the Königsberg had made their position a strong one by means of shore batteries which commanded the windings of the river, and lookout towers with wireless apparatus which gave them the range of any vessel attacking. Owing to the thick jungle, a direct sight of the enemy was impossible, and we had to work by indirect fire with airplanes spotting for the guns. The attack was resumed on 11th July, when the vessel was completely destroyed, largely as a result of the brilliant work of our airmen. The fate of this German cruiser, marooned for months far from the fresh seas among rotting swamps and jungles, is surely one of the strangest in the history of naval war. When Botha declared war against German Southwest Africa, it was generally believed that his campaign would not be concluded before the great struggle in Europe had reached a decision. The strength of the Germans and their ample provision of artillery, the immense distances to be covered, and the difficulties of attaining a decisive result in a country so strongly fortified by nature, inclined most men to the belief that the war would soon resolve itself into a stalemate and a siege. Such a view underrated the energy and the skill of the South African generals. So soon as the rebellion within Union territories had been finally crushed, Botha set himself to carry out an admirable strategical plan against the German defense. But first, the last embers of the rebellion had to be extinguished. Moving along the Orange River, a body under Maritz and Kemp gained 2 small successes, surprising 2 posts held by the 8th Mounted Rifles. The arrival of reinforcements obliged them to abandon their prisoners and hastily retire. On January 12, 1915, Raymond's Drift was retaken by Colonel Bauer, which gave the Union force the entire line of the Orange and penned the hostile remnants into the angle formed by the river and the German frontier. On 24th January, the rebels, dispirited and half-starving, made their last sally. Led by Maritz and Kemp, and about 1,200 strong, they attacked Van Deventer at Uppington, but they were easily repulsed. Next day, the end came. The leaders offered to surrender unconditionally. On 3rd February, Kemp and his commando, 43 officers and 486 men, including the prophet Van Rensburg, surrendered at Uppington, and some of Maritz's band followed suit at Kakamas. Maritz himself was not among them. Knowing that for him there would be no mercy, he fled back to German territory. The position in January when the main campaign against Southwest Africa began was as follows. We held Walfish Bay and its surroundings, and on 14th January, we seized without trouble the adjoining German port of Swakopmund, the terminus of the line to Windhoek, and of the line to Sumab and Grootfontein in the north of the colony. We had held since September Luderitz Bay, or Angra Pequena, the terminus of the southern line which ran to Windhoek by Keetmanshoop. Our capture of Chute Drift and Raymond's Drift gave us the fords of the Orange. We therefore held all the gates of the German colony, and our command of the sea made us free to use them. Botha's plan of campaign was an enveloping movement against Windhoek, and the forces at his disposal were divided into two main armies. The northern, under his own command, was to move from Swakopmund as a base along the railway to Windhoek. The southern, under General Smuts, was divided into three separate columns. The first, under Sir Duncan Mackenzie, was directed to move east along the railway from Luderitz Bay. The second, under Van de Venter, was to move north along the line running from Warmbad to Keetsmanshoop, while the third, under Colonel Barange, was to start from Kimberley and, crossing Buchanan, invade the colony from the east. All three columns were to concentrate at Keetsmanshoop, whence under Smuts they would move northwards to join Botha. The plan was skillfully devised, for if successful, it meant the shepherding of the German forces away from the modern communications into the desert country of the eastern frontier, where the waterless sands of the Kalahari barred all escape. Let us follow first the doings of the Northern Army. During January, the various bases were well provisioned, and from Swakopmund a railway was laid along the coast to Walfish Bay, and seawalls built to facilitate landing. Botha reached Swakopmund on 9th February, and on the 22nd his army began to move. At first its progress was slow. 2 German posts were seized without loss, and then nearly a month was spent in reconnoitering the enemy's strength and preparing an advanced base. On 19th March, the business of clearing the railway was taken in hand. That evening 2 mounted brigades left our post of Husab. The left column of the 2nd Brigade, under Colonel Selliers, had orders to cut the railway line between Jackalswater and Sphinx, and then, having hampered the movements of any reinforcements coming from Windhoek, to attack Jackalswater itself. The right column, under Colonel Alberts, was to seize Forte, another station on the line. The 1st Brigade, commanded by Colonel Britz and accompanied by Botha himself, was to attack Riet, an important point south of the railway, while the Blomhof Commando, operating on its flank, was directed to seize the hill of Schwarzkopje. The attack was timed for dawn on the 20th. Selliers, having cut the line and captured a train laden with supplies, moved against the German position at Jackalswater. There, however, he found the enemy strongly entrenched, and his attack failed in its main object, though it prevented assistance being sent to Forte. At the latter place, Alberts was wholly successful, and that afternoon received the surrender of the garrison, 210 men and 4 guns. The main objective of the movement, however, was Riet, where the German position was very strong. Its right rested on the Swakop stream, its left on the foothills of the Langer Heinrichberg, while its guns, skillfully placed, commanded the main road and the river. In our attack, the gunners of the Transvaal horse artillery did admirable work, and so stoutly was it pressed that by the evening the enemy was driven out in disorder. The completeness of our success was marred only by the failure of the Blomhof commando to reach its allotted place on the Schwarzkopje, which would have enabled us to cut off the enemy's retreat. During April, the advance proceeded steadily. Colonel Skinner with the Kimberley Regiment protected the railway behind us, and our control of the Sumab line as far as Trek Kopje prevented any serious operations against our left flank and rear. In the first days of May, Botha with the main army was at Kubas, and on the 5th, after a march of 35 miles, the junction of Karibib was reached and occupied. Another 20 miles took the army to Johann Albrechtshoe, and a further 10 to Wilhelmsthal. South of the railway ran the main road between Windhoek and the coast, and along this, too, our troops advanced. By this time, all serious resistance was over for the Northern Army. We turn now to the doings of General Smuts' army in the south. The heaviest task fell to Van Deventer, moving north from the Orange. He came into touch with the enemy at Nakob, and early in March he occupied Ukamas and other posts in that region. 10 miles north of Ukamas, he seized the German camp at Nabas, with large quantities of stores, and 30 miles on occupied Platbein. On 3rd April, his left wing occupied the railway terminus of Vormbad, and in the following week, he penetrated nearly 100 miles north of it. On 11th April, Smuts met Van Deventer at Kalkfontein and arranged to drive the enemy out of the Karas Mountains, which gave them an awkward position on the flanks of our advance. The movement was made in 3 columns and was completely successful. The mountains were cleared, and on 17th April, Van Deventer entered Seeheim, the junction of the lines from Vormbad and from Luderitz Bay. The Germans abandoned the place in such haste that they had no time to destroy the bridge across the Great Fish River. Colonel Berange's column, which entered the colony from the east, had by 19th March reached the borders and was in the neighborhood of Rietfontein. Footnote: his transport problem was the most difficult of all. From Kimberley to Karuman, 140 miles, the transport was by donkeys, and after that by oxen. The whole line of communications was about 600 miles, and we may guess at the difficulties of the 400-odd miles served by oxen only, including one stretch of 111 miles without a drop of water. Ox transport could not, of course, keep up with the columns, so the army was fed by a fleet of motor cars operating from the end of the line. At times the gap which the cars filled was over 40 miles. The whole affair was a very remarkable transport feat. After Berange joined Van Deventer and Mackenzie, the eastern route was closed, and the whole southern army was then supplied from Luderitz Bay. End of footnote. On 1st April, he captured an entrenched position at Hassur, 15 miles from the latter town. From there he fought his way westward, with constant skirmishes, to his appointed meeting place with Van Deventer. The two forces met a little to the east of Keetman's Hoop in the 3rd week of April. The combined column then advanced at Keetman's Hoop, which surrendered without fighting on 20th April. The place, which is 170 miles from Vormbad and 195 miles from Luderitz Bay, was the business capital of German Namaqualand, and its possession was highly advantageous. Smuts made it his headquarters and waited there for Mackenzie's force, which was moving inwards from Luderitz Bay. Mackenzie had to begin by clearing the immediate neighborhood of Luderitz Bay. Presently he seized Garub, 70 miles up the line, and advanced towards the hills which mark the end of the coastal desert. He occupied Aus, 20 miles farther on, where the Germans held a strongly fortified pass, from which they retired without a blow. At Aus, Mackenzie's column was clear of the worst desert region. He left the railway, took Bethany, and struck northeast in the direction of Gibeon, a station on the line between Keetmanshoop and Windhoek. Entering Beersheba without opposition, he reached the railway on 24th April at Aritetis, a small station 70 miles north of Keetmanshoop and 40 south of Gibeon. Mackenzie was now cooperating directly with the main movement of Smuts from Keetmanshoop, and the retreating Germans were between the two forces. Van Deventer, pushing from the south, came into touch with the enemy at Cabus, and after an indecisive engagement, the Germans succeeded in reaching Gibeon, whence, as Mackenzie learned, they proposed to reach Windhoek by train. He sent out a small party to cut the line north of Gibeon, while the 9th Mounted Brigade went forward to engage the enemy. At first the Germans were successful, but on 28th April our main force came up and inflicted on them a serious defeat. We took their 2 field guns, most of their transport, and some 200 prisoners, and released our own men who had fallen into their hands. We pursued them for 20 miles, and only the rocky and difficult country prevented their complete annihilation. The circle of steel was now closing in upon Windhoek. By the 1st of May, all the German colony south of Gibeon was in British hands, and Botha was threatening the capital from the west. On 10th May, he was informed that Windhoek was prepared to surrender. With a small escort, he reached the place, where he was met by the burgomaster, and terms of capitulation were arranged, and on the 12th at noon, his army entered the town. In it were 3,000 Europeans and 12,000 natives. The German troops had withdrawn to Grootfontein in the northeast of the colony, which it was declared was now the capital. The wireless station was found intact, and with its capture, Germany had lost all her stations outside Europe. After the entry of the troops under General Myburgh, a proclamation by Botha was read in Dutch, English, and German, which placed the conquered territories under martial law and drew attention to the futility of further resistance. The German forces at Grootfontein had a position in which they could not hope to stand, and from which there was no obvious retreat. The war had now resolved itself into a rounding up expedition, and some of the Union forces could be dispensed with. Accordingly, in May, Smuts sent home a considerable part of his southern command. A few small actions were fought to the east of the capital by Colonel Mentz and General Maini Botha, when a considerable number of prisoners were taken with few British casualties. Early in June, the advance began up the northern line. The station of Omaruru was occupied 80 miles from Windhoek, and a few days later Botha was at Kalkveld. The first objective was the junction of Otavi-Fontaine, where the northern railway forks, one branch going north to Sumab and the other northeast to Grootfontein. Against this position, the Union forces advanced in 3 columns. To the left went General Maini Botha with the Mounted Free State Brigade. To the right, General Lucan marched with the 6th Mounted Brigade, composed of the South African Mounted Rifles. In the center, along the railway line, moved Botha and the headquarters staff. Otavi-Fontaine was taken on the morning of 2nd July with few British casualties. The chief part was played by General Maini Botha, who in 16 hours marched 42 miles without a halt through the most difficult bush country. Lucan's flanking column covered 48 miles in 20 hours under the same conditions. The fight at Otavy-Fontaine was the last serious German stand. The Union forces now moved towards Sumab, Colonel Myburgh on the right advancing between the two railway lines, and General Britz making a big westerly detour towards the great Etosha Pan. Britz's aim was to prevent the enemy retreating over the Angola borders. His detour involved a march of 200 miles, and it effected its purpose. Meanwhile, Myburgh's force, which was the operative part, moved laboriously over the sandy Waterberg Plateau, where the midwinter cold was bitter, and on 4th July came into contact with a force of 500 Germans, about 16 miles south of Sumab. The Germans made only a slight resistance and left many prisoners in our hands. The end was now in sight. Dr. Seitz, the German governor, opened communications with Botha. At 2 o'clock on the morning of 9th July, an unconditional surrender was agreed to. Botha could afford to be generous, for his conquest was complete. The numbers surrendering were officially reported as 204 officers and 3,293 of other ranks, while 37 field guns and 22 machine guns were captured. About 1,500 Germans were already prisoners in our hands. 300,000 square miles of territory had been conquered at a less cost than that of a minor action in the European theater. British and Dutch had fought side by side with equal valor. The Boer commandos, with no particular uniforms and the loosest formation, showed all their old skill in desert campaigning. General Smuts's words were justified. Not only is this success a notable military achievement and a remarkable triumph over the very great physical, climatic, and geographical difficulties, it is more than that, in that it marks in a manner which history will record for all time the first achievement of the united South African nation, in which both races have combined all their best and most virile characteristics, and have lent themselves resolutely, often at the cost of much personal sacrifice, to overcome extraordinary difficulties and dangers in order to attain an important national object. End of Chapter 32, Part 2. Read by Alex in Annandale, Virginia, January 2022.
Section 19 of A History of the Great War, Volume 2, The Beleaguered Fortress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Great War, Volume 2, The Beleaguered Fortress by John Buchan. Chapter 33, The Abandonment of Warsaw, June 22nd to August 5, 1915, Part 1. On the first day of July, when Lemberg had fallen, the Emperor met Hindenburg, Ludendorff, and Falkenhayn at Posen. The scene of the meeting was the new and staring royal castle, built in the heavy modern German style that aped the Roman, which frowns over the sluggish Vorta and the ancient Polish city. The plans discussed were as grandiose as the environment. We can picture the Emperor, his spirits high at Mackinson's success, and his fancy inflamed with dreams of an entry into Warsaw as conqueror and deliverer, declaring that the moment had come for that annihilating blow which would establish forever the dominance of German arms. The conditions were, indeed, fortunate, for an army that possessed so mighty an engine of artillery and prided itself on its desperate impulse in attack. The weakness of the whole Russian position in Poland had now revealed itself. It was a salient, and a precarious salient. It depended upon the integrity of the two long railway lines which connected Warsaw with Petrograd, Moscow, and Kiev. In front of each of these lines lay the enemy, from Lava to Shavli in the north, from Sandomierz to the Dniester in the south. At the apex stood Warsaw, the capital of Russian Poland, and the key of the Vistula. The German armies were already pressing northward against the southern line. It was now Hindenburg's business to balance this movement by a descent from East Prussia upon the northern sector. Mathematical calculations would again be vindicated. What happened on the Donetsk, the Visak, and the San would happen on the Naryev, the Niemen, and the Bug. Once the railways were cut, Warsaw would fall. The troops in the point of the salient would be isolated, and it would be strange if they could extricate themselves from such a trap. But Hindenburg and Ludendorff aimed at more than conquest of a capital or a river line or the occupation of a few more 1,000 square miles of Polish ground. Their business was to shatter the Russian armies. To this end, they fell back upon the favorite German enveloping strategy. The army of the Niemen had overrun Courland as far as the Vindava, and was within measurable distance of Riga. If this force struck strongly, it might hack its way south, master Kaunas and Vilna, and cut the Petrograd line far to the eastward. Then the Russians in the salient would be taken both in flank and rear. Squeezed between the enemy on north and south, the Bug would be no halting place, nor would any stand be possible in the Pripyatsk marshes. A greater Sedan would follow, and the remnants that escaped to the line of the Berezina would be but a fraction of the force which in April had looked for a triumphant summer. The scheme was not overconfident. Germany had behind her all the advantages of speedy transport. Her shell supplies were still enormous. She had lost few guns, and the gaps in her ranks had been filled up from the reserves. Reinforcements were necessary for the great movement, and they could be got by drafts from the still stagnant Western Front. The Austro-Hungarian armies were indeed fatigued and demoralized, but the operative part of the new plan would be Germany's, and her victorious troops were still far from the limit of their strength. The forces which faced Russia after Lemberg were more formidable than those which had begun the advance in the early days of May. This plan was undoubtedly a sound one, and was the only means by which that decisive military victory could be won for which Ludendorff longed. So far, Germany had done brilliantly, but she had not shattered Russia's strength in the field. To cut off the Polish salient and master Warsaw would not bring about that result, but to bite in far behind from the northern flank, where alone there was freedom of movement, would prevent a repetition of the Galician retreat and compel a wholesale surrender, not of territory, but of armies. Had Russia been the only enemy, Hindenburg and Ludendorff would, beyond cavil, have been right. But Falkenhayn differed, and he won his way. He believed that in a month or two, the Western Front would flare up into fierce life. Therefore, he dared not borrow too much from it, and soon, he anticipated, he would be forced to lend. To strike at once for Kaunas and Vilna was too ambitious a project for Germany's frugal resources, and might well lead to a second Marne. He resolved to be content with a limited objective, to bend the armies of the south northward, and the armies of the north southward, and so put an end for good to the Polish salient. Certain adjustments were accordingly made in the German line of battle. Beginning from the left, the Niemann army, Otto von Below, was to move steadily in Courland against an enemy weakened by the transfer of troops to the south. The 10th Army, Eichhorn, the 8th Army, Schultz, and the new 12th Army, Galwitz, were to press down on the line of the Bober and the Narev. The 9th Army, Prince Leopold of Bavaria, at the point of the salient, would make no serious attack, for it would be confronted with the outer defenses of Warsaw. South of it, Wojrysz would attempt the crossing of the Vistula. To the right of Wojrysz, considerable changes were made. The Austro-Hungarian First Army was moved east to the neighborhood of Sokol, and the order was now Wojrysz, the Austro-Hungarian Fourth Army, the German 11th Army, the new Bug Army, Linsingen, formed out of the 11th, the Austro-Hungarian 1st, 3rd, and 2nd Armies, the Southern Army, now under Bothmer, and the Austro-Hungarian 7th Army, Flanzer-Bolton. The two main striking forces were Gallwitz in the north and Mackensen and Linsingen in the south. The Grand Duke Nicholas was aware of the enemy's strategy. He read clearly the meaning of the strange activity in the north. So far as he could, he kept his armies at full strength. Their losses in men could be replaced, but rifles and machine guns could not be improvised, nor could all the courage and goodwill in the world provide in a few weeks an adequate accumulation of shells. The immediate danger was the Ivangorod-Lublin-Helm Railway, against which moved Mackensen's phalanx. Radko Dmitriev had handed over the Third Army to General Lesch, who had formerly had a corps in that command. For the rest, the personnel was unchanged, save that Ruski, now happily recovered, was given the army of Petrograd, which might soon be called upon to defend the Russian capital. Let us look first at the campaign in the south, where Mackensen, with Wojrysz on his left and Linsingen on his right, faced the armies of Everett and Lesch. On 22nd June, Lemberg had fallen to Bohm-Ermoli. Whilst that army pressed on towards the line of the Upper Bug, and the Southern Army fought for the Dniester crossing about Haliz, and Flanzer-Bolton threatened the line of that river eastward to the frontier, the armies of Mackensen moved steadily northward. His objective on the left was Krasnik and Lublin, on the right Zamość, Helm, and Kovel. The Austrian Fourth Army had already left the railways behind it, and was moving through a country of plains, forests, and bad country roads, a country generally flat, but rising near Krasnik to inconspicuous uplands. The 11th Army, when it left the railheads north of Rava-Ruska, had the same country before it, but it had to face also the considerable marshes around the upper stream of the Viepsh. The summer was wet, and the tangled levels, now scorched with the hot winds of the Polish plain, now drenched with torrential rains, made the movement of the great phalanx slow and painful. At first sight, it would seem that the easier plan would have been to strike at the railway east of Kovel, where it would be nearer the Galician railheads. But to do that involved getting the difficult valley of the Bug between it and the Austrians, and so separating the two parts of Mackensen's striking force. At first, the two armies met with little opposition. Small rearguard actions were fought by the Russians at Tomasov, but the main forces of Lech and Everett were 30 miles away. By the end of June, the Austrians were north of the woods which bound the Tanay watershed, and had their center on the Tolerable Road, embanked above the reach of floods, which runs by Krasnik to Lublin. The 11th Army was approaching the antiquated fortress of Zamość, a place served by no railway, and had before it the main road to Helm by Zamość and Krasnostov. By 2nd July, the Austrians were in Krasnik, and Zamość had fallen without trouble. But that evening the situation changed, for Mackensen was now in touch with the main Russian defense. Its position was about halfway between the Galician railheads and the vital Russian lateral railway. At Krasnik, the chief road or causeway to Lublin starts, and it was the aim of the Russians to prevent the Austrians debouching on it. The village stands on a little stream, the Visnitsa, which flows west to the Vistula. To the east of it, the Bystritsa rises in some high ground and runs north by Lublin to the Viepsh, having its course just to the east of the high road. At first, the Russians succeeded in holding the bank of the Visnitsa north of the village, but on Sunday, 4th July, the Austrian right managed to turn the Russian front by way of the hamlet of Bechava, east of the Bystritsa, and the Russians fell back to a position on the Lublin road some 3 miles north of Krasnik. At the same time, the 11th Army found itself checked about halfway between Zamość and Krasnostov, in the angle formed by the Viepsh and its tributary, the Volitsa. The position was suitable to the defense, for the front of about 7 miles was protected from envelopment on its flanks by the two streams which flowed in marshy hollows across which artillery could not easily move. On 7th July, the German advance came to a standstill, and resolved itself into an artillery duel. Presently, the Austrians at Krasnik were engaged in a serious action. The battle began on the morning of Monday, the 5th, and ended in a considerable defeat on the evening of Friday the 9th. The two enemy armies aiming at the railway were separated by the valley of the Viepsh, and consequently were unable to cooperate in their movements. On the evening of Sunday the 4th, the Austrians lay with their left at Uzendorf, on the rising ground north of the Visnitsa, their center on the Lublin road, and their right at Bechava on the slopes east of the Bystritsa, a front some 18 miles long. On the Monday morning, the Russians struck at the Austrian center, drove it in, took the wayside hamlet of Vilkulas, and cleared the enemy's left wing out of Uzendorf. The next 4 days of attack and counterattack led to the retreat of the Austrians, an average of 2 miles on a front of 18. The Russians carried Bychava village in the hamlet of Bystritsa on the stream of that name, and forced the whole enemy line back to the slopes just north of Krasnik, with the loss of some thousands of prisoners, a very large number of machine guns, and heavy casualties in dead and wounded. On the 9th, the Austrian Fourth Army was in this position, with its right center on the small elevated triangle between the two sources of the Bystritsa, the place called Hill 218 in the survey maps. Here it was secure, but its advance had been checked, and was to remain checked, as was that of the 11th Army for a week. The vital Russian railway was safe for the moment. Let us look at what had been happening meantime to the flanking German armies. Everett, whose opponent was Wojciech, had on 22nd June been astride the Vistula. The advance of the Austrian Fourth Army compelled him to retire his left, and the rest of his line slowly followed suit. By the end of June, he was well back from Opatov on the line Zawichost-Ozerov-Szeno, and that night Zawichost on the Vistula was relinquished. His right fell back down the valley of the Kamiena, fighting stubborn rearguard actions on both sides of the stream. Presently, the river crossing at Yusufov, celebrated during the first assault upon Warsaw, had gone, and early in July, before the Battle of Krasnik, Everett's line ran sharply back from Radom, crossed the Vistula below the mouth of the Kamiena, and covered the Ivangorod-Lublin railway. The right wing of the Austro-German advance was in the nature of a flank guard, to protect the main movement of the Archduke Joseph and Mackensen. One army was directed towards the upper Bug, from Kamianka to Sokol. One moved against the Nila Lipa, and especially against Haliz, while Flanzer Bolton operated upon the Lord Nestor as far as the frontier. By 24th June, the Nestor was crossed west of Haliz. On the 28th, Haliz was captured, which turned the Russian lines on the Nila Lipa, while on the same day the Austrian Second Army was approaching Kamianka, where the Lemberg-Kiev railway crosses the Bug. For some days there was heavy fighting on the Nila Lipa, as the Russian rearguard held off the pursuit, to enable Lekitsky to retire in good order. On the night of 3rd July, the whole Russian front in this sector was back on the Zlota Lipa, a tributary of the Dniester, some 20 miles to the eastward. Meanwhile, Brusilov, farther north, held the upper Bug, and frustrated Austrian attempts to cross that river at Sokol and Kamianka. By 10th July, there was a lull in this part of the front, corresponding to the check of the main attack upon Helm in Lublin. The precedent of the Japanese strategy at Mukden may now have been in Hindenburg's memory, when Oyama struck not simultaneously, but successively in different places. If the effect of each blow is not lost, if each attacking force retains the positions won and engages a portion of the enemy's reserves, then each new blow has the effect of a surprise, for the line assailed cannot be easily reinforced, and the result is a general and cumulative disorder. The Grand Duke Nicholas was not caught unawares, but he was compelled to strain his resources to their uttermost to meet the danger. A number of minor incidents had shown him the direction of the wind. Through the last days of June, skirmishes in the Shively area went on. On 6 July, Eichhorn's 10th Army woke into activity and carried a position west of the road from Suwałki to Kalwaria. On 8th July, there was fighting at Stena, northeast of Szasnysz. About the same time, there was a German movement on the Bezura, which won some trenches near Gammon and lost them on 9th July. On 12th July, there was much activity on the Baber, and the long-suffering fortress of Oswiec was again bombarded. On 15th July, there came more ominous news. The Germans in Courland were pressing hard on the Vindava and Venta rivers. The whole Niemen front was engaged, and the Russians were resisting an attack in force just south of Szasnysz. Szasnysz had fallen to the Germans the day before. It was the first muttering of what soon became a tempest. The great onslaught involved every army on the front, from the Baltic to the Bukovina. But for the moment, the vital attacks were against the two lateral railways. Elsewhere, we have considered the Narev terrain, where in February Hindenburg had fought and failed. Its valley, from its junction with the Bober, runs southwest till it joins the Bug at Sirok, 15 miles from Novo-Georgievisk. It is heavily wooded, marshy in parts, but in several places diversified with sand ridges. 30 or 40 miles south of it ran the Great Warsaw-Petrograd Railway, sending off several branches to the north, which met at Ostrolenka. The main river crossings at Sirok, Poltusk, Rosen, Ostrolenka, and Lomza were fortified. The Narev line represented the screen of the Petrograd Railway. If it could be forced, that railway must soon be mastered by the enemy. The attack began on 14th July, when Galwitz, with 5th Corps, moved on both sides of Szasnysz. He had behind him the admirable East Prussian railway system, and to serve his right flank, the line from Blawa to Novo-Georgievisk. On his left moved the army of Schultz, connecting with Eichhorn. The Russians, falling back from Szasnysz, took up a prepared position running from Chekon to Kresnichevs in the Orzy Valley. Here they were attacked on the 15th, but their rear guards managed to hold the line for 2 days while the main forces fell back towards the Narev. In this way, the salient was curtailed, and the drawing in of the northern side necessitated the withdrawal of the point. About the 18th, the famous lines of the Raka and Bezura were relinquished voluntarily, for there was small pressure there, and the Russian force covering Warsaw on the west retired 14 miles to the Bologna lines, some 15 miles from the city. During the next week, the Russians fell back, fighting stubbornly on the Narev. By the 20th, they were mostly on its southern bank, but held all the bridgeheads on the northern shore. The river fortresses were coming under the fire of the German heavy guns, and their outworks were crumbling. There were sorties from Novo-Georgievisk, but they had little effect. On the night of the 23rd, Gallwitz won certain crossings on the Narev. The chief was just opposite the mouth of the Orzy, between Pultusk and Rosen. Farther east, a passage was won between Ostrolink and Lomza, where the ground on the southern side is free from marshes. By Sunday, the 25th, no further ground had been won on the south bank, but Gallwitz's right was on the Bug, between Sirach and Novo-Georgiesk. Though he had not yet won the river line on a broad front, he was within 20 miles of Warsaw and the Petrograd Railway. Meanwhile, the battle had been resumed on the southern sector. On 16th July, the Austrians attacked the Russians on the Krasnik-Lublin road, but after many assaults, failed to carry the Vilkulaz position. The same day, the 11th Army made a great effort against Krasnostov. As we have seen, its center lay in the angle between the Viepsh and the Volitsa, the Russian line crossing the narrower end. During the week, it had bridged the marshy streams on its flanks and was able to dispose its artillery on a broad front and use its superior numbers for envelopment. It pushed its left across the Viepsh towards the village of Pulaskovichi and flung its right across the Volitsa, while the center, where were the heaviest guns, forced a passage along the Helm Road. Before such weight of men and guns, Lesh's force was compelled to give way, and fighting desperate rearguard action with the bayonet, fell back behind Krasnostov. On the morning of Sunday, the 18th, Mackinson had won that town and the village of Pulaskevich, and was within 10 miles of the vital railway. The skies had darkened for Russia along the whole front. Before Warsaw, where the enemy's strength was lowest, the Bologna line was still held, but the events to south and north were speedily making it a position of danger. For in those days Voyresh's army began to drive Evert from the whole left bank of the Vistula. The advance of Mackinson was bound very shortly to make Ivangorod untenable, and the shortening of the Bazura front turned the flank of the Radom position. On the 19th, Everett's center was driven east of Itza, on the Idzanka River. Voyresh's cavalry were on the Radom-Ivangorod Railway, and Radom had fallen. Presently, Shano fell, and on the 21st, Voyresh's advance guard seized the Vistula bridgehead at Nova Alexandria. On the 22nd, the Russian right was driven into Ivangorod, which was thus assailed at once from south and west. The Russians, holding the Austrian Fourth Army at Vilkulaz, now found themselves outflanked by Voyresh on the right and Mackinson on the left, and were compelled to fall back near Lublin. Far in the north there loomed a peril more remote, but not less deadly. On the 14th, the left of Otto von Belo's Niemann army had crossed the Vindava near Christiany and was sweeping round towards Tukum, the halfway house between Vinda and Riga, while his center was in front of Shavli, with the great guns of the East Prussian fortresses in support. Tukum and Vindau fell on 20th July, and the advance of Mita began, while the center was now east of Shavli. Farther south on the Dyabisa, the Russian line was forced, and Eichhorn's left wing advanced on Kavna. The factories and depots of Riga began to move their goods and plant to the interior. Otto von Velo was within 20 miles of Riga, and Eichhorn within 60 of Vilna. Such was the situation on Saturday, 24th July. It was sufficiently desperate, for Russia had drawn all the spears to her breast. The enemy was close up on the railway salient, 15 miles from the apex, 10 miles from the southern side, no more than 20 from the northern. The fortified line of the Nerev was pierced, though not yet wholly broken. In these days, the Grand Duke Nicholas had been called upon to make one of the most momentous decisions in the history of his country. The great Polish triangle of fortresses, the base of Russia's frontier defense, Novo-Georgievesk, Ivangorod, Brest, Litovsk, was still intact. Should he endeavor, with the aid of these works, to hold the triangle, and with it Warsaw? Or should he sacrifice Poland and its capital, with all that it held of military and political significance, and fall back to the east, as Peter the Great and Kuznetsov had done before him? The second course was far the harder. To extricate great armies from a narrowing salient along 3 railways, 2 of which might any day become impossible, in the face of an enemy so amply equipped, might well seem to demand a miracle for success. It meant that his wearied troops must hold for a space of weeks the sides of the salient while the front retired. The easy and fatal path would have been to trust the fortresses and hold out in the triangle, in that hope of some sudden gift of fortune with which even strong men sometimes flatter their souls. He chose the path of difficulty and of sound strategy. Kuznetsov's view was his. It was not land or cities that mattered, but the armies of Russia. He trusted his men to perform the impossible. Some day out of the east, these armies would return to win back more than they had sacrificed. Somewhere on the line of the Bug, or if necessary, on the Dnieper, a position would be found in which to await the preparation of the machine that would redress the balance. On 15th July, the resolution was taken to abandon Warsaw, and with it, the rest of Russian Poland. End of Chapter 33, Part 1. Recording by Keith Marone. Section 20 of A History of the Great War, Volume 2, The Beleaguered Fortress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Great War, Volume 2, The Beleaguered Fortress by John Buchan, Chapter 33. The Abandonment of Warsaw, June 22nd to August 5, 1915, Part 2. There is a tale that Alexiev, then Chief of Staff to Ivanov, differed from his colleagues in the preceding August when the Austrian armies crossed the southern border of Poland. They saw the weakness of the enemy's position and were resolved to give effect to that strategic plan which in a fortnight gave them the victories of Lemberg and Ravoruska. But Alexeyev, it is said, took a larger view. He counseled retreat, and still retreat, behind the Pripyat marshes, away into the heart of the country. "Let us inflame our opponents by means of easy successes," he said. "They will follow blindly, and then when winter comes, we shall not beat them, we shall destroy them." His advice was not taken. Had it been, who shall say how the campaign would have evolved? Hypothetics is a bastard science, which should be shunned by the historian. But the legend is interesting as revealing in an extreme form the deepest instinct of Russian strategy. The determining factor had never been Peter or Kutuzov or the Grand Duke Nicholas, but General Russia. It was an echo of the policy which gave them Poltava and Krasny and the Beretyna, and which, 500 years before the birth of Christ, had baffled the armies of Darius. "The Scythians," wrote Herodotus, quote, "in regard to one of the greatest of human matters, have struck out a plan cleverer than any I know. In other respects I do not admire them, but they have contrived this great object, that no invader of their country shall ever escape out of it or shall ever be able to find out and overtake them unless they themselves choose." End quote. But the precedents of 1709 and 1812 were no accurate guide to the happenings of today. Let us look more closely into the matter and consider exactly what causes led to Napoleon's failure and whether or not they were still operative. On such an inquiry must depend our view of the wisdom of the Grand Duke's strategy. The main lines of the 1812 expedition are familiar. By the third week of June in that year, Napoleon had massed 400,000 men and 1,000 guns on a front roughly defined by the Great Bend of the Niemen, which has its center at Kovna. He began the crossing of the river on 24th June, and presently the Grand Army was swallowed up in the silence of the northern forests. On the 28th he occupied Vilna, and on 23rd July reached Vitebsk. Here, as the readers of Sagar will remember, he fell into a mood of indecision and paced restlessly up and down the rainy street. He found his supply system working badly, and sickness and poor food had done much to reduce his forces. Accordingly, he told his marshals that the campaign of 1812 was over. He proposed to go into cantonments on a line running north and south through Vitebsk, covered by Murat's cavalry divisions. During the winter, Poland and Lithuania would be reorganized and supplies collected on the Vitebsk front, and from this advanced base the operations for the campaign of 1813 would begin. The plan was sound, and had it been persisted in, the course of history would have been different. But on 8th August, the Russians made a surprise attack on Murat's center. Napoleon counterattacked and set the whole Grand Army in motion, believing that his enemy was about to give him the chance of fighting a decisive battle. He moved on Smolensk and entered it on 18th August. Once there, he was captivated by the notion of a dash for Moscow. His hope was that if he could beat the Russians in a great battle and occupy their ancient capital, Alexander would be willing to make peace, as he had done after the disaster of Friedland. Accordingly, Napoleon found himself committed to a march on Moscow in the late summer, which could only be a desperate race against time. The decision sealed his fate. His army began to vanish long before he reached the capital. At Borodino, he had little more than 130,000 men in line. He entered Moscow with less than 100,000. 3/4 of the Grande Armée was gone. The rest of the great tale is tragedy. We know from Sager the strange scene on the Sparrow Hills where Napoleon waited for the capitulation of the Russian nobles, which never came. Then followed the entry into a sepulchre of a city. Then the Great Fire. And then, on 13th October, the first frost of winter and the beginning of the retreat. The country rose behind the invaders, and cold and famine hastened like avengers of blood on their trail. Presently, the Grand Army was only 40,000. Soon it was only 24,000. The Brisna was reached, where the emperor fell into a stupor and murmured, Poltava. 18,000 broken men crossed the Niemen, where a few months before the emperor had whistled Marlborough s'en va en guerre. And Ney, as the story goes, staggered into Dumas' bivouac, crying, Jésus regarde le Grand Army. Malbrook had gone to the wars and had returned, but when he entered Warsaw by sledge, he had left his empire behind him. The debacle of 1812 was due mainly to the impossibility of obtaining adequate supplies. It was that, rather than the winter weather, which destroyed the Grand Army. For it is too often forgotten that the army had ceased to be an efficient force before it reached Moscow. What was Napoleon's method of supply? In the 17th century, the small armies of the day lived largely on the country they occupied. Their system was one of inadequate magazines and transport lines, supplemented by a general levying of contributions and extensive plunder. The army of Gustavus Adolphus fought in alliance with Prussia, but it took Prussia 50 years to recover from its exactions. This system proved as inadequate as it was demoralizing. In the 18th century, accordingly, armies were munitioned by the help of contractors, who formed magazines at the base and the advanced bases, and brought up supplies to the front by horse and water transport. This was the regular system, and it was supplemented not by levying contributions, but by purchasing supplies locally and paying for them out of the traveling military chest. The 18th century was probably the time when, speaking broadly, armies inflicted the least hardships on the districts in which they operated. Footnote: the fashion was carried sometimes to a farcical excess. In 1806, the Prussian army, which still followed the 18th century practice, found itself occasionally starving in the midst of ripe cornfields or shivering beside piles of cut timber, because the commissaries had not closed the bargain for corn and firewood. The French Republican levies broke from the system, and Napoleon followed them. The new plan was to make war support itself. They levied money contributions on the cities they occupied, and still larger contributions in kind. This practice secured far greater freedom and rapidity of movement for moderately large forces operating on a broad front. If supplies for men and horses could be found on the ground, it was no longer necessary for the units to depend on the wagon trains coming slowly up from the base. But when Napoleon began to advance from the Niemen, the conditions were such that living off the country was impossible. Wood and water were the only things that could be furnished locally. The district, poor at the best, were swept clear of everything, not only because the Russians deliberately destroyed supplies, but also because as they retired, they ate up all that was locally available. Napoleon had to depend upon the old system of magazines, which in May and June were collected on the Niemen front. But to send forward supplies was a difficult business. The roads were atrocious. Wagons and horses were constantly breaking down. The quantity of transport required was enormous and grew daily as the lines of operations extended. The very life of the Grand Army depended on the continuous double stream of wagons coming up loaded from the Niemen front and returning empty for further supplies. The problem proved too great. In that realm of chaos and old night, where roads were tracks and rain turned the land into a morass, the whole commissariat went to pieces, and victories only meant starvation. Clearly, the situation in this respect was very different in 1915 from what it had been in 1812. The German soldiers at Windau were eating bread baked and fresh meat packed in Berlin the day before. Railways were being built a mile behind the advancing forces. Thousands of motor wagons were ready to supplement them. And if necessary, an asphalted road 50 miles long could be constructed in 2 days. The German base on the Niemen would not consist of magazines filled up during a few weeks by collecting food and forage from Poland and East Prussia. They had behind them a railway system which enabled them to draw continuously on all the resources of Central Europe. The magazines would merely represent the temporary accumulation at the railheads, and every day would bring in more. If the Russians destroyed local supplies, it would matter little. The German armies would live on their railways and their motor transport. The view was sound, but it was not all the truth. Modern science had indeed removed one of the worst of Napoleon's difficulties. The precedent of 1812 was no basis for a precise forecast, but certain rock facts remained. Russia was still a country of infinite distances. The heart of the land was the people, and no capital or province. Human energy is limited, and all the railways on Earth could not make a campaign in hostile territory 100 miles from the frontiers as easy as one fought just outside them. As the German line of communications lengthened out, it must grow weaker and more vulnerable, for though the relation of distance to time had changed, it still remained a fixed proportion. Supplies would still take twice as long to travel 400 miles as to travel 200. Moreover, as the German army advanced eastward, the front would tend to broaden and the lines grow thinner. A space of some hundreds of miles proved fatal to Napoleon. That space might now need to be multiplied by 10 or 20. But space, if ample enough, would sooner or later dissipate the fiercest energy. In 2 respects, the situation was more fortunate for Russia than in 1812. Then she was still without the self-consciousness of a nation. The Poles and Lithuanians were all on the French side. Vilna celebrated Napoleon's birthday. Minsk greeted the troops of Davout with music and flowers. At Mogilev there was Mass in the cathedral for the emperor's well-being. Even in Russia proper, the people were confused. For a few years before, their Tsar had been in alliance with the French. They were ignorant of the doings of the West and were for long puzzled to understand the meaning of the invasion. Nor was there any fierce hostility felt then or later to Napoleon himself, such as flourished at the time in Britain. Pushkin's words represented the judgment of many classes. Quote,
"All hail! He pointed out a great destiny to the Russian people, and from the gloom of his banishment bequeathed to the world lasting freedom."
End quote. The feeling of the ordinary Russian was bewilderment and pity rather than wrath. When a priest of Smolensk on his way to a dying parishioner met the emperor trampling moodily in the icy slush, he pressed on him the sacrament because he seemed the greatest of human sufferers. But in 1915, the slow consciousness of Russia had partially awakened. She knew the war for a struggle not of armies and dynasties, but of peoples and of ideals. Civilization had laid its hands on her since 1812. Her great spaces were pierced with roads and railways, and cornlands lay where had once been wood and marsh. The Germans were advancing in an easier country, but the century which had improved the face of the land had given a new cohesion and force to the human resistance. Again, the armed strength of Russia, both absolutely and relatively, was far greater than in 1812. Napoleon, it should be remembered, thought first of dividing and breaking the Russian armies. The occupation of Moscow was only a secondary matter, a quasi-political move forced on him by his inability to get really to grips with his foe. Quote, "Bagration and Barclay will not see each other again," end quote. He had said confidently when he crossed the Niemen, believing that he had driven a wedge between the armies of the North and of the South. He was wrong. For on 3rd August, the two armies joined hands at Smolensk, and thereafter their cohesion was never broken. But the united Russian forces were not formidable. At Borodino, they numbered little over 103,000, and on that bloody day they lost some 58,000 killed and wounded, including 22 generals. They had no commanders of genius, certainly no one comparable to Napoleon. The troops which the Grand Duke Nicholas led in 1915 yielded to their foe in few things but equipment. Once again, as in 1812, the aim of the invader must be the destruction of the armies. If these could retreat without grave loss into their infinite hinterland, the enterprise of Hindenburg might shipwreck as grievously as Napoleon's. With such considerations, the Allies in the West comforted themselves as they watched the spectacle of the Russian disasters. They were reasonable and weighty arguments, but they suffered from one doubtful proviso. Germany might fail, but in her failure she might bring down the whole edifice of Russian society. Even if armies are not broken in front, their sufferings may so react upon the people at large that treasons come into being which destroy them from behind. The nation was still unwieldy and inorganic, and it was not easy to be confident that so imperfect a mechanism of government could withstand so fiery a trial. Hopeful signs there were. Gukakov, the Octoberist leader, had been made Minister of Munitions. The Duma seemed to be asserting itself as the popular mouthpiece, and the ally of the Third Duma, General Polivanov, had become Minister of War. But the uncertainty remained. Germany might not succeed in her immediate purpose of destruction, and yet blindly and unwittingly might sow for Russia the seeds of a more terrible downfall. The last days of July in Warsaw saw a strange sight. The great factories with their plant migrated eastward, while homeless peasants from the neighboring country thronged into the city. The normal inhabitants, to the number of nearly 500,000, sought refuge in Russia, traveling by the northern line within sound of the guns of the Narev. All goods which could be useful to the coming enemy were removed, and what could not be taken was burned. The Praga and Alexander bridges were thronged with convoys carrying gold from the banks, archives from the State Departments, and sacred relics and icons from the churches. The crops were destroyed in the surrounding fields when no man could be found to reap them. A migration of hackney carriages began, carrying families on the 1,000-mile road to Moscow. The newspapers announced the evacuation, and then appeared no more. Their linotype machines and founts of type were carried off, and all the copper fittings which could be found in the city. Only Poles remained, and the very poorest of the ghetto. The civil evacuation was carried out with extraordinary efficiency and speed, but the real task was the withdrawal of the troops from the western lines. The railway to Brest-Litovsk was reserved for military trains, and about 24th July the Bologna forces began to fall back gradually to the suburbs of the city. If the army in the front of the salient was to get clear away, the sides must be held, and especially that northern side where, on the Narev and Bug, the enemy was only some 20 miles distant. The holding battle fought there during the last week of July was one of the finer episodes of the retirement. Heavy reinforcements were brought against the Narev, and Golvitz and Schultz attacked fiercely on the 26th July and the subsequent days, but they were unable to break the Russian resistance. Farther south, where the position was for the moment less critical, the enemy won several notable successes. On the 28th, Voyrich succeeded in crossing the Vistula between Warsaw and Ivangorod at several points south of the mouth of the Polica. Ivangorod was now untenable, and very wisely it was resolved not to defend the great fortress. Everett's army fell back northeastward, keeping in touch with the army defending Warsaw. Next day, Mackensen at last pierced the southern railway. His left wing, thrust forward between Lublin and Helm, cut the line at the station of Biskupias and dominated a section east of that place, while his right advanced northeast of Krasnostov to a point 5 miles south of the line. The following day, Lech fell back from the railway to a position well to the north, and Lublin and Helm were in German hands. Feverishly, the work of evacuation went on, and the flanking forces were able either to hold the enemy or to make his progress slow. By 4th August, the moment had come for the point of the salient to yield. The stores and guns had all gone eastward, and while the flanking army of the Narev still held, it was high time for the center to fall back. On the evening of 4th August, the Russians retired without difficulty from the Bologna lines and began to move through the city. For the past days, German aircraft had been dropping bombs on Warsaw, and the great guns had set the western suburbs on fire. By midnight, the last troops were filing over the bridges, fighting rearguard actions with the pursuing cavalry. At 3 o'clock on the morning of 5th August, there was a sound of heavy explosions. The 3 Vistula bridges had been blown up. 2 hours later, the German cavalry, the advance guard of Prince Leopold's army, entered the city. The emperor did not fulfill the expectations of his opponents. He made no spectacular entry into the Polish capital. On the last day of July, he had issued a manifesto to mark the anniversary of the beginning of war. It was a curious document, an illustration of the attitude of the German people as reflected in the mind of their emperor, that faithful mirror of popular opinion. In it, he repeated the story that an innocent German had been attacked by a jealous coalition, which had been preparing for a decade, but, quote,
she dikes which she erected, anticipating that she would once more have to defend what she gained in 1870, have defied the highest tide in the world's history.
End quote. And he summoned his people to a new covenant with the omnipotence who had so amply blessed their arms. On the news of the crowning mercy of Warsaw, he permitted himself one modest outburst, and in a telegram to the Queen of Greece gave rein to his exultation.
My destructive sword,
he said, quote,
has crushed the Russians. They will need 6 months to recover. In a short time I will announce new victories won by my brave soldiers, who have shown themselves invincible in battle against nearly the whole world. The war drama is now coming to a close.
End quote. He had some cause for his pride. The Christmas gift, the birthday gift, had failed, but Warsaw had now come to him as an anniversary memento, a token that the first year of war had ended in a German triumph. The privilege of entering Warsaw as a conqueror was left to Prince Leopold of Bavaria, an old gentleman of 70 who had never before commanded anywhere but at maneuvers. He had married the eldest daughter of the Emperor of Austria, and his selection was due to a desire to placate Austrian sentiment and reveal to the world the conquest as due to the valor of both nations. Prince Leopold was no Attila, and he had only a remnant to deal with. He took hostages after the German fashion, and after the same fashion issued a proclamation announcing that he waged war against troops and not against peaceful citizens, and inviting the people, quote, to trust to the German sense of justice, end quote. As he rode with his suite in the evening through the Sigismund Square on his way to the palace, he saw a glow on the eastern horizon. It was the ominous sight which Napoleon had seen. The skies reddened with the flames of crops and villages as the armies of Russia fell back before the invader. End of Chapter 33. Recording by Keith Marone.
Section 21 of A History of the Great War, Volume 2, The Beleaguered Fortress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Great War, Volume 2, The Beleaguered Fortress by John Buchan. Chapter 34, Gallipoli, The Battles for Krithia, April 29th to July 31st, 1915. We left the Allied forces after the first movement against Krithia on 28 April, extended on a line running from a point on the Gulf of Saros, 3 miles northeast of Kappa Teki, to a point 1 mile north of Eski-Hisaluk, whence it bent back a little to the shore of the Dardanelles. For the next months, the story of the campaign is concerned with the slow and desperate struggle for Krithia and the Akibaba Heights, which were the first steps towards the conquest of the peninsula. Before we enter upon the details of that struggle, it may be well to glance at the problem of the Turkish communications, for it had a direct bearing upon the Allied strategy of the campaign. Lyman von Sanders had on the peninsula not less than 70,000 men and a lavish provision of artillery, and he had another 20,000 close at hand. To feed his troops and supply his guns, he needed ample communications, and these could not be found in the narrow road from Rodosto across the Balear Isthmus, a road bad at the best, and now commanded by the fire of the Allied ships in the Gulf of Saros. His true communications lay by water down the Sea of Marmora to the ports of Gallipoli and Mados. If this water transport should be hampered, the only remaining plan was to bring his reserves and supplies along the Asiatic coast to Chanak and have them ferried over in the darkness of the night. This was a practicable route, but slow and circuitous. If he wished for free and speedy transport, he must keep the Sea of Marmara inviolate. It was the object of the Allies to make that sea impossible, and the only means at their disposal was the submarine. Several brilliant enterprises by British submarine commanders carried the war into the Marmora and up to the wharves of Constantinople. The result was that the Sea of Marmara was no longer regarded as safe, and the Turkish supplies began to travel by the Asiatic shore and the ferries of the Narrows. This involved a certain dislocation and delay, which were of inestimable service to the Allied troops which faced the formidable batteries of Akibaba and Khalid Var. The first advance on Krithia on 28 April came short of success because of the weakness and weariness of the attacking force, worn out with the desperate struggle of the landing. The failure of the landing at Y Beach, which was within a mile of Krithia, prevented Sir Ian Hamilton from undertaking an enveloping movement and forced him to a frontal assault. Through no fault of his, the battle in the butt end of the peninsula had ossified into an affair of parallel fronts, for the Anzac forces were too precariously situated to turn the enemy defense in flank. Yet it is clear that at this stage, had reserves been present, Krithia and Akibaba could have been carried by a direct frontal attack. The tragedy of Gallipoli was that when reinforcements came, they were invariably too late, and the situation had so changed that what could have been achieved by their aid a fortnight before was now impossible. On 30th April, 2 further battalions of the Royal Naval Division disembarked, and next day came the 29th Brigade of Indian Infantry. The first days of May saw various Turkish attacks which failed, and Allied counterstrokes which were brought to an end by barbed wire and machine guns. Already the casualty list for the British alone was some 14,000, and the Fusilier Brigade of the 29th Division had lost 68 of its 104 officers, and more than half of its men. Sir Ian Hamilton could now count upon only about 33,000 rifles, of which some 5,000 were British regulars. He resolved to strike again at Krithia, and the new attempt was made on the morning of Thursday, 6th May. The assaulting troops were on the 29th Division, reinforced by a Lancashire Territorial Brigade and the 29th Indian Brigade on the left, and the French on the right, supported by part of the Naval Division. 2 Anzac brigades had been brought down from Gallipoli to act as a general reserve. The plan of attack was for the left and center to occupy the Krithia Ridge, while the French should assault the high ground on the right across the valley of the Karevis Deri, the small stream which enters the Dardanelles just beyond Eski Hisarlik. The French guns opened fire from the neighborhood of Sed El Bar about 11 in the morning, aiming at the southern spur of Akibaba and the broken ground in front of it towards the Krithia road. At the same time, the battleships in the straits plastered the upper slopes of Akibaba and the Turkish trenches in the Karavis Valley. After half an hour of artillery preparation, the French infantry attacked in open order, but as they reached the top of the slope overlooking the Karavis Deri, they came suddenly upon Turkish trenches skillfully concealed behind the crest. Part of the naval brigade was sent forward to reinforce them, but they too fell in with concealed Turkish trenches. Again and again through the afternoon, the Allied right struggled to advance, but the place was too strong, and about 5:30 p.m. the fighting died away. The result of the day was that the French had pushed forward a mile and had dug themselves in on the slopes above the Karavis Deri, but had failed to carry the Turkish trenches on the reverse slope or the redoubt at the top of the valley. That night the Turks counterattacked between 10 p.m. and 2 a.m., but the French held their ground. The 29th Division on the left had also advanced a few hundred yards with heavy casualties. Next day, 7th May, about 10 o'clock, the ships began a bombardment of the Turkish right on Akibaba. They directed special attention to the ground at the head of the ravine leading to Beach Y. A quarter of an hour later, the British left and center attacked the 87th and 88th Brigades towards the slopes between Krithia and the sea, and the naval brigades in the center towards Krithia village. They carried the front Turkish trenches, but the second line held them up, and their supports were heavily shelled by Turkish guns from the heights. Meantime, the French on the right had lain quiet till noon. Then they began an elaborate bombardment, and at 3 p.m., supported by part of the Naval Division, attacked over the same ground as the day before. During the afternoon they made some progress, but about 5 p.m., their advanced infantry was caught on the slopes by such a hail of shrapnel that the line wavered and broke. The Turks counterattacked and took the French trenches on the crest. Diomed flung in his reserves, and after an hour's severe fighting, they recovered the lost ground and held it till nightfall under a heavy fire. During the afternoon, the British had done little. Shortly after 5, our infantry advanced, and about 6 attempted to carry the hill between Krithia and the sea. It proved too strong, but as a result of the day, we had entrenched our front within 800 yards of Krithia. It was desperately costly fighting. Our artillery fire seemed to have no effect upon the enemy, who had trench lines cunningly hidden over the whole position. Next day, 8th May, the battle was renewed at 10 o'clock. Again the ships in the Gulf of Saros bombarded the Turkish right and the ground behind it, and after half an hour's preparation, the British left and left center attacked. The 87th and 88th Brigades gained further ground in the broken bush country between Krithia and the sea. The 86th Brigade and the Australian and New Zealand supports were then pushed in to strengthen the line. Nothing happened on the right of our front, and during the afternoon there was a lull. We were reorganizing our forces with a view to a last attempt upon Krithia village. At 5:15 p.m., all the available ships and the shore batteries united in a terrific bombardment. The Turkish position appeared to be smothered in flame and smoke, and not an enemy gun spoke. But once again we were to learn the strength of scientifically prepared entrenchments. At 5:30 our advance began, and no sooner did we move than the Turks opened fire along the whole front with artillery, machine guns, and rifles. On the left we moved a little way towards Krithia, but soon reached our limit. The French on the right carried the first Turkish trenches, and there stuck fast. Confused fighting continued till 7:30 p.m., when night put an end to the battle. The result of the 3-day struggle was that our front had been advanced over 8,000 yards, but we had not touched the enemy's main position. We realized its unique strength, and all idea of rushing it was abandoned. Meantime, the Australasian Corps at Saribaya was persistently attacked during the battles of 6th to 8th May, but though they had lent part of their forces to the Krithia front, they held their ground at all points. It was this flanking force which the Turks especially feared, and they spent the first fortnight of the month in ringing it in with elaborate defenses. The Australian line lay in a semicircle, with the enemy's trenches close up to it, in some places as near as 20 yards, except in that part adjoining the shore where the ship's guns kept him off. A wide hollow, which our men call Shrapnel Valley, divided the position into 2 sections, and on the northern section the Turkish trenches were on much higher ground than ours. On the night of 18th May, Lyman Van Sanders brought fresh troops from Constantinople and drew up part of his Krithia garrison. About midnight, a heavy fire from rifle and machine guns broke out against the Australian trenches, and at various points attacks were made which crumbled before our defense. At 5 a.m. on the 19th, the Turkish artillery began, and all morning the enemy attempted to rush our lines. The cool and steady shooting of the Australians kept him at bay, and by 11 o'clock the battle died down. It was one of the most costly of the enemy reverses, and the Turkish losses were believed to be not less than 7,000 men. On the main front in the south, various changes had taken place. The whole of the 42nd East Lancashire Territorial Division, under General Douglas, had landed and had replaced the 29th Division in the line. The 29th, 42nd, and Royal Naval Division had been formed into the 8th Corps under General Hunter Weston, General de Lisle replacing him in command of the 29th. A 2nd French Division had arrived under General Beloud. On the night of the 12th, the Gurkhas of the 29th Indian Brigade, under cover of a cannonade from the water, rushed the bluffs above Beach Wide with few casualties. For the rest of the month the battle languished, while Sir Ian Hamilton was slowly wringing drafts out of the government at home. All his units had taken the field short of establishment, and he found it impossible to keep them at anything like a normal strength. Some of the divisions were already only divisions in name. His position had become one of tragic difficulty. He could not sit still at Hells under the perpetual bombardment from Akibaba. The heats of summer were increasing, and in that crowded heel of land, his position would soon be one of intense discomfort and danger. A new attempt must be made on Krithia. The third action was fought on 4th June. Sir Ian Hamilton had, apart from the French, 17,000 bayonets for the attack and 7,000 in reserve. His dispositions ran, on the left, the 29th Division, with the 29th Indian Brigade. On the left center, the 42nd Division. On the right center, the Royal Naval Division. And on the right, the 2nd and 1st French Divisions. After a preparation by all the shore batteries and ship's guns, the advance began at noon. The Indian Brigade at first made good progress and captured 2 lines of trenches. Unfortunately, on their right, a part of the 29th Division had found itself faced with a heavy wire entanglement which our artillery had not cut. This checked their progress, and the Indians were compelled by enfilading fire to retire to their original line. The rest of the 29th Division captured a redoubt and 2 trench lines beyond it, and advanced the front by 300 yards. The 42nd Division in the center captured 3 lines of trenches and advanced 600 yards, but they were too far beyond the rest for comfort, and after holding an advanced, captured trench for a day and a night, had to fall back to the 2nd trench. The Naval Division progressed for 300 yards, taking a redoubt and a line of trenches, but was obliged to yield its gains owing to the position on its right. There the French, charging with desperate gallantry, retook for the 4th time the redoubt of Le Haricot, but were driven out of it by shell fire. The fruits of this 3rd attempt on Akibaba were an advance of at the most 400 yards on a front of 3 miles, and the occupation of 2 lines of Turkish trenches. The Allied casualties were heavy, and the affair cannot be regarded otherwise than as a costly reverse. It was after the Battle of 4th June that the need for large reinforcements became too urgent to be denied. After 5 weeks' struggle in which the fighting had been as desperate as any in the war, we had not yet touched the outer Turkish position. The German engineers had turned the ground to brilliant defensive uses, and even when long lengths of trenches were carried by our infantry attacks, there remained redoubts, like the Fortans on the Western Front, to make a general advance impossible. It may be questioned whether a more abundant supply of high explosives would have greatly altered the case. Our bombardments had been lavish enough, but they had scarcely touched the enemy. The Gallipoli campaign had revealed itself as a slow and deadly frontal attack, in which yard by yard we should have to fight our way across the ridges. Such warfare was costly beyond all reckoning. Up to 31st May, that is, covering the landing in the first 2 attempts at Krithia, the casualties in the Dardanelles, exclusive of the French, reached a total of 38,636, of whom 1,722 were officers. The battle losses for the 3 years of the South African War were only 38,156. Meantime, things were going no less ill on the water. The Allied fleets had shared in every land attack, and on the Goeben, on the Turkish side, from farther up the straits, took part in at least one engagement. These large vessels, stationary or moving very slowly along the coast, were a superb target for underwater assault, and presently news came that some of the large ocean-going German submarines, which had been commissioned early in the year, were on their way to the Mediterranean. About the middle of May, one was reported near Malta, and there were many spots on the long indented Anatolian coast where they could find a base. This possibility gave much anxiety to the Allied admirals. Meantime, on the night of 12th May, a Turkish destroyer performed a singularly bold feat on its own account. It found the old British battleship, the Goliath, protecting the French flank just inside the straits, sunk it by torpedo fire, with the loss of the captain, 19 officers, and 500 men, and managed to return safely. Such an exploit was only possible under cover of darkness, and the risk of it did not interfere with the daylight operations of the fleet. But presently a far more formidable foe arrived, a foe whose presence made naval support, so far at least as concerned the great battleships, a very doubtful and costly undertaking. About midday on 26th May, the Triumph was moving slowly up the northern shore of the peninsula in support of the Australasian troops. Apparently her nets were out, and there were destroyers close at hand. A torpedo from a German submarine tore through the nets, struck the vessel amidships, and sank her in 9 minutes. Here was an incident to give serious thought. The enemy, in broad daylight, in water full of shipping, had broken through all our safeguards and destroyed a battleship. The hunt for the submarine was vigorously conducted, but nothing was heard of it till next day, when the Majestic, steaming very close to the shore, was sunk in the same fashion. The Allied fleets, compelled by the necessities of gunnery to move slowly, were obviously at the mercy of an enemy underwater. From this date, therefore, the larger vessels began to withdraw. The Queen Elizabeth returned home, and there remained only a few of the older battleships, a number of cruisers, French and British, like the Aurelius, Minerva, Talbot, Phaeton, Amethyst, and Claver, and a flotilla of destroyers, including the Scorpion, Wolverine, Pincher, Renard, and Chelmer. In addition, we had some of the monitors, which had operated in October off the Flanders coast, a type of vessel whose shallow draft made it most suitable for coast bombardment and less vulnerable to submarine attack. In the old historical novels, the hero, when he was not to be observed wending his way on horseback up a mountain path in the twilight, was generally found holding a narrow staircase against uncounted foes. To the Turks had fallen the favorite romantic situation. We had chosen to attack them in one of the strongest natural fortresses in the world. The convex arc of the Akibaba Heights might have been created for a modern defense. Not a yard of it was dead ground. Every foot was exposed to bombardment from the well-placed guns and the concentric trench lines. With a base a few miles square, we attempted by frontal fighting to win a step now and then of the staircase. It is true that the Australasian Corps had secured a position on the enemy's right rear, but that too was a step of a staircase, and our overseas troops clung precariously to the edge of the cliffs. Every detail of our position was under fire, and there was no safe hinterland for wounded and reserves except that to be gained by an embarkation and a voyage. The wounded had to go to Alexandria and Malta, and munitions, food, and water had to travel many leagues of sea. Drinking water had to be brought from Egypt or further. The position is best described in Sir Ian Hamilton's words. The country is broken, mountainous, arid, and void of supplies. The water found in the areas occupied by our forces is quite inadequate for their needs. The only practicable beaches are small, cramped breaks in impractical lines of cliffs. With the wind in certain quarters, no sort of landing is possible. The wastage, by bombardment and wreckage, of lighters and small craft has led to crisis after crisis in our carrying capacity. Whilst over every single beach plays fitfully throughout each day a devastating shell fire at medium ranges. Such a position would have been grave against a feeble opponent, but the Turk was no despicable foe. He had long before, at Plevna, proved himself a great master of defensive war. He was aided by the best German military skill and the latest German science. He was holding the gate of his sacred capital against the infidel, a gate like the bridge of Horatius, where 1,000 might be stopped by 3. But his numbers were greater than ours. He was like a posse of mailed men on the summit of a narrow stairway, with every advantage of ground, weapon, and forewarning. In June, the political and strategic importance of the Dardanelles expedition had been amply manifested. What had not been dreamed of in April had come to pass. The determined attack upon Russia could not yet be balanced by a counteroffensive in the west, and the Dardanelles was the only terrain where the Allies could directly aid the hard-pressed armies of the Tsar. They were striking a blow to free the Russian left flank, to secure a passage for munitions to the Black Sea ports, and to win for Christendom and Russia the cradle of the Orthodox Church and the capital of the Eastern Roman Empire, to which Russia asserted a claim of heirship. The value of the enterprise on Russian public opinion cannot be overstated. Strategically, too, there was much to be said in its defense. The Allies could not win the war within reasonable time without the help of the Russian armies, and anything which conduced to their aid was a contribution to the whole Allied cause. Besides, Germany had given the East a special significance. It was clear that, as a great land power, she was turning her eyes more and more to those vast continental tracts of Eastern Europe and Western Asia, where a sea power was meaningless. Her victory there might threaten India and Egypt, points as vital to the British Empire as Verdun and Belfort were vital to France. Ever since the first weeks of May, the Dardanelles situation had weighed heavily on the mind of the British government. The hope of an easy success had gone, and Kitchener was faced with the task to which he had not counted the cost, of which indeed the cost was beyond his means. Sir Ian Hamilton needed more troops, more ammunition, more transport, and it was hard to see how his needs could be met without failing in our duty to the Western Front and to France. The Russian corps, at Odessa, had become a phantom, and there was no chance of help in that quarter. Yet we had gone too far to break off the operations, and any retreat would involve a certain loss of credit and a probable loss of men. On 17th May, Sir Ian Hamilton, questioned by Kitchener, had put his requirements at 2 fresh army corps. Then came the confusion incidental to the formation of the coalition government, and the War Council was enlarged by the addition of Unionist members and changed its name to the Dardanelles Committee. Withdrawal was impossible. It seemed equally impossible to provide the strength necessary for an immediate decision. Accordingly, it was resolved on 7th June to continue operations with such reinforcements as could be spared, so as to distract the Turks and keep the door open to Balkan intervention. 3 divisions of the new army not allotted to France would be sent out in 2 territorial divisions, and all 5 would arrive before the end of July. With such an accession of strength in prospect, Sir Ian Hamilton could prepare his plans. Meantime, he was about to receive a reinforcement which had been promised him in the early days of the campaign, the 52nd Scottish Lowland Territorial Division, under Major General Egerton. There had been some changes in the commands. Major General Bridges, commanding the Australian Division, had been killed, and his successor was Major General H.B. Walker. Dalmaty's health had broken down, and he had been replaced by General Gouraud. Gouraud, one of the youngest and most brilliant of French corps commanders, had earned the name of the Lion of the Argonne from his winter's work in that forest campaign with the corps of Sorel's Third Army. In Sir Ian Hamilton's phrase, a happy mixture of daring in danger and of calm in crisis made him an ideal leader for the French colonials. No one who ever met Gouraud was likely to forget him. His grave and splendid presence, the fire in his dark eyes, the lofty resolution in every line and gesture, gave him the air of some great paladin of France who had held the marches with Roland and Oliver. In the Battle of 4th June, we had advanced in the center from 200 to 400 yards on a front of 3 miles. Our left wing had moved only a little way forward, and the French on the extreme right were still held by the ravine of the Crevees Dairy. The front was now in the form of a semicircle, with the horns flung well back, and our next business was to straighten it. The time for bold and sweeping efforts had gone by. There had been a moment on 28th April when Krithia and the Akibaba Heights had been at our mercy. But as the Turkish defense consolidated itself, all that remained for us was a slow war of nibbling and attrition. Surprise was out of the question. In Sir Ian Hamilton's words, the enemy was as much in possession of my numbers and dispositions as I was in possession of their first line of defense. The opposing fortified front stretched parallel from sea to straits. There was little space left now, either at Akibaba or at Gaba Tepe. for tactics which would fling flesh and blood battalions against lines of unbroken barbed wire. Advance must more and more tend to take the shape of concentrated attacks on small sections of the enemy's line after full artillery preparation. Siege warfare was soon bound to supersede maneuver battles in the open. Consolidation and fortification of our front, improvement of approaches, selection of machine gun emplacements, and scientific grouping of our artillery under a centralized control must ere long form the tactical basis of our plans. These words were written of the situation after 11th May, but they applied with equal force to the position on 5th June. During the first fortnight of June, there were frequent Turkish attacks, directed to regain the trenches lost on the 4th. On 21st June, a beginning was made with the straightening of the Allied front. The most critical position was that of the French Corps on the right, which was still held up south of the Karevis Deri. At 1:30 in the morning, a great bombardment began. All the southeastern shoulder of Akibaba was plastered with heavy shells, and the 75mm field guns played incessantly on the slopes of the ravine. Then came the infantry rush. The 2nd French Division on the left made good progress. By midday it had captured the first 2 lines of the Turkish position and taken the much-contested Haricot redoubt, with its tangle of wire and decupped trenches and machine gun fortans. They were across the ravine when they found that their right flank was in the air, for the 1st Division, between them and the straits, though it had kept line in the first onslaught, had been driven back by counterattacks. Twice the division advanced, and twice it was compelled to retire. At 2:45 in the afternoon, there was some risk that all the gains of the 2nd Division would be lost. General Gouraud accordingly issued the order that in the 5 hours of daylight that remained, the right of the advance must at all costs succeed. British artillery was brought up, and every gun that could be massed poured shells on the Turkish lines, while the St. Louis on the Straits kept the Asiatic batteries quiet. At 6 o'clock, the last assault was delivered, and the position carried. Turkish reinforcements coming up were spotted by an airplane, caught by the 75s in the open and destroyed. By nightfall, the French had won 600 yards of Turkish trenches, and the whole Allied right wing was well beyond the Karevis ravine. The right wing having advanced, it remained to bring on the left. That left ran from the Krithia road, crossed the ravine called the Sagadiri, about halfway between its head and its mouth, and rested on the high ground above the Gulf of Saros. The Sagadiri, known to us as Gully Ravine, was one of those desolate and arid watercourses common in Gallipoli and on the Anatolian coast. At the sea end, its sides were 200 feet high, clothed for the most part with a light scrub, but with open patches of yellow clay. A small stream, generally dry, trickled down it, and there were few springs. Toward its head it grew shallower, and finally died away in the Krithia Plateau. The north end was held strongly by the Turks, who had entrenched themselves on the top of the banks on both sides, and had fortified a small redoubt, which we called the Boomerang Fort, in front of their position. The Allied plan was to pivot upon a point in our front about a mile from the sea, and to swing forward our left wing until its outer flank had advanced 1,000 yards. This meant that the distance to be covered decreased as the pivoting point was neared. The extreme left had to carry 5 Turkish trenches, the left center no more than 2. The forces to which the task was instructed were, from right to left, the 156th Brigade of the 52nd Division, the 29th Division, and the 29th Indian Brigade. The movement was in the charge of General Hunter Weston. On the morning of 28th June, the wind blew steadily from the west. At 10:20 a.m., The bombardment began with high explosive shells, and columns of dust hid Aki Baba. The French lent some of their big trench mortars, and the cruiser Talbot, and the destroyers Wolverine and Scorpion from the sea enfiladed the trenches of the Turkish right. Our field guns, firing shrapnel, succeeded effectually in cutting the enemy's wire. At 10:20, the bombardment increased, every Allied piece firing in conjunction. At 10:45, our infantry rose from the trenches. The attack was wholly successful. In an hour and a half, we had won all we had aimed at, except a small section of trench near the pivoting point. Most of Gully Ravine was in our hands, and our left wing, instead of facing northeast, now faced due east, and was considerably less than a mile from Krithia. In the last days of June, there was fighting all round the peninsula. At Sarıbaya, at 1:30 on the morning of the 30th, a Turkish column advanced with bayonets and bombs against Godley's division. It never came to the shock, but was completely broken by the musketry and machine gun fire of the 7th and 8th Light Horse. By 2 o'clock, the enemy were routed, and many fell in the withdrawal. On the Australian left, they had come up against a well-concealed sap ahead of our main line, and the dead lay in swaths before it. At 3 a.m., they tried again. A small party came over the parapets in front of Quinn's post and died to a man. The main threat against the left and left center was similarly broken up by rifle and gunfire. On the Allied right, too, there was heavy fighting. On the night of the 29th, the Turks attempted a surprise attack along the shore of the straits, but the movement was discovered by the searchlights of the Wolverine and brought to a standstill. The van of the attack was not stopped till it was some 40 yards from our trenches. At 6:30 on the morning of the 30th, the French moved forward, and in less than an hour had carried the fortified network known as the Quadrilateral, east of the head of the Crevasse d'Erie. The Infanterie Coloniale carried 7 lines of trenches, and their leading companies for a moment were in danger of being cut off. They held, however, to the ground they had won, and by the afternoon had beaten off all counterattacks and consolidated their position. This advance, taken in conjunction with the advance of the Allied left on the 28th, straightened out the dangerous bulge in our front. One serious loss marred the success of the day. General Garrard was blown over a wall by an 8-inch shell while visiting the sick and wounded on V Beach. The wound, which later involved the amputation of his right arm, compelled him to return home and relinquish the command of the French corps to Belloud. Those violent Turkish assaults resulted in nothing but the needless loss of many brave men. Lyman had instructed his troops to act strictly on the defensive and not to attempt to recover lost ground. But Enver, arriving during the fight on the 28th, reversed the policy and ordered counterattacks along the whole front. On 12th July, the Allies made their last attempt at a frontal attack on the Krithia position. The first movement was made by the Allied right and right center, the French Corps, and the 52nd Division. Our bombardment began at dawn, and thereafter our infantry carried the first 2 lines of Turkish trenches. Some of the Scots territorials indeed went farther, for the objectives set by the High Command were not always accurate, and continued till they were checked by our own barrage. The bombardment continued all day, and at 4 p.m. a special cannonade was delivered on the enemy positions in the upper ravines of the Crevasse d'Erie, where they ran into the face of Aki Baba. On the right, overlooking a ravine, the Turks had a great rectangular redoubt, bristling with machine guns. At 5, our guns lengthened and attacked the ground where the Turkish reserves might be looked for, while a warship bombarded the observation station on the top of Aki Baba, with 12-inch shells. Then the Scots surged forward against the redoubt and carried it with the bayonet. By nightfall, 400 yards of ground had been gained. It was a considerable advance, which brought us very near to Krithia, but the heights of Akibaba were as far off as ever. The discomforts of the life in the peninsula grew as the summer advanced and the heat waxed greater. The whole of our position was honeycombed with trenches and dugouts, like a colony of sand martins in the bank of a river. There was no shade from nature, for the copses were only scrub. The sun beat down pitilessly on the acres of rock and gravel and was reflected from the blue waters around. Our men were very close together, and the whole earth soon seemed tainted in spite of all our care. Sunstroke cases were few, for the sun of Gallipoli is not the sun of India. But fevers and dysentery began to take their toll. The scarcity of water, the difficult journeys for the sick down communication trenches and cliff roads, and the long voyage before hospital was reached intensified our discomfort. And everywhere fell a plague of flies. Men who had fought in South Africa remembered the curse of the fly on the veld. But the South African scourge was feeble compared to the clouds which hung over the baked peninsula. Remember, there was no movement or chance of movement. The troops had to sit still in their stifling trenches, and every acre of that butt end of Gallipoli was searched by the enemy's fire. Under such conditions, no movement, grave losses, grave discomforts. It was a marvel that we maintained so high a spirit and so steady a cheerfulness. Men returned to the habits of their first parents. Khaki shorts, a shirt, and a sun helmet formed the only wear of even exalted generals. The Australians, and New Zealanders especially, perched in their eyrie at Sari Bair, showed a noble disregard of apparel. These troops, embracing in their ranks every class and condition, had shown themselves superb fighting men. There was a perpetual competition for the posts of danger, and money was offered freely for the right to a place in some hot corner. Their easy discipline knew none of the usual military conventions, but it was real enough and got through the work required. They had the finest average of physique in any of the belligerent armies. Those lean, great-limbed men, without an ounce of soft flesh on their bodies. In the midsummer heats, they were burned to a dull brick red, for they fought almost naked. Coats, shirts, boots, and puttees disappeared in succession. Their trousers shrank into shorts as they toiled in the dust of the trenches till the hour of relief came, and they could wash in the shrapnel-dotted Aegean. The oversea nations of the empire had one great honor. The South Africans among the deserts of German territory, the Canadians in the sickly meadows of the Ypres salient. Not less glorious was the record of the Australians in a land as scent-bird as their own. The 3 summer months had been among the most costly in our military history. Out of some 6 British divisions, we had lost by the end of May over 38,000 men. By the end of June, the total was over 42,000. By the end of July, it was nearly 50,000, of whom 8,000 were killed, 30,000 wounded, and 11,000 missing. The French losses were on a similar scale, and the naval losses must be added to the total casualties of the expedition. All the divisions had suffered, and to the people of the Scottish lowlands especially, the word Dardanelles came to bear the fateful meaning which Flodden bore for their ancestors. The results gained were not proportionate to this huge wastage, an advance of 2 miles on our left and 1 on our right. But not even at Ypres had our troops shown a more dauntless courage, a more complete devotion, or a more stubborn resolution. In a letter taken from a dead Turk was found this sentence: "These British are the finest fighters in the world. We have chosen the wrong friends." No kind of warfare involves a sterner trial for the human spirit than the slow sapping towards a fortress, when there is no obvious advance, no chance of the swift excitement of a maneuver battle. Not less splendid was the performance of the French Corps. Under Gouraud, the newest recruits had fought like heroes and had shown the Turks that Furia Française, which centuries before had carried the walls of Jerusalem. Shall not thou and I, said King Harry in the play to the Princess Catherine, between Saint Denis and St. George, compound a boy, half French, half English, that shall go to Constantinople and take the Turk by the beard? The first half of Shakespeare's prophecy had come true. Saint Denis and St. George fought in unison, but the beard of the Soldan was still unplucked. In this rivalry of gallant men, the enemy was not undone. The Turks fought with all their old patient steadfastness. They advanced to hopeless assaults and died in hundreds in the open. They clung to ruined trenches when the Allied steel was upon them. But the stolid Anatolian peasants did not waver. To them the war was kismet, and they obeyed orders uncomplainingly. By the end of July, the complete stalemate had compelled Sir Ian Hamilton to revise his strategy. A certain daring Englishman who knew Turkey well contrived to be taken blindfold one night into the enemy's trenches, and for several hours talked to the Turkish officers. He was told on parting, "Some day you may take Constantinople, but Aki Baba, never." This was rapidly becoming the view of those responsible for the expedition. The promised reinforcements were arriving during July at Egypt and Lemnos. To fling these into the congested butt of the peninsula was clearly folly. Had a quarter of the new 50,000 been present on 28th April, we should by this time have been in Constantinople. Had a third been there in May or a half in June, we should have won Aki Baba. That road was now barred, but another might be found, and Sir Ian Hamilton examined in turn the possibilities of Enos and Bolaire and of the Asiatic coast. He found good reason for rejecting each terrain, and decided that he would use his new reserves in an attempt to break out from the Anzac position, and so turn the enemy in flank and rear. The new landing would be at Gaba Tepe and Sulva Bay. End of chapter 34.
Section 22 of A History of the Great War, Volume 2, The Beleaguered Fortress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Great War, Volume 2, The Beleaguered Fortress, by John Buchan. Chapter 35, The Straining of America's Patience. It is necessary at this stage to turn from the narrative of the campaigns in the Old World and consider the difficulties which confronted the greatest of neutral powers, the Republic of the United States. A man who is engaged in a life-and-death struggle is inclined to resent the detachment of a friend, even though that friend has not shared in the cause of quarrel. Analogies from private life are too readily and too loosely applied to the affairs of nations, and surprise and irritation are engendered which seem baseless on a dispassionate survey of the facts. During August, the neutrality of America became, from various causes, a razor edge on which it seemed impossible for any government to continue to walk. The case for and against intervention was habitually overstated by the press of both continents, and in Britain especially there was a tendency to underestimate the difficulty of President Wilson's problem. America, even as a neutral, was called on to play so large a part in the war, and her attitude was so vital to the ultimate issue, that it will be well to examine with some care the intricacies of her position after the first year of conflict. The temper of her people at that time, and the reasoned convictions of her leaders, were preponderatingly hostile to the German cause. The large Teutonic admixture in her population had not played the part which German publicists had forecast. In 1910, the foreign-born elements numbered 13.5 millions out of a total of 92 millions. There were just over 2.5 million Germans, nearly 1.25 million Austrians, and 500,000 Hungarians. The Irish, who numbered well over 1.25 million, had lost something of their hatred of Britain, save for a few fanatical organizations, and the bulk of them, even if they had little love for England, had less for Germany. The German Americans, a thrifty, industrious, and law-abiding element, tended far more than most immigrants to be speedily absorbed and to take on the native American characteristics. They had never played a large part in public life and had developed no distinctive race stock. The younger generation was, as a rule, distinguishable only by its enthusiastic Americanism. Hence, except for recent immigrants, there were few bearers of German names who felt any real kinship with German ideals and interests. There was certainly no racial tradition strong enough to stand out against the very real anti-German feeling which soon predominated. The origin of this feeling must be sought in a number of converging lines of development. The first was the historic kindness for France as an ancient ally, and the growing sense of community with Britain. The latter phenomenon deserves some explanation. In the past, there had been endless misunderstandings, for a common tradition held with a difference may be the most potent of disruptive forces. The American Revolution, and still more the War of 1812, had left the seeds of bitterness. Britain's part during the Civil War did not improve matters, for the best-intentioned neutrality in such a struggle must be a provocation to criticism. American history writing in those days was an elementary business, the simple virtues of the Republican set against the scowling infamies of the monarchist. But as America advanced in power and wealth, her outlook broadened. She became more critical and discovered a truer perspective. Her scholars and thinkers were less inclined to the worship of mere words, and no longer found republicanism the source of all the virtues. Her social reformers discovered that a republic might be an oligarchy, and a monarchy a democracy. As she moved toward a truer national culture of her own, she began to realize her debt to the Old World, above all to those islands from which she had inherited language, literature, law, and 1,000 habits of thought. The touch of superciliousness which had marred the British attitude towards her through much of the 19th century disappeared on a closer understanding, and the wholehearted admiration of modern Englishmen for her great personalities, like Lee and Lincoln, awakened an equal interest in contemporary British movements. American flamboyance was a defense against British patronage, and the two tended to decline together. As America took her place in the larger life of the world, she developed a new appreciation of that old land which had been battling with world problems for 400 years. She discovered, somewhat to her surprise, that in the last resort she had the same way of looking at the major matters of life as her cousin across the seas. The recognition of what an American writer has called like-mindedness did not mean that the two peoples would always see eye to eye in everyday matters. There was a great deal of foolish talk about kinship by British writers and statesmen which was in defiance of the proved facts of history. Blood relationship and common standards do not prevent members of a family from moments of acute exasperation with each other. But in those ultimate crises which now and then confront nations and families, like-mindedness awakens all the subconscious instincts and dormant memories, and makes apparent the strong common structure below the surface differences. Even the most critical and contumacious households are likely in emergencies to show a solid front to the world. A second reason was to be found in the American philosophy of politics. The United States has produced many learned publicists, but we shall not find her popular political philosophy in their admirable works. That philosophy, like all popular creeds, was crude and naive, but it was universally held, and impregnated the habits of thought of the ordinary man to an extent which was probably not to be paralleled from any other people. Its keynote was liberty, an unanalyzed term which degenerated often into a mere catchword, but which represented a very deep and abiding instinct. It was the old English instinct expounded with a new accent. Usually stated in the high-colored Jeffersonian style, it was interpreted in practice with Alexander Hamilton's wary good sense. A man should be allowed to live his life in the greatest freedom compatible with the enjoyment of the same right by his fellows. The state had no doubt rights against the individual, but the individual had most vital rights against the state. It was for this freedom, construed in different senses, that both sides had fought in the Civil War. It was this worship of the individual which made America the stoniest soil on the globe for communist propaganda. It was this instinct which was responsible for much slackness and corruption and anarchy in her administration, since no half-truth can be safely worshipped. Hence, the bureaucratic state, such as Prussia, was of all forms of government the most repellent to American minds. And this right of the individual to live freely was a right, too, of nations, however humble. Caesarism, as well as bureaucracy, was anathema. Another item in the creed was a profound belief in law, an inheritance from English progenitors. The nation which had produced Story and Marshall, which lived by a written constitution, which had created the Supreme Court, which had fought a great war on the construction of a clause in an old document, which had had to forego direct taxation because of a phrase in its charter of government, and which submitted time and again to serious administrative embarrassment rather than shake loose a single legal fetter, such a nation was not likely to have much sympathy with Germany's view that reasons of state might override any law, and that international law in especial was only a pious make-believe to keep the world quiet while the strong man armed. Laws might be broken in a fit of wrong-headedness or weakness, but that law should be deliberately contemned seemed to her an outrage on civilization. Lastly, into her philosophy of the state, she read the ordinary ethical code of Christianity. She believed in old-fashioned conservative right and wrong. The ethical anarchism which set specific individuals or nations above Christian morals seemed to her at once blasphemous and silly. She had few subtleties in her national soul. Good was good, and evil was evil, and no rhetoric or hair-splitting would make them otherwise. The strong Puritan strain at the back of her mixed ancestry was conspicuous in her public professions. Her practice might limp behind her creed, but at any rate she would never blaspheme the light. Such an attitude was not hypocrisy, it was fidelity to a profound conviction. A third reason for fighting shy of Germany was to be found in that humanitarianism which is part of the American character. There is no reason to question the reality of this attribute. Monstrously cruel in its results as was much of her civilization, it was never so consciously or deliberately. She could not be brutal, since brutality implies premeditation. The nation was tender-hearted, with a great pity for weakness and suffering. Her desperate civil war was waged on both sides with a singular chivalry. The German outrage on Belgium and the long series of infamies proved against the armies of the Emperor revolted America in her inmost soul. The detestation was increased when it presently became clear that these barbarities were calculated and were part of a carefully thought-out system. She might forgive the lapses of passion, but never the outrages of copybook desperadoes. A fourth cause was the pacifism to which, as a national ideal, she had long been committed. Her civil war, one of the bloodiest in history, had involved the death of 1 million men and had destroyed the best of her race stocks. The memory of that Holocaust had inspired her with an intense hatred of war. Standing outside the ordinary diplomatic entanglements of the world, she had not brought herself to envisage an armed struggle between nations as an eternal contingency. Moreover, as a commercial people, she saw the economic loss and folly of warfare, and for long she had striven to give effect to her views and to lead the nations into the pleasant paths of conference and arbitration. The elements of militarism in her daily life were few. Her army was small, and as a profession made little appeal to her youth. Her navy was unknown to most of the inhabitants of her vast territories. Expenditure, even upon defense, seemed to her waste, for she had no urgent menace before her. Her love of abstractions and of high-sounding phrases made peace a favorite counter in her popular oratory. In this attitude there were, no doubt, unworthy elements. There was something of the pedant who generalizes from an exceptional case. There was much of the prosperous rich man who repudiates whatever has no immediate cash value. There was a touch, too, of self-righteousness, which is not the quality that exalteth a nation. Vaporings, such as Mr. Bryan's, were the product of a mind drunk with its ample rhetoric. But behind all these pacifist follies, America had a sober conviction, which did credit alike to her head and her heart. She had a vision of a wiser and not less virile world, where the glories of our blood and state would be independent of the sword. To such an idealism, the creed of the new children of Odin seemed the last and fatalist heresy. Last, but not least, among these causes we must rank the incredible blindness of German diplomacy. Intensely conscious of her nationality, America found certain elements in her population treated by German agents as if they were still subjects of the emperor, which indeed, according to the German naturalization laws, many of them were. Proud of her independence and her position in the world, she had to submit to alternate threats and cajoleries, and to an insufferable patronage. Count Bernstorff and his coadjutors were masters in the art of blundering. There were weak points in the case of the Allies from an American point of view, which an adroit man might have used to advantage. There were features in the British conduct of the naval war which might easily have been turned into an irritant to inflame the quick American sense of legality. But Germany flung away lavishly the cards which the gods had given her. The Allies had no need of an advocate. Germany herself was the chief pleader in their case. The consequence was that from the outset of the war, the intelligence and the popular feeling of America had been against the Teutonic cause. A few political or legal theorists admired the German system. A few sociologists had an affection for the German municipal regime. A sprinkling of scientists looked up to German scholarship. Some of the army officers professed esteem for the German army. One or two great financial houses could not forget their German affinities, and a considerable proportion of German Americans made no secret of their sympathies. But these elements, though loudly vocal and well supported by a subsidized press, were a mere fraction of the American people. Some even of the leading German Americans were favorable to the Allied cause, and the ablest statements of that cause came from the pens of men who, in the eyes of their countrymen, were the most representative and authoritative Americans. It may be asked, it was a stock question at the time in France and Britain, why, since America's convictions were thus clear, she did not range herself forthwith with the Allies. When inquiry was made as to what it was proposed that America should do, the reply was that on behalf of international honor and public morals she should have declared war upon Germany, or that at any rate she should have called her to task. Both came to the same thing, for a protest to which Germany would have given a summary answer would, if strongly supported, have meant war. What reasonable ground was there for holding that it was America's duty, apart from direct provocation, to enter the struggle on the Allies' side? The matter is important, for on it depends our estimate of American conduct. We are dealing at present with the early stages of the war, before Germany's submarine policy had created a definite cause of offense. Now, it should never be forgotten that a nation, in making the momentous decision for or against an armed conflict, is guided not by sympathies, but by interests. A statesman is bound to consider the enduring interests of his country and not the passing moods of popular sentiment. He may, for this reason, have to fight an unpopular war or to insist upon an unpopular peace. It may be the highest unwisdom, because the feelings of his countrymen are moved on a particular issue, such as the misfortune of a dynasty or the harsh treatment of a little state, to go crusading on its behalf. It is not his business to act as censor morum to the world at large, or as the knight-errant of distressed peoples. His duty is to consider the good of his own realm. Occasionally he may be forced by popular clamor to take up arms, lest his country be rent internally. But save in this extreme instance, his path is clear. The steady light of policy, and not the marsh fires of sentiment, must be his guiding star. In the case of America, it might well be argued that her deepest interests would be malignly affected by Germany's success. But to set against this, we must remember that the conflict in the Old World appeared to American observers to be at least evenly matched, and that they did not seriously believe that Germany would win in the long run. Had the odds in favor of the Central Powers been greater, American policy might have shaped itself differently from the beginning. Again, it was clear that American sympathy with the Allies, while sincere in itself, was by no means so intense as to force the hand of a politic statesman. Advocates for immediate intervention, such as Mr. Roosevelt, based their argument rather on sentiment than on policy, and that sentiment was still far short of a passion. America as a whole was anxious that the Allies should be victorious, but she did not consider it her duty to take up cudgels in a quarrel which at first only remotely concerned her. Her statesmen believed with much reason that neutrality was for her the path of interest, and by no means inconsistent with honor. The popular temper was slightly different, but not different enough to set up a dangerous antagonism to these counsels of peace. President Wilson, therefore, played a discreet and aloof part, and he was supported in it by the great majority of his countrymen. America realized what many of her critics failed to understand, that an active participation in the conflict was the only alternative to complete neutrality, and she did not see her way to so bold a step. She knew little about the actual quarrel, for the average American was profoundly ignorant of foreign affairs. She remembered Washington's warning against European engagements. Footnote, quote, Europe has a set of primary interests, which to us have none or very remote relations. Hence she must be engaged in frequent controversies, the causes of which are essentially foreign to our concerns. End quote. And Jefferson's famous watchword, quote, peace, commerce, and honest friendship with all nations, entangling alliances with none. Close quote. Her cherished Monroe Doctrine was the charter of her detachment. At the Hague Conferences of 1899 and 1907, she had formally restated her traditional policy of not intruding upon, interfering with, or entangling herself in the political questions or policy or internal administration of any foreign state, and she had become a party to the Algeciras Treaty with the same reservation. A decade earlier, she had appeared to assume the duties of a world power, but her experience in the Philippines had caused a reaction against this nascent imperialism, and her recent relations with Mexico had sickened her of foreign adventures. These reasons decided public opinion, and since in America public opinion is the true sovereign, President Wilson was loyal to his master. The President of the United States has in theory more absolute executive powers than any ruler in the world, but he is bound to an unseen chariot wheel. He dare not outrun the wishes of the majority of the citizens. His pace is as fast as theirs, but no faster, or he courts a fall. A true democracy is a docile follower of a leader whom it has once trusted, but an incomplete democracy, such as America, demands not a leader, but a fellow wayfarer who can act as spokesman. Hence it was idle to talk of President Wilson's policy as if it were the conclusions and deeds of an individual. It was his business to interpret the opinion of America at large, and there is no reason to believe that he erred in this duty. A vital and magnetic personality like Mr. Roosevelt could indeed create opinion in his own account and initiate novel departures. But Mr. Roosevelt was not the orthodox presidential type. Mr. Wilson was far more in the true line of succession from the founders of the Republic. He was a man of wide and liberal ideas, and a deeply read student of history and politics. Probably no modern ruler has ever brought to his task a stronger equipment of theoretical knowledge. Though a Democrat, he did not follow the Jeffersonian tradition, and his best-known political work revealed him as an enthusiast for the new American imperialism. His political career before his election showed that he possessed courage and initiative. In those days, he described himself as a conservative with a move-on, a phrase which may be taken as a summary of the central public opinion of both America and Britain. His detractors called him academic, but the term was an unwilling tribute to the judicial quality of his mind. Having decided that the temper and the interests of his country were on the side of neutrality, he balanced the scales with a meticulous precision. That in itself was no slight achievement in the midst of a universal hurricane of war. His mistake, and that of his friends, was that they were apt in their public utterances to base their policy on the wrong grounds, and to spoil their case with irrelevant rhetoric. America's conduct was founded on self-interest and on nothing else. She looked to present and future advantages, as she was justified in doing. No man is bound to be a crusader, and no nation is called upon to be quixotic. But when the president, in an unfortunate phrase, declared that America was too proud to fight, and when others, with half the world suffering for the eternal principles of right and wrong, announced that American neutrality was a triumph in the cause of human progress, it had an ugly air of cant. Common sense is an excellent thing in its way, but it is not heroic. The successful merchant becomes an offense when he masquerades as a paladin. The American attitude was a godsend to Germany, but the latter had not the wit to appreciate her blessings. The difficulty arose over the Allied command of the sea. American markets were open to all the belligerents to purchase munitions of war, but only the Allies could take delivery. Germany protested that this one-sided commerce was a breach of neutrality, which it certainly was not, and received on this point a very clear answer from the President. Then she set herself with immense industry to hamper the Allied purchases by fomenting internal trouble in the United States. Presently came the British blockade, and her reply to it by submarine warfare. The indiscriminating nature of the latter campaign was certain to bring about trouble with neutrals, but Germany presumed upon American disinclination for war. She believed that she had the measure of Washington, and that if she spoke fair words, she could escape the consequences of her own offenses, and if fortune smiled, even provoke a breach with Britain. She trusted Count Bernstorff and his merry men to organize German sympathizers across the Atlantic and use the western and southern states to balance the eastern. Meanwhile, her submarines would pursue their business unchecked. If America suffered, she would apologize, and a little later, do it again. The sinking of the Lusitania, when over 100 of her citizens lost her lives, first awoke America to the nature of Germany's game. It led to the retirement of that clumsy diplomatist Herr Dernberg, who, at the request of the American government, returned to his fatherland on 13th June. In an earlier chapter, we have considered President Wilson's notes to Berlin and the evasive answers they received. The note of 21st July was in the nature of an ultimatum. It declared that American citizens were within their rights in traveling wherever they wished on the high seas, and that the American government would take the necessary steps to protect these rights. Germany was not slow to put this resolution to the proof. At 9:30 on the morning of Thursday, 19th August, the White Star liner Arabic, which had left Liverpool for New York the afternoon before, was torpedoed and sunk off Cape Clear without warning by a German submarine. The loss of life was small, as the vessel remained afloat for 10 minutes, and there was time to lower the boats. But the indignation in America at this outrage was great, for 26 Americans were among the passengers. The first German excuses were that the Arabic was a British ship going out for a cargo of war materials and carrying on board gold to pay for them, that the vessel had been mined, not torpedoed, and that in the alternative, if torpedoed, it was because she had tried to ram the submarine after notice had been given her to stop. This curiously inconsistent defense was disproved in every detail by the officials of the shipping company and by the affidavits of American survivors. The wrath of the American people was so unmistakable that Count Bernstorff thought it well to trim. He implored Washington to wait for the official report, adding the usual diplomatic assurance about his government's regret if American lives had been lost. 8 days later, he informed Mr. Lansing that full satisfaction would be given to America for the sinking of the Arabic, while Jagow announced that before that event, Germany had adopted a policy designed to settle the whole submarine problem. What this policy was appeared on 1st September, when Count Bernstorff handed Mr. Lansing a written pledge. "I beg to inform you," it ran, "that my instructions concerning our answer to your last Lusitania note contain the following passage. Liners will not be sunk by submarines without warning and without ensuring the safety of the lives of non-combatants, provided that the liners do not try to escape or offer resistance. Although I know that you do not wish to discuss the Lusitania question until the Arabic incident has been definitely and satisfactorily settled, I desire to inform you of the above because this policy was decided upon by my government before the Arabic incident occurred." This undertaking obviously fell far short of America's requirements. It ignored Mr. Lansing's assertion of the rights of neutrals bound on lawful errands in ships of belligerent nationality to be preserved in life and limb, for no submarine was able to ensure their preservation. It could drive them into the boats before torpedoing the vessel, but small boats in mid-ocean may be a slender basis of security. There were cases during the war of one being without food and water for 4 days before being picked up, and of consequent deaths from exposure. Again, it applied only to passenger liners and not to ordinary merchant ships. Further, a submarine could sight a liner before a liner could see a submarine, and the field was wide for bogus charges of attempted escape. Yet, in spite of its ambiguity and insufficiency, the undertaking was received in America with a paean of triumph over Mr. Lansing's diplomacy and eulogies of Count Bernstorff's moderation. That a hard-headed race should have shown such enthusiasm over a dubious promise showed the intense disinclination of the American people for war. and President Wilson's success in interpreting the feelings of his countrymen. The truth was that at this time the star of Tirpitz was obscured. Germany found that her submarines were mysteriously disappearing, and that the value of the whole campaign was scarcely worth the price. Quick to seize a momentary advantage, Count Bernstorff used the new temper of America to angle for the support of the peace sentimentalists. His agents in the press and elsewhere hinted not obscurely that the Emperor wished to settle the submarine controversy in order to get the help of the United States in bringing the war to a close. This was, indeed, Germany's main desire at the moment, and while her arms were triumphant in Russia, she hoped for a peace on her own terms. But in the midst of this atmosphere of brotherhood, when righteousness and peace in the shape of the German embassy and the American Foreign Office kissed mutually, there fell a thunderbolt. About 8:30 on the night of Saturday, 4th September, the Allen liner Hesperian was torpedoed without warning 130 miles west of Queenstown. The vessel did not sink immediately and was towed toward port, but foundered at 7 o'clock on the morning of Monday the 6th. There was a small loss of life, but among the crew were 2 American citizens. The incident played havoc with the new harmony. It was clear to America that whatever the government of Berlin might say, and whatever instructions might be given, submarine commanders would go on their old path and would invent some excuse or other to cover their actions. The irritation was increased by the official note on the subject of the Arabic, which was handed to the ambassador in Berlin on 7th September. In it, an unbelievable tale was told of a deliberate attack by the liner on the submarine, and it was announced that, even if the commander had made a mistake, Germany could not recognize any duty of compensation. In the event of no agreement being reached, she offered to submit the matter to the Hague Tribunal. This note the American government refused to accept. It was now becoming apparent that no undertaking by Germany had any real significance, since in each case she would allege some special circumstance which took it out of the general rule she had agreed to observe. While the reaction from the premature rejoicing of the first days of September was in full swing, American patience received the hardest trial of all. It was bad enough to have Germany playing fast and loose with the lives of American citizens on the high seas, but it was worse to find her tampering with domestic affairs within America itself. For months there had been rumors of sinister underground activities directed from the German embassy in Washington. Passports had been falsified, a work in which the naval and military attachés, Boyed and von Papen, were the prime movers. The methods of the Black Hand were adopted. There were dynamite outrages in Canada and incendiary fires in various factories throughout the Union. German money was lavished in subsidizing a portion of the American press and in distributing pro-German literature. During August, the New York World published documentary evidence to prove the establishment of a German press bureau under the pretense of an impartial agency for the supply of news. It showed that Count Bernstorff had an income of some £400,000 a week for propagandist purposes. It proved also that German emissaries were engaging in engineering strikes in American munition works, and that German agents were urging the Imperial Chancellor to prevent the dispatch of goods purchased in Germany by United States manufacturers in order that the blame might be put upon the British blockade. This constituted a gross interference with internal American affairs, which not even the most pacific people would be likely to tolerate. But matters reached a head on 6th September, when the Dumba case was made public. This business, for all its seriousness, belonged so much to the world of pure comedy that it affords a welcome relief to the grimmer chronicle of war. On 30th August, the steamer Rotterdam touched at Falmouth. In it was an American journalist, Archibald by name, whose aim in life seems to have been the acquiring of minor foreign decorations. The night before his departure from New York, this agreeable cosmopolitan had dined with the German and Austrian ambassadors, and as an aspirant for the Iron Cross, had been entrusted with some highly confidential messages. He was also given a number of letters of introduction, including one to Kuhlmann at The Hague, and in a covering letter, Count Bernstorff expressed his pleasure that he was once more returning to Europe after having promoted our interests out here in such a zealous and successful manner. In another letter, von Papen wrote of him as a strictly impartial journalist. This pose was, of course, necessary for the success of the former activities. In the Archibald budget seized by the British authorities, there were documents bearing the signatures of Count Bernstorff, Dr. Dumba, and von Papen. Count Bernstorff's principal contribution was a copy of his memorandum to Mr. Lansing of 10th June, in which he dealt with the charges of American newspapers that Germany was negotiating for the purchase of factories and war material in the United States. These charges he categorically denied. There was a memorandum from the same hand, dated 18th August, in which he faced the difficult problem raised by the New York World's disclosures. On the 31st of July, Dr. Albert, the financial advisor to the German embassy, had lost his portfolio in the New York Elevated Railway, stolen from him, he declared, by the spies of the British Secret Service. This portfolio came, as we have seen, into the hands of the New York World, and for a week or so made sensational reading for the students of American journalism. Count Bernstorff accordingly felt himself obliged to offer to the American government a short statement concerning the facts. He did not disclaim any longer the German attempt to obtain control of American munition factories or to purchase their output. He declared, indeed, that nothing of the sort had as yet been achieved, but he asserted, with some reason, Germany's right to do it if she had the money for the purpose. That Germany had ever tried to stir up strikes or take part in a plot against the economic peace of America he resolutely denied. He denied also that there was anything improper in the very modest press campaign which Germany had conducted. So much for the ambassador. Unfortunately, his wholly correct sentiments were not shared by his colleagues and underlings. Dumba and von Papen ingeniously toppled down the tall tower of ambassadorial decorum. Dumba, the Austro-Hungarian ambassador, was one of those stormy petrels of diplomacy who have often found shelter in the dovecotes of the Ballplatz. A Macedonian by birth, the world first heard of him as an agent provocateur in the Balkans. He was a walker in tortuous ways, with a front of brass and an elastic conscience. The Archibald portfolio contained 3 of his dispatches to the foreign minister at Vienna. The first was not published. The second contained a very full description of the efforts he had made to stir up unrest among the munition workers. This was dated 20th August, 2 days after Count Bernstorff had sent his official denial to Mr. Lansing. "It is my impression," wrote Dumba, "that we can disorganize and hold up for months, if not entirely prevent, the manufacture of munitions in Bethlehem and the Middle West, which, in the opinion of the German military attaché, is of great importance and amply outweighs the comparatively small expenditure of money involved." In the next sentence, he revealed himself as a social reformer. "Even if the strikes do not come off, it is probable that we should extort more favorable conditions of labor for our poor downtrodden fellow countrymen. In Bethlehem, these white slaves are now working for 12 hours a day and 7 days a week. All weak persons succumb and become consumptives." Dumba was a provident soul, and was resolved, if the secret came out, to pose as a philanthropist. Then he proceeded to implicate the German embassy. "So far as German workmen are found among the skilled hands, a means of leaving will be provided immediately for them. Besides this, a private German registry office has been established, which provides employment for persons who have voluntarily given up their places, and it is already working well. He enlarged on the details. He explained what the local Hungarian, Slovak, and German press was doing, and how its activities could be increased. It may be noticed in passing that this was a libel on the Slovaks in America, who had shown themselves throughout on the side of the Allies. One passage revealed the main lines of the plot. To Bethlehem must be sent as many reliable Hungarian and German workmen as I can lay my hands on, who will join the factories and begin their work in secret among their fellow workmen. For this purpose I have my men turners in steel work. We must send an organizer who, in the interests of the Union, will begin the business in his own way. We must also send so-called soapbox orators who will know how to start a useful agitation. We shall want money for popular meetings and possibly for organizing picnics. In general, the same applies to the Middle West. I am thinking of Pittsburgh and Cleveland in the first instance. The third Dumba dispatch was a long rigmarole about the best ways of inflaming the anger of American importers against Britain. There was also a letter in which the New York World disclosures were discussed. Count Bernstorff, we were told, took up the position that these slanders required no answer and had the happy inspiration to refuse any explanation. He is in no way compromised. As we know, Count Bernstorff did explain the whole matter to Mr. Lansing and had the happy inspiration to deny the charge of fomenting strikes. Dumba, who knew the truth, went on to console himself and his employers with the reflection, "There is no evidence to support the main charge." That evidence, by the favor of Archibald, the world possessed on 6th September. Von Papen's contributions were the most curious of all. One referred to the ordinary small talk of the espionage business. One, addressed to the German Ministry of War, revealed the fact that German agents had brought up large amounts of war material and had great difficulty in knowing what to do with them. It was proposed, among other things, to dump a quantity of toluol on the Norwegian government. But the most interesting document was a private letter which is worth quoting in full. "We have great need of being bucked up, as they say here. Since Sunday, a new storm has been raging against us, and because of what? I'm sending you a few cuttings from the newspapers that will amuse you. Unfortunately, they stole a fat portfolio from our good Albert in the Elevated, English Secret Service, of course, of which the principal contents have been published. You can imagine the sensation among the Americans. Unfortunately, there were some very important things from my report among them, such as the buying up of liquid chlorine and about the Bridgeport Projectile Company, as well as documents regarding the buying up of phenol, from which explosives are made, and the acquisition of the Wright's aeroplane patent. But things like that must occur. I send you Albert's reply for you to see how we protect ourselves. We composed the document together yesterday. It seems quite likely that we shall meet again soon. The sinking of the Adriatic, may well be the last straw. I hope in our interest that the danger will blow over. How splendid on the Eastern Front! I always say to these idiotic Yankees they had better hold their tongues. It's better to look at all this heroism full of admiration. My friends in the army are quite different in this way. No nation, not even the most pacific, likes to be called idiotic. The Archibald disclosures, coming on top of the unsatisfactory reply about the sinking of the Arabic and the more recent Hesperian incident, left an ugly impression on the public mind of America. The Austrian embassy was revealed as a nest of insolent intriguers. The German ambassador was shown writing pompous disclaimers to Mr. Lansing with his tongue in his cheek, while his satellites of the von Papen type were busy at the very activities which he denied. The whole German attitude towards the United States was now blindingly clear. "These good and naive Americans," said the German government, "live on a diet of windy words. Let us flatter their bent and give them plenty of this inexpensive provender, and we need not deviate 1 inch from the course which we have set ourselves. They are determined not to fight, and will seize on any shadow of an excuse to keep out of the quarrel." This conclusion, though it had much surface justification, was a complete misreading of the American temper. We need not blame the Teutonic ambassadors too much. The private correspondence of most embassies, if published unexpectedly, would make sensational reading for the countries concerned. "The most malicious Democrat," wrote Bismarck on one occasion, "can have no idea what nullity and charlatanry are concealed in diplomacy." But we may be grateful that a fortunate chance let in the light on a colossal humbug. America was wounded in her amour-propre and was compelled to take firm action. Washington demanded that Dumba should be recalled on the ground that he had been guilty of a violation of diplomatic propriety. Vienna hesitated and quibbled, and Duma was thereupon handed his passports. By the middle of September, the reputation of the German embassy had fallen like speculative stocks in a financial crisis. The chance of floating an Allied loan, which had not been rosy during the summer, and in the beginning of September had looked black indeed, had, by the middle of the month, suddenly become hopeful. The government objection had been the risk of stirring up bad feeling between the heterogeneous elements in the American people, but Count Bernstorff and his friends had nullified that argument. Their ill-advised intrigues had spilt the fat into the fire and made a decorous neutrality impossible. End of chapter 22. Read by Lynette Caulkins, Monument, Colorado.
Section 23 of A History of the Great War, Volume 2, The Beleaguered Fortress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Great War, Volume 2, The Beleaguered Fortress, by John Buchan. Chapter 36, Gallipoli, The New Landing, Part 1. By the end of July, preparations had been made for a final effort against the Gallipoli defenses. 3 divisions of the new army and 2 territorial divisions had arrived in the eastern Mediterranean, and a mounted division had been for some months in Egypt. The submarine menace had sent the monsters of the British fleet back to home waters or to the shelter of protected harbours, and during the summer only the destroyers, a few light cruisers, and an occasional battleship were seen off the shores of the peninsula. But in July, new craft arrived, specially constructed to meet the case. A strange type of monitor, with a freeboard almost flush with the water, and looking more like a Chinese pagoda than a ship, suddenly appeared in the northern Aegean. They were of different sizes, the smaller being little more than floating gun platforms, but they were admirably suited for their purpose. Even the little ones, with a crew of 70, could fling 100 pounds of high explosive 12 miles, and they feared submarines no more than a gull fears a swordfish. There were also cruisers protected by lateral protuberances, which our men knew as blister ships, and motor lighters, profanely called beetles, for landing purposes. The preliminaries of the new assault on the naval side were prepared. The plan which Sir Ian Hamilton had evolved was bold and ingenious. To understand it, we must note the features of the peninsula north of the Anzac position. The Australians held, as we have seen, the edge of the plateau at the top of the long ravines which run to the coast. Eastwards, the land rises in the uplands of Sari Bair till about 1.5 miles northeast of the position the culminating point of the system is reached in the peak 305, nearly 1,000 feet high, called by the Turks Koja Kemen. On all sides the ground slopes away from the crest, which is distant some 4 miles as the crow flies from the waters of the straits, and 5 from the meadows and the narrows. North and west a jumble of ridges falls towards the Gulf of Saros, ridges wildly broken and confused, sometimes bare scree and clay, sometimes matted with scrub and separated by dry and tortuous nullahs. From a point on the shore of the Gulf of Ceros, south of the fisherman's hut, a fairly well-marked ridge, called Walker's Ridge in the lower part, runs up to the Koja Cayman summit. On this there are various points which were to become only too famous, notably Chinook Bear, nearly 900 feet high, and Ku, or Nameless Peak, between it and Hill 305. North of this is a watercourse called the Sasley Bait Dare, and a little farther north the Chalik Dare. Separating the two is a long spur which leaves the parent massif just west of Chinook Bear. Its upper part was called by our men Rhododendron Ridge, and the under features near the coast were known as Big and Little Tabletops. North of Chalik Dare is another ridge, with the feature known as Baltrops Hill. Still farther north is a wide watercourse, the Echo Dare, which near its head splits into two forks, both descending from Hill 305. From the fisherman's hut, the flat ground between the hills and the sea widens northwards as the coast sweeps towards the cape called Nebrunesi. Beyond is the half-moon of Suvla or Anafata Bay, 2 miles wide, enclosed between Nebrunesi and the cape of Suvla-Bernu, the northwestern extremity of the Gallipoli Peninsula. The hinterland of Suvla Bay is curious. It consists of a rectangle of hills lying north of the Asmak Dare watercourse, and connected towards the east with the outflankers of the Koja Cayman system. The north side, lining the coast, is the ridge of Karakol Deh, over 400 feet high. The south side, lining the Asmak Dare and breaking down into flats 2 miles from the coast, is a blunt range, rising as high as 500 feet, of which the westerly part is called Yilgin Bernu, and was to become noted later as Chocolate Hill. The eastern side of the rectangle is a rocky crest, rising in one part to nearly 900 feet, and falling shorewards in 2 well-marked terraces. Between the 3 sides of hill, from the eastern terraces to the sea, the ground is nearly flat. Along the edge of Suvla Bay runs a narrow causeway of sand, and immediately behind it lies a large salt lake, in summer partly dried up, but always liable to be converted by rain into an impassable swamp. Eastward of it, the hills and flats are patched with farms and scrub, mostly dwarf oaks, and on the edge of the terraces the scrub grows into something like woodland. Everywhere the plain is cracked with futile watercourses. 2 villages are points in the hinterland: Kuchuk, or Little Anafata, on the slopes at the southeastern angle of the enclosing hills, and Biuk, or Big Anafata, 2 miles south across the watercourse of the Asmak Dare, and just under the northern spurs of Koja Cayman. The road connecting the two runs southwards to Bogli Khaleesi on the Straits. In the beginning of August, the fast of Ramadan was drawing to its close, and for a little there had been something like stagnation in the opposing lines. Sir Ian Hamilton, aware that the Turks were massing forces for a new attack, was resolved to anticipate them. The plan he adopted involved 4 separate movements. In the first place, a feint was to be made at the head of the Gulf of Ceros, as if to take in flank and rear the Bolair lines. Next, a strong offensive would be assumed by the troops in the Cape Helles region against their old objective, Achibaba. These 2 movements would be read by the Turks as the main British offensive and its covering feint, and it was hoped would lead them to send their reserves to Krithia. But in the meantime, the Anzac Corps was to advance with its left, and attempt to gain the heights of Koja Cayman and the seaward ridges. It was impossible to attack eastward, for on that side the enemy was well prepared. But if Birdwood could strike out to the northeast, and then wheel to his right, he would assail Sari Bair on its steep northwestern slopes, where no attack was expected. Simultaneously, a great new landing would be made at Suvla Bay, where it was believed the Turks would be wholly unprepared. Suvla Bay had the advantage that it was well sheltered from the prevailing winds, and afforded a submarine-proof base. If the Anafata Hills could be taken, and the right of the new landing force linked up with the left of the Australasians, the British would hold the central crest of the spine of upland which runs through the western end of the peninsula. Such gains would enable them to cut the communications of the Turks in the butt end. The one land route to Meados would be commanded, and the way would be prepared for an action in open country, when the grim Turkish fortifications of the Pasha Dagh would be taken in flank and in reverse. If the undertaking attained the most reasonable success, the western end of the peninsula would be ours, and the European defences of the Narrows would be won. The plan was bold, but entirely legitimate, and its details were worked out with great care by Sir Ian Hamilton and his staff. The element of surprise could be rightly counted upon. Some of the operations would be difficult, but no single one seemed beyond the capacity of British troops. He had the necessary force to make the attempt, and considerable reserves behind his first attack. The plan was indeed one of the few strategic devices showing any originality and imaginative breadth which the Allies evolved during the first 2 years of the war. But at the same time, it was attended by many risks. The chief danger lay in the fact that all of the movements were so closely interdependent. Exact timing was imperative, since 3 separate forces were employed, and for this was needed not only a good headquarters plan, but the most assiduous staff supervision from hour to hour. But the staffs of the new divisions were still raw to their task, and their first employment in the field was to be in a surprise landing and intricate night movements. Moreover, the troops engaged must be of uniform capacity, for the failure of any one unit would jeopardize the success of the whole. A defect in divisional leading, or in the stamina of one brigade, would nullify the most splendid victories of other parts of the line. Such a risk is inevitable in any elaborate movement, but in this case it was accentuated by the fact that a considerable portion of the attacking force was wholly untried. The 3 new divisions destined for the attempt had never before been in action. One, the 13th, had indeed had a few weeks' experience on the Hillis front, but the others were novices in war. It will be seen that Sir Ian Hamilton had devised an intricate scheme for which he had at his disposal somewhat raw material. He chose to take the risk in the hope that the new divisions would show the same aptitude as the 42nd and the 52nd. Indeed, unless he were to forego the chance, he had no alternative, for to move his seasoned troops from Hillis to Suvla would have cast an impossible burden upon the navy and the transport services. The 13th, Western Division of the new army, under Major General F.C. Shaw, began to arrive at Hillis in the first half of July. The 11th, Northern Division, under Major General Hammersley, appeared in the second half of the month, 1 brigade going to Hillis and 2 to Imbros. At the end of July came the 10th Irish Division under Lieutenant General Sir Brian Mann, part of it going to Mytilene in Les Bas and part to Mudros. The 2 territorial divisions, the 53rd Welsh, Major General F.S. Inglefield, and the 54th East Anglian, Major General the Honourable J.E. Lindley, were not due till 10th August. A new army corps, the 9th, was constituted from the 10th, 11th, and 13th Divisions under the command of Lieutenant General Sir Frederick Stopford. Sir Ian Hamilton had no say in the appointment of the commanders. He had asked for Sir Julian Byng and Sir Henry Rawlinson for the new corps, but was refused, and could only acquiesce to Kitchener's nominations. Sir Frederick Stopford was a man of over 60, and though a distinguished staff officer, had never held high command in the field. General Inglefield was also over 60. General Hammersley was in poor health, and had recently had a serious breakdown. The choice of commanders obviously increased the unknown risks of the Suvla enterprise, for they were as unproved in this form of war as the troops they led. According to Sir Ian Hamilton's plan, Birdwood, for his attack on Saint-Hubert, was to have his 2 Anzac divisions, together with the new 13th Division, the 29th Brigade of the 10th Division, and the 29th Indian Brigade. Stopford, at Suvla, would have the remaining brigades of the 10th Division, the 11th Division, and presently the 53rd and 54th Territorial Divisions. For the total operation there would be, at Hillis, 23,000 British and 17,000 French infantry, at Anzac 37,000, at Suvla 30,000. The Turkish forces now on the peninsula were probably not less than 12 divisions. It was a weak point in the British plan that so large a proportion had to be maintained at Hillis, the least vital part of the battlefield, because of a threatened Turkish attack which might ruin at the outset all our preparations. Let us consider first the preliminaries to the main assault. On the afternoon of Friday, 6th August, the 8th Corps at Cape Helles made a general attack upon the Turkish position at Achibaba. The brunt of the fighting fell to the 29th Division, holding the left of the line, and the East Lancashire Territorials of the 42nd Division on their right. In the early afternoon, the 88th Brigade, after an artillery preparation, attacked across open ground against a section of the enemy's front which had defied all our previous assaults. The attack was boldly delivered, but failed to win its objective, and there were many losses among the leading battalions. The Lancashire Territorials were also heavily engaged east of the Krithia road, and advanced the line at one point 200 yards. The Turkish line had been reinforced by 2 fresh divisions, and their offensive had only been anticipated by an hour or 2. Consequently, next morning, we had to face a counterattack, which we repelled, and which was followed by an advance of the 125th and 129th Brigades. For the 2 days following, the struggle raged, principally in the centre around the vineyard west of the Krithia road. This engagement was intended as a holding battle, and as such it must be regarded as successful. It distracted the attention of the Turks for the moment from the main theatre farther north, and induced them to send the bulk of their new reserves to Achibaba. We passed to the desperate struggle in the area of the Anzac Corps, in many ways the most desperate and the most brilliant which Gallipoli had yet seen. The operation, of which the details had been left to Birdwood, was arranged in 2 parts. An attack was first to be made by troops of the Australian Division on the right against the Lone Pine Plateau, a position which commanded one of the main sources of the Turkish water supply. It was, in essence, a feint to cover the movements of General Godley's forces on the left, which were to move up the coast and deliver a converging assault with 2 columns against the heights of Koja Cayman. The Australians began the attack at 5 in the afternoon of the 6th, when the action at Cape Helles had well started, and the troops employed were the 1st Infantry Brigade, the men of New South Wales, under Brigadier General Smith. The Turkish trenches at the Lone Pine were enormously strong, and had been roofed in with great logs as a cover against shrapnel. After half an hour's bombardment by the artillery and the ship's guns, the Australians, every man with a white band on his sleeve, raced across the open, and in a few minutes were upon the enemy's position. Then began a deadly struggle for the roofed trenches, while the Turkish artillery and machine guns played upon the exposed attack. No cover was to be had, for the shell of the position had to be broken before the men could get into the entrenchments. An observer had described that strange contest. Some fired down into the loopholes. Some, who happened to find small gaps in the line of head cover in front of them, jumped down there and began to work into the dark shelters under the head cover where the Turks were. Others went on over the first trench, and even over the second trench, and into communication trenches which had no head cover over them, and through which the Turks were fleeing. Others noticed that, in the solid roof in front of them, near the edge where the loopholes were, there were manholes left at intervals, apparently to allow the listening patrols to creep through at night. They were just large enough to allow a man to wriggle through, and that was enough for the 1st Brigade. They wriggled down into them, feet foremost as a burglar might into a skylight. In a quarter of an hour the 1st Turkish line had been carried, and before the summer night fell the Lone Pine position had been won. The victors had to maintain their ground for the next few days, until 12th August, against violent counterattacks, and this they achieved with a stubbornness as conspicuous as the fury of their assault. The action was fruitful, for it drew all the local Turkish reserves to meet it, and as a feat of arms it cannot be overpraised. In Sir Ian Hamilton's words, "One weak Australian brigade, numbering at the outset but 2,000 rifles, and supported only by 2 weak battalions, carried the work under the eyes of a whole enemy division, and maintained their grip upon it like a vice during 6 days' successive counterattacks." The high gallantry of the performance may be realized from the fact that, of the 9 Victoria Crosses awarded for the August battles at Gallipoli, 7 went to the conquerors of Lone Pine. Meantime, the Anzac left wing had begun to move in the first darkness of that night of the 6th. General Godley's force consisted of the New Zealand and Australian Division, less the 1st and 3rd Light Horse Brigades, the 13th Division of the New Army, less 5 battalions, and General Cox's 29th Indian Infantry Brigade. The 29th Brigade of the 10th Division and the 38th Brigade of the 13th Division were held in reserve. The plan was to divide the force into right and left covering columns, and right and left columns of assault. The right covering column, under General Russell, was to seize the tabletops, and the position between the Sasley Beit Dare and the Chilak Dare ravines. The left covering column, under General Travers, was directed to occupy the hill called Damak Jilak Bear, north of the Agil Dare Nullah. The right column of assault, under General Johnston, was to move up the ravines against the Chinook Bear Ridge, and the left column of assault, under General Cox, to work up the Egg Hill Dare against the Summit Peak, Hill 305. At 9:30 p.m., General Russell's column, including the New Zealand Mounted Rifle Brigade, the Otago Mounted Rifles, and the Maori contingent, moved along the coast as pioneers to clear the foothills. A destroyer bombarded, as usual, the Turkish trenches, and the occupants took cover. But to their amazement, when the firing ceased, they found the New Zealand bayonets upon them. The Auckland and Wellington Mounted Rifles on the right cleared the Little and Big tabletops, which are the lowest points on the ridge between the Sasley Bay Dare and the Chelek Dare, while the Otago and Canterbury regiments swung farther north to occupy the ridge named Balcharps Hill. The work was done in silence, and, as in all night attacks, there was some confusion. Men lost their way in the darkness, for the foothills were a maze of broken ridges and indeterminate gullies. Soon the Turks were alive to the movement, and their fire sputtered over the whole hillside. By dawn, much had been won, including the 2 tabletops and part of Balcharps Hill, where the officer who gave the place his name had fallen. Meanwhile, General Travers's column, which included part of the 40th Brigade and the 13th Division, the 4th South Wales Borderers, and the 5th Wiltshires, pushed up the coast and attacked Damakjelek Bear. By 1:30 in the morning, the whole place was carried, a fine piece of work for the new army. The way was now prepared for the columns of assault. On Saturday, the 7th at dawn, the main operation began. Before we consider the attack of the left wing on Koja Cayman, we must glance at the supporting movement in the centre, designed to engage part of the enemy's strength. Very early in the morning, part of the 3rd Australian Light Horse Brigade advanced from their trenches on Walker's Ridge, while part of the 1st Light Horse Brigade attacked on the right from Quinn's Post at the head of Shrapnel Valley, where they were supported by a detachment of the Welsh Fusiliers. The attack of those magnificent troopers, unequalled both in physique and in courage, had never a chance of succeeding. Line after line left the parapets, to be met with a storm of fire in which no mortal could live. For a moment, but only for a moment, the flag of the Light Horse fluttered from a corner of the Turkish position, where a few desperate adventurers had carried it, but presently it had gone. The affair was over in a quarter of an hour, and must stand as one of the most heroic and forlorn of the episodes of the campaign. Of the 450 men who attacked from Walker's Ridge, less than 100 came back, and of the 300 at Quinn's Post, no more than 13. Yet the sacrifice was not in vain. It pinned down to their trenches the Turkish centre for many hours, for the enemy believed that such amazing valour must be the prelude to a great concerted attack. We must now follow the fortunes of Godley's 2 columns of assault. Johnston's column on the right, consisting of the New Zealand Infantry Brigade, was ordered to advance up the gullies on each side of the Tabletop's ridge against the summit of Chinook Bear. On the left, Cox's column, made up of the 4th Australian Brigade and the 29th Indian Infantry Brigade, was to make a circuit to the north and move up the Aggle Dare against the northern flanks of Koja Cayman. It was a day of blistering heat, one of the hottest yet experienced in that torrid summer. All night the troops had been on the road, and the force on the left of the attack had to fetch a long and weary circuit. The New Zealanders on the right at first made good progress. Advancing up the Chelek Dare and the Sasley Bay Dare, they carried the hogback called Rhododendron Ridge, which joins the main massif just west of Chinook Bear. That was at 10 o'clock in the morning, when the Australians and Indians on the left should have been well up the Aggle Dare, ready to take the defences of Chinook Bear in flank. But there was at first no sign of the left wing. It had been held up by the difficult country in the lower reaches of the Aggle Dare, and where the ravine forks had split into 2, the Australians going up the left-hand gully and the Indians the right. The 10th Gurkhas on the extreme right managed to get into touch with Johnston's forces, but by this time the men of both columns were exhausted and were forced to call a halt. Later in the day the New Zealanders reconnoitred the main ridge and prepared for the great offensive on the morrow. Meantime, the enemy, now aware of what was happening, had hurried his 4th Division to Chinook Bear, and shortly after dawn had reinforced the detachments on the main ridge. At dawn on the 8th, Johnston's New Zealanders, supported by 2 battalions from the 13th Division, the Maori contingent, and the Auckland Mounted Rifles, attacked from Rhododendron Ridge, and after a hard struggle carried the crest of Chinook Bear at the southwestern end. The losses were heavy, as may be judged from the case of the Wellington Battalion, which had been 700 strong on the 6th and was now reduced to 53. Of the 7th Gloucesters, Sir Ian Hamilton wrote, "Every single officer, company sergeant major or company quartermaster sergeant, was either killed or wounded, and the battalion by midday consisted of small groups of men commanded by junior non-commissioned officers or privates." Chapter and verse may be quoted for the view that the rank and file of an army cannot long endure the strain of close hand-to-hand fighting unless they are given confidence by the example of good officers. Yet, here is at least one instance where a battalion of the new army fought right on from midday till sunset without any officers. That day the left wing again made little progress. It was now formed in 2 columns. On the right, the 39th Brigade of the 13th Division and the 29th Indian Brigade moved against the farm on the slopes of Chinook Bear, and on the left, the 4th Australian Brigade attempted the northern spur of Koja called Abdurrahman Bear. The Australians lost over 1,000 and were compelled to fall back to their original position, where they stood at bay. In the great heat, and through a country so arduous, no movement could be long sustained. It must resolve itself into a series of dashes, with intervals for rest and reorganization. There was no water in those parched nullahs, and every drop had to be brought up the ridges from the beaches. The fighting died away on the afternoon of the 8th. The great effort was fixed for the following morning, when the Australians and the Indians on the left should attack Koja from the head of the Aghol Dere, and the New Zealanders push in the same direction from their position on Chinook Bear. 5 battalions, 2 each from the 29th and 30th Brigades, and 1 from the 40th, were put under the command of General Baldwin, and sent up to form a 3rd column in the centre of the movement. The 9th August dawned with the same airless and pitiless heat. From the first dawn, the artillery and the guns of the warships had been in action against the upper slopes of Koja. Then they ceased, and the British attack advanced in 3 columns. On the left, the Indians moved straight uphill against the summit called Q, or Nameless Peak, the chief feature of the ridge between Chinook Bear and Hill 305. The New Zealanders on the right held their position on Chinook Bear, and between the two, General Baldwin's force moved in the confusion of broken downs and gullies north of Rhododendron Ridge. This last force was tired from the night march, and since no proper reconnaissance had been possible, it lost its way. Baldwin, finding that he could not reach the summit ridge in time to take part in the main attack, deployed at the farm to the left of the New Zealand trenches in Rhododendron Spur. The New Zealanders, being the pivot of the movement, were not required to advance and were able to maintain themselves safely. Cox made the farthest progress, for his force, led by the 6th Gurkhas and assisted by some of the 6th South Lancashires, scaled the summit of Hill Q, and for half an hour looked down on the great white road to the east which threaded the peninsula, and which now was crowded with Turkish convoys, and beyond it to the blue waters of the straits. It was a sight that no British soldier had seen since that day in April, the first of the landing, when the Australian vanguard had gazed on the Dardanelles. But the ground could not be maintained. A shower of high-explosive shell descended on the trenches on the summit. It was followed by a rush of Turkish supports, and before our line could be consolidated, we had been driven back from the crest. Our position that evening was a line from the northern slopes of Hill Q to the New Zealand position on Chinook Bear, where about 200 yards were occupied by some 800 men. Our total casualties were nearly 8,500. Had the Suvla expedition succeeded, and the Anafata Hills been by this time won, the left flank of the Anzacs would have been safe, and we should have been astride the central ridge of the peninsula. During the violent fighting of the past 2 days, the New Zealanders on the ridge had seen clearly the details of the landing. They saw the shell and shrapnel of the Turks sweep the beaches, and the covering fire of our naval guns. But their left, hard-pressed on the Aghol Dere, saw nothing of the right of the Suvla advance, which by this time should have made contact with them. Nor did the Turkish strength on Koja seem in any way to diminish, as would have been the case if they had been in difficulties with General Stopford's men at Anafata. Rather, it seemed to grow, and an ugly suspicion filled the troops on the ridge that the new effort, which had been planned as the culminating blow, had failed. Next day, the doubt became a certainty. For on Tuesday morning, the 10th, came a desperate Turkish counterattack on Tunic Bear. The New Zealanders, who had been engaged since Friday night, had been relieved by 2 battalions of the 13th Division. At 4:30 a.m., the fresh 8th Division was launched against the British front. They came on in close formation, line after line, with the wild valor of fanatics. Our battalions were driven back from Tunic Bear, and the Turks pulled down the slopes to where Rhododendron Ridge juts from the parent massif. Their object was to gain the Sasley Beit Dare, and so cut off the British left from the rest of the Anzac forces. It was at this stage of the action that General Baldwin fell, with all his staff. The Indians on the slopes of Hill Q were also driven back, and for a moment it looked as if the attack would succeed. But the enemy pouring solidly down the slopes offered a superb target for our gunners. A stream of high explosive and shrapnel burst from our land batteries and the ship's guns. In the Indian section, 10 machine guns caught the Turks in flank at short range. The attack could not retire, for fresh men kept sweeping over the crest and driving the wedge forward to its destruction. Soon it slackened, then broke, and with fierce hand-to-hand fighting among the scrub, we began to win back the lost ground. By midday, the danger was over. It had been grave indeed, for the last 2 battalions of the Anzac General Reserve had been sent up in support. Of one party of 5,000 Turks who had swarmed over the crest, but 500 returned. That afternoon the fighting ceased from the sheer exhaustion of both sides. We had leisure to reconstruct our line, which now ran from the top of Rhododendron Ridge, northeast to a position among the spurs of the Agel Dare. End of Chapter 36, Part 1. Read by HossTheTroubadour, April 2nd, 2022. Section 24 of A History of the Great War, Volume 2, The Beleaguered Fortress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Great War, Volume 2, The Beleaguered Fortress, by John Buchan. Chapter 36, Gallipoli, The New Landing, Part 2. 2 days later, on 12th August, Godley at last obtained touch with the right wing of the Suvla Bay force at a place called Susukkuyu, on the Asmak Dare, a little west of its junction with the Asma Dare. The Anzac advance had been a most glorious but a most costly enterprise. By the evening of 10th August, the casualties had reached 12,000, including a very large proportion of officers. Let Godley speak for the quality of the men. I cannot close my report without placing on record my unbounded admiration of the work performed and the gallantry displayed by the troops and their leaders during the severe fighting involved in these operations. Though the Australian, New Zealand, and Indian units had been confined to trench duty in a cramped space for some 4 months, and though the troops of the new armies had only just landed from a sea voyage, and many of them had not been previously under fire, I do not believe that any troops in the world could have accomplished more. We turn now to the fortunes of the Suvla landing. The force under Stopford consisted, as we have seen, of 2 divisions of the new army, the 10th, less 1 brigade, and the 11th, with 2 territorial divisions, the 53rd and 54th, to follow. The 10th Division had no artillery with it, and the 11th Division a single brigade, from which only 1 battery was available for the first day's fighting. All day of the 6th, the 11th Division was busy embarking at Cephalus Bay in Imbros, each man being given rations and water for 2 days. When the transport set sail after dusk, it was to a destination unknown to all save the staff. About 9:30 p.m., the ships, showing no lights, entered the little bay of Suvla, 4 miles north of the main Anzac position. The night was dark, for the moon did not rise till 2 o'clock. The Turks had no inkling of our plan. That day we had made a pretense of landing at Karachalli, at the head of the Gulf of Saros, on the coast road from Enos to Belair. That day, too, the attack at Cape Helles and the Lone Pine had begun, and the enemy's attention was diverted to the extreme ends of his front. As the transports crept northwards, the New Zealanders, on the dark shore to starboard, were already moving along their saps, and before the landing was well begun, the firing had started where the mounted brigades were clearing the foothills. But at Suvla there was no sign of life, till searchlights from the Anafata slopes, in their periodic sweeping of the horizon, discovered the strange flotilla, and an intermittent rifle fire broke out upon the beach. 3 landing places had been selected: A, inside the bay north of the Salt Lake, and B and C southwest of it. All night long, the work of disembarkation went on. The 32nd and 33rd Brigades landed at C, and the 34th at A. Opposite B and C was a little hill called Lalababa, held by the enemy. It was readily carried with the bayonet, and for the rest of the night our only trouble was from scattered snipers in the scrub. The 34th Brigade had some difficulties at A with a Turkish outpost on Hill 10, but with the assistance of the 32nd Brigade they pushed northward and carried the ridge of the Karakol Dagh. At dawn on the 7th, the 11th Division was ashore and held both sides of the bay and the neck of land between them. At daybreak, 6 battalions of the 10th Division arrived in the bay from Mytilene. It was Stopford's intention to use the 10th Division on his left, but since the experience of the 34th Brigade had shown that the shallows at A were awkward, it was landed at C and marched slowly northwards along the coast. Presently, the remaining 3 battalions of the division arrived from Mudros, along with Sir Brian Mann. It was now necessary to deploy into the plain and take up a broad front east of the Salt Lake. The earliest light brought the Turkish artillery into action. At first, our men heard only the guns of the New Zealanders, now far up the slopes of Chinook Bear. Then suddenly a storm of shrapnel broke on the beaches, which burst too high to do much damage, while the ordinary shells buried themselves in the sand. The 10th Division, in good order, moved along the causeway to the north end of the lake, while a field battery which we had established on Lalababa provided a useful support. At the same time, the cruisers, monitors, and destroyers in the bay made good practice against the Turkish batteries on the heights. By 2 o'clock, with few casualties, the 2 divisions, the 10th for the most part on the right instead of on the left, held a line east of the lake running from the Karakol Dagh to near the butt end of the ridge called Yogin Benu. So far, the operation, though slow, had been conducted without serious hitch. It was imperative to push on if we were to get the benefit of surprise. But as the afternoon advanced, little progress was made. The intermingling of the 10th and 11th Divisions had resulted in a general confusion. It was very hot, and the troops were weary and tormented with an unbearable thirst, most of the men having emptied their water bottles by 8 o'clock that morning. At 4 p.m. there came a thunderstorm and a heavy shower of rain, which cleared the air, and at 5 we managed to advance our front a little under a violent shelling from the guns on Anafata Ridge. Late that night, our right won a real success, for 2 battalions of the 11th Division succeeded in carrying the position of Yilgin Banu, which we called Chocolate Hill after its scrub had caught fire and had been reduced to a barren desolation. This, and the parallel position of the Kerich Tepe Surt in the north, where Sir Brian Mann made a spirited attack, safeguarded our flanks, and, in the event of our advance on the morrow succeeding, would allow us to link up with the left of the Anzac Corps on the Asmak Dare. Next day, Sunday, the 8th, the day on which the New Zealanders won Chinook Bear, was the critical stage at Suvla. We had a strength of some 25,000 men. The Turks on the Anafata Heights were, at the start, weak in numbers, no more than 4,000, and an attack resolutely pushed forward must have carried the position. East of the Salt Lake there lay a wide stretch of flat, sandy plain. Beyond this was a strip 2,000 yards deep of tillage, scrub, and woodland, and little farms stretching to the edge of the slopes. To the southeast there was a gap in the hills, where stood the village of Kuchik Anafata, in a dark clump of cypresses. The plan of the Turkish commander was to hold his trenches on the heights very thinly, while he pushed forward a screen of riflemen into the cover of the patches of scrub. This screen was brilliantly handled, and from its mobility and visibility seems to have given our men the impression that they were facing a huge enemy force. Meanwhile, the Turkish guns in the rear bombarded our lines and supports, and searched every road leading from the beaches. And enemy supports were on the road, the 12th Division hastening to Kuchuk-Anafata, and the 7th to Biuk-Anafata. All through that unlucky day, we made sporadic attempts to advance, losing heavily in the process and gaining little ground. A whole British corps was held up by a screen of sharpshooters, well backed by artillery. The troops were new, and lacked that self-reliance and individual initiative which is necessary in open-order fighting in a difficult country, while there was undoubtedly a lack of purpose and resolution in their leadership. The close secrecy in which the whole operation had been veiled prevented the battalion officers from understanding the extreme necessity of speed. General Stopford was not satisfied with his artillery support, and the water arrangements had broken down, but he did not sufficiently recognize the vital importance of an infantry advance at all costs when it is a question of making good a landing in hostile territory. In Sir Ian Hamilton's words, "The very existence of the force, its water supply, its facilities for munitions and supplies, its power to reinforce, must absolutely depend on the infantry being able instantly to make good sufficient ground without the aid of the artillery other than can be supplied for the purpose by floating batteries." Driving power was required, and even a certain ruthlessness to brush aside pleas for a respite for tired troops. The one fatal error was inertia, and inertia prevailed. On Monday, the 9th, our chance had almost vanished. The heart had gone out of the attack, and we were settling down to a war of positions. Sir Ian Hamilton had arrived the night before from Imbros, and had striven to inspire the corps and divisional commanders with the spirit of the offensive. In his full and candid report, he has described the situation. The general commanding the 11th Division declared himself unable to make a night attack. The commander-in-chief insisted, but units had been fatally mixed up and nothing could be done. Early on the morning of the 9th, an attack was indeed attempted by the 32nd Brigade, a gallant endeavour to carry the main Anafata ridge, and one company actually won the crest. But the effort had been made too late, for the Turkish defence was already thickening. Our difficulties were increased by an event which happened at midday. A strong wind was blowing from the north, and either by shell fire or by Turkish design, the scrub on Hill 70 was set ablaze. From that place, henceforth christened Burnt Hill, the tongues of flame leaping with the wind swept across our front and drove us back. The incident suspended all serious operations for the day. Next day, the 10th, the opportunity had gone for good, for the enemy was now amply reinforced. The 33rd Brigade attacked at dawn on Hill 100, which the Turks called Ismail Oglu Tepe. Some of the men reached the summit, but could not hold it. The 53rd Territorial Division had now arrived, and the 54th followed next day. On the 10th, the 53rd attacked the main Anafata ridge, but failed to reach it. That day, Birdwood had also failed at Hill Q and Chunuk Bair, and Sir Ian Hamilton's great design had been defeated. Something was done, indeed, to consolidate our front, which now ran from the Asmak Dare across Chocolate Hill to the 10th Division on the left. In the latter area we pushed forward a little on the Kerech Tepe Surt, and presently had a continuous trench line across the plain. On the 12th, the 163rd Brigade on our left centre won some ground, and there the 1/5th Norfolks, under Colonel Sir H. Beauchamp, charged so gallantly that their colonel, with 16 officers and 250 men, disappeared for ever in the forest. On that day, as we have seen, the right of the Suvla force obtained touch with the men of Anzac on the Asmak Dare. On the 15th, Stopford relinquished the command of the 9th Corps, and was succeeded by Sir Julian Byng. For the next 10 days the Suvla operations languished, but it was necessary to gain elbow room, and Sir Ian Hamilton was forced to continue the offensive. For that purpose, he brought to the scene of action the veteran 29th Division, temporarily commanded by General Marshall. To it was added the 2nd Mounted Division of Yeomanry under Major General Peyton, and the whole force was put under the direction of General Delisle. The objective was the encircling hills behind the Suvla plain, extending from Hill 70, now in the possession of the Turks, to Hill 100. By this time, all the advantage of surprise had gone, and the enemy position was held in equal or superior force. The only tactics left to us were those of a frontal assault. The attack of the 29th Division was entrusted to the 86th and 87th Brigades. The 88th Brigade, which had been seriously depleted by the Cape Helles fighting of 6th August, being held in reserve. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon of the 21st, a great bombardment was opened on the ridges. The enemy's guns replied, and soon the remainder of the scrub on Chocolate Hill was blazing, and our right was enveloped in a fog of smoke. Unfortunately, there was also a natural mist which discomfited our gunners. We had reckoned on the Turks being blinded by the afternoon sun, which should at the same time show up their positions, whereas the opposite was the case. At 3:30, the 87th Brigade advanced against Hill 70, and the 86th against Hill 100, while on their right the 11th Division moved against its trenches in front of it, with orders, if successful, to swing northwards and assault Hill 100 from the south. The 87th Brigade, at first, made good progress, but the shell fire from behind Hill 100 was too strong, and the Turkish machine guns held it back in the last 100 yards. Meanwhile, the 86th Brigade made repeated and most gallant attacks on Hill 100, but their efforts were fruitless. The new Army Division on the right was held fast in the flats, and could do nothing in the way of a flanking attack. About 5 o'clock, the Mounted Division was ordered into action. They had been held in reserve below the knoll of Lala Baba, and now advanced across the open in perfect order, under a devastating rain of Turkish shrapnel. For 2 miles they moved forward, as if on parade, and formed up below the 87th Brigade between Hill 70 and Hill 100. Sir Ian Hamilton has described the scene. Such superb martial spectacles are rare in modern war. Here, for a mile and a half, there was nothing to conceal a mouse, much less some of the most stalwart soldiers England has ever sent from her shores. Despite the critical events in other parts of the field, I could hardly take my glasses from the yeomen. Here and there a shell would take toll of a cluster. There they lay. There was no straggling. The others moved steadily on. Not a man was there who hung back or hurried. As the darkness was falling, the yeomanry rose from their cover and charged the hill. Lord Longford's 2nd South Midland Brigade, consisting of the Bucks, Berks, and Dorset regiments, led the assault, and the watchers in the plain saw the troopers near the crest, reach it, and then disappear as the first ranks leaped into the Turkish trenches. It was a fine feat of arms, and a great shout went up that Hill 100 was won. In the gathering dark, made thicker by the smoke from the burning scrub, it was difficult to tell the result. But the perpetual patter of rifles and machine-gun fire showed that the conquest would be hard to maintain. As it happened, the yeomen had only won an under-feature. The Turks still held the crest, whence their machine-guns enfiladed the troops below. During the night it became clear that we could not hold the position, and by daylight we had fallen back upon our old lines. The final effort against Anafarta had failed. The one gleam of success that day was on the Asmak Dere, where the left of the Anzac Corps effected a lodgment on Hill 60, and enabled our front to be fully established. On the 27th, Hill 60 was finally won. It is not easy to see how the second Suvla attack could have succeeded. It was another of those desperate frontal assaults of which, in the Helles region, we had already learned the futility. The Turk entrenched on his hills was not to be driven out by the finest infantry in the world, but no failure can detract from the merits of the performance of the 29th and the Mounted Divisions. The yeomanry suffered terribly. 2 brigadiers fell, and more than one regiment was almost destroyed. Once again, as on the 13th May at Ypres, the English yeomen had shown, quote, the mettle of their pasture. Had the troops used on the 21st been used on the 7th August, the Anafarta Heights must have been won. The August fighting was the most costly part of the Dardanelles campaign. For the first 3 weeks of the month, the casualties were close on 40,000, of which at least 30,000 were incurred between 6th and 10th August. It was an intensity of loss greater than the first and second battles of Ypres, and, considering the numbers engaged, greater than the advance at Loos in the following month. It was, moreover, a fruitless sacrifice, for nothing material was gained. We had extended the length of our battlefront by 6 miles, and we had advanced it on the left of the Anzac Corps by winning a mile or so of the Kojakemen ridges. But we were no nearer to a decision. Our new line commanded no part of the enemy's communications, and it was in no way easier to hold. We had secured a little more room in the Anzac zone, and that may be taken as the sum of our practical achievement. The enterprise, at once so gallant and so tragic, was an example of a brilliant and not impracticable scheme which miscarries owing to mistakes in detail. It may be doubted, indeed, whether its success would have given an immediate decision to the Gallipoli campaign, for it was a far cry from Sari-Ber to Pasha Dagh and Achi Baba, and the enemy in the latter positions could still have drawn supports across the Narrows from Asia till such time as Meadows fell. But it would have prepared the way for the capture of Meadows, would have struck a deadly blow against the Turkish land communications, and would have brought victory within a measurable survey. It was, of necessity, a complex plan, demanding a simultaneous success at more than one point, and it made the severest demands on the troops employed. In fixing the hours by which certain key points should have been won, Sir Ian Hamilton drew heavy drafts on the valour of his men, and those drafts at Sari-Ber were nobly honoured. But splendid achievements in one quarter were not enough, and the scheme was doomed by the disaster of a single part. It is possible to detect what may seem on review minor blunders, but the secret of failure is to be found in the overestimate of the capacities of the Suvla forces. It is true that their task was not to be named for difficulty with the problem of Sari-Ber, but it was too great for their strength, and in allotting it to untried generals, staffs, and men, Sir Ian Hamilton indubitably erred. Though his error is intelligible when we remember how the original force at Hellas had acquitted itself against all odds. He was entitled to hope for something from fortune, but fortune averted her face. It is clear, too, that the Suvla failure was only in small part due to the rawness of the new army troops, for the men of the 13th Division on Sari-Ber behaved like veterans. It was, rather, due to the inertness of old, tired, or sick commanders, and to the bungling of ill-trained staffs. At the same time, it is unjust too harshly to condemn these staffs and generals. They were men of good record, who found the work too great for them, a common circumstance in war, and one which no foresight can wholly prevent. But on Suvla the Adventure, when it had all but succeeded, shipwrecked. Footnote: Lehman von Sanders has admitted that, even after the Suvla failure, he was very near the end of his tether, and that if a further landing had been made in the Gulf of Saros, he would have no men to meet it. End of footnote. The heroic performance of Burdwan's men on the ridges of Koji-Kemen was nullified by the bareness of their left flank, and by the fact that they were face to face with an enemy in no way weakened by the attack to the north. The check to Stopford's corps on that torrid Saturday in the Suvla flats was the undoing of a great enterprise. End of Chapter 36, Part 2. Read by HossTheTroubadour, April 18th, 2022.
Section 25 of A History of the Great War, Volume 2. The Beleaguered Fortress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Great War, Volume 2. The Beleaguered Fortress by John Buchan. Chapter 37. The Great Russian Retreat, August 5th to September 30th, 1915, Part 1. The fall of Warsaw consummated a process which began in the early days of May, the awakening of Russia to the full gravity of the war. From the start, the nation had been united. The campaign had been a popular one beyond any in her history. It had been recognized by every class as a struggle not only for national existence, but for the essential ideas of civilization and humanity. But the magnitude of the contest had not revealed itself. Her conquest of Galicia, her firm defense of the Warsaw Front, and her bold ventures across the Carpathians had obliterated the memory of the first weeks when her unpreparedness had weighed heavily on her high command. The extraordinary fighting quality of her soldiers had made her forget how small a part individual valor plays in the first stage of a modern war. Russia had grown overconfident, and that confidence had almost been her undoing. Looking back in August at the course of events since April, it was easy to discover her mistakes. In the first place, she had been holding an impossibly long line for her numbers of men and guns, and her Carpathian advance had made it daily longer and more vulnerable. The Russian front was not the continuous series of entrenchments which existed in the West. There were long gaps in it. The junctions of the different armies offered points of serious weakness, and in many parts it was terribly thin. Take Demetrius's army on the Donegits. In April, one corps was holding a front of 45 miles. One division held 8 miles. One regiment, about 4,000 strong, held nearly 5. It was believed that in case of attack, reinforcements could be readily brought up. But the communications were bad, and little was done to improve them. Proposals to bring out skilled workmen from England were toyed with and shelved. No attempt was made to double the single line from Lemberg to Jaroslav, the chief feeder of the Donegets front. Nor was the railway bridge at Przemyśl repaired after the capture of that city, so as to make available a direct double route from Lemberg to Tarnow. The result was that the Russian army suffered from lack of mobility. Troops could not be brought up quickly to the threatened point, and each unit was in effect left alone to repel any attack that might be made on it. The enemy in an advance could, by means of his admirable railways, weaken remote parts of his front to strengthen the operative part, but the same tactics were not open to the defense. Hence, Russia lost the advantage of holding the interior lines. Though the enemy had to operate against a convex front, he had far greater powers of local concentration. Again, the personal ascendancy which the Russian soldier had established on the southern front led to an undue depreciation of his opponents. During the long halt on the Donegets, the Austrians kept up an incessant bombardment, but this did little harm, for they never followed it up by an infantry assault, and consequently a large proportion of the Russian troops could be withdrawn from the trenches attacked. This state of affairs led also to a certain slackness of intelligence work, and the sense of security which it induced prevented alternative positions being prepared. It may well be questioned, however, whether the existence of such positions would have made much difference in the debacle of May. The best trenches in the world would have been useless against the German artillery, especially if, as frequently happened, they could only be manned by unarmed soldiers at a distance of 20 yards from each other. This brings us to the essential Russian weakness in equipment. Her total of heavy guns was far lower than the enemy's, and her lack of railways prevented her recalling readily those which had been sent to other parts of the front. Her field artillery, excellent in pattern and efficient in its gunnery, was poorly supplied with shells, and at various times in the course of retreat its munitions gave out altogether, and it made no attempt to cope with the fire of the enemy. The Russians were terribly short also in machine guns, having at the most 1 to the enemy's 4. As the retreat continued, even their musketry fire was in danger of starvation. Many of the new recruits took their places in the firing line without rifles, and captured rifles, preserved as souvenirs, were collected from the Red Cross detachments and wherever they could be found. Men had to wait in the trenches under heavy fire till they could get arms from wounded comrades. In one army, a whole division had to face an attack without a single rifle, and the field artillery of that army was limited to 2 shells a day. When Ermanov's 3rd Caucasians fought their great battle at Jaslow, their general at one moment was compelled to refrain from a counterattack because he had only 20 rounds of rifle ammunition per man. In the words of a Russian private, we had only one weapon, the living breast of the soldier. Even an army of veterans in circumstances like these might have looked for annihilation. At any rate, its retreat, by all human calculation, should have been a rout and a confusion. The amazing fact was that there was no rout, that this force, which had lost the better part of 1 million men and prisoners alone, which was short of every munition of war, held the enemy firm, and after the first week fell back at its own pace, with stubborn rearguard actions and many successful counter-advances. Observers who took part in the retreat bore witness to the absence of panic, and indeed of any signs of excitement. Corps like the 3rd Caucasians, which had been reduced to a fragment, still planned and executed bold measures of reprisal. The fiber of the Russian soldier seemed a thing beyond the power of mortal calamity to weaken. He might perish in millions, but the survivors took up the weapons of the dead and cheerfully continued. But the effect on the Russian people, the relatives of the dead and missing in 1,000 cities and a myriad villages, was tremendous, the more tremendous in that it wrought as slowly as the thawing of the ice in spring. There was as yet no weakening, but everywhere there was perplexity and confusion. In the circles of government, the honest men labored to purge the administration of its infinite corruption. Many reputations were dimmed. Suspicion fell upon the highest quarters. Gossip was busy with all its tongues. The determination of the great people behind the bureaucrats was strong. And when in July, before the fall of Warsaw, Germany made overtures for peace, she was haughtily repulsed. The convening of the Imperial Duma on 1st August was a wise step, but the Duma, along with the army, was the only representative of the whole nation, and it met to renew its oath of resolution. The war had already been prolific of eloquence, but men were a little weary of words and the old stimulants were losing their power. But there are certain speeches which have the quality of deeds. Such had been the fiery orations of Chatham and Gambetta, the homely good sense of Cromwell, the noble simplicity of Washington, the grave elevation of Lincoln. Such now was the address of Rodzianko, the Duma's president. His words moved his hearers to a strange exultation and rang throughout the land from the Dnieper to the Pacific. He drew a picture of the army, the living sword of our native land, menacing the foe, but humble before God. He reviewed the events of the year and spoke words of comfort to the patriots of Poland. The war, he said, was no longer a duel of armies but of peoples, and victory could only be won if civilians and soldiers alike wrought for the common purpose. Our duty, sparing neither strength nor time nor means, is to set to work without delay. Let each one give his labor into the treasury of popular might. Let those who are rich, like those who are able, contribute to the common welfare. The army and the fleet have set each of us an example of duty dauntlessly fulfilled. They have done all that man can do. Our turn has come. For victory, he pointed out, a change of spirit was needful in the government, and the change must involve a new trust in the people. The occupation of Warsaw compelled Falkenhayn to decide the difficult problem of his future objective. 2 courses were open to him. One was to entrench himself upon the ground he had won and make the Niemen, the Narev, and the Vistula the front of the central and northern armies. The line of the rivers in German hands could be made of a strength which would defy any Russian counter-advances for many a day. Warsaw, the magazine and depot of the Grand Duke's forces, was in his hands. And though it is easy to overrate the importance of any single city, yet the possession of Warsaw conferred great and obvious advantages. Such a position would paralyze Russian efforts for the immediate future. It would enable him to weaken his armies without danger and send great contingents westward. And it would give his troops, weary with 3 months' incessant fighting, the opportunity to rest and recruit. This plan had been in the mind of the German staff during the winter, but the successes of the summer had widened their outlook, and they had come to cherish some spacious projects. The efforts required to win Warsaw had made the Vistula almost impossible as a halting ground. The Archduke Joseph and Mackensen were already north of the Lublin Railway. The right wing was pushed almost to the Sereth, while in the far north, Eichhorn was well east of the Niemen and below, south of Riga, had pressed forward in a deep salient toward Dvinsk. To be content with a defensive line on the rivers meant the sacrifice of these substantial gains and the holding of a long concave front. It was desirable to straighten out the position by advancing the center. But the chance of a crushing, perhaps a decisive offensive, was what dominated Hindenburg's mind. The Russian armies were clearly in a perilous case. With Warsaw fallen, the southern railway cut, and the Narev line crumbling, it seemed beyond human power to extricate the center from the narrow apex of the salient. Meanwhile, in the north, below and Eichhorn were almost within striking distance of the Petrograd Railway. And once this was cut in the neighborhood of Dvinsk and Vilna, the whole Russian front must split into isolated and unrelated groups. It was a sovereign chance to compel a field battle in which more than one of the armies of Russia should find destruction. Between Riga and Petrograd lay 300 miles of forest and meres served by one railroad. The same distance separated Tarnopol and Kiev, though the country there was better suited for the movements of great armies. In a few weeks the autumn rains would begin, and in 2 months the first snows of winter. The time was too short to reach Petrograd or Kiev, even had these been the gains that promised most. The Grand Duke Nicholas might yield them both and fall farther back into the heart of the country, and Russia would still be unconquered. But let her armies be beaten in detail in the next month, and Russia would indeed be vanquished. She was already in an almost hopeless position, with no great base near, with slender communications, with her ranks terribly depleted, and with her old insufficiency of equipment unrelieved. The fruit was almost within the German grasp. One great effort, as forecast by the Kaiser in his telegram to the Queen of Greece, must bring about that decisive victory, so far unknown in the war, which would put the defeated side out of action. On the desirableness of this end, there was no difference of opinion, but there was a serious conflict between Hindenburg and Falkenhayn as to the means. The former sought to make sure of a settlement with Russia, even at the cost of a hazard to every other battlefront. He wished to strengthen his left and strike towards Vilna with the northern force. The latter was resolved to fight on the basis of limited liability. He did not believe in any case that Hindenburg's plan was certain to succeed. One cannot hope, he told him, to strike a comprehensive and deadly blow by means of an encircling movement at an enemy who is numerically stronger, who will stick at no sacrifice of territory or position, and in addition has the expanse of Russia behind him. Moreover, he was much occupied elsewhere. The entry of Bulgaria as an ally was all but arranged, and that would entail sending troops to Serbia. The French and British offensive in the west was only a few weeks distant. He still hoped for a Russian debacle, but it must be achieved by the adroit handling of the existing armies, and not by a large and combined operation. Even if the Grand Duke escaped from the trap, the German position would be greatly improved by an advance. It would give them Brest-Litovsk, the last of the Polish fortresses. It would give them the marshes of the Pripet as a great piece of dead ground in their line. It would still further disintegrate the Russian forces till they fell from an extended front into groups, from groups to armies, and from armies to disjointed corps. Further, there was a position which could be held for the winter, and which offered greater security than even the river line of the Vistula. There was a lateral railway running south from Riga by way of Dvinsk and Vilna to Rovno. If this were held, and the Austrian right wing stood firm on the Dniester, a winter front would be gained shorter than the old one by 400 miles, and with communications certainly no worse than those of western Poland. Again, such a line would give Germany complete possession not only of Russian Poland, but of all the territory which Polish nationalism had ever claimed. Now, the unity of the Polish race had always been the central ideal of Polish patriots. Since the war began, the wisest brains among them had been loyal to Russia, believing that only Russia could give them once more a racial and territorial solidarity. But with Galicia and Russian Poland, as well as Posen in German hands, the allegiance of the Poles would be sorely tried. Germany alone, it might then appear, could implement her promises and give reality to their aspirations. Besides, there was the vast Jewish residuum of the Polish population, without national tradition, which might be trusted to worship the rising sun. Fortune seemed to smile happily on the German purpose on that day when Prince Leopold entered Warsaw. Russia had one pressing duty before her, to extricate her armies and refuse at all cost to be driven into a field battle. Her first business was to get her troops out of the Warsaw salient. That meant that while her center fought constant rearguard actions against Prince Leopold's advance, her right center must check Galwitz and Schultz on the Narev, and her left center the advance of Warschak towards Lukau, till such time as she had fallen back east of Szegeda. She had left the great fortress of Novogorodievsk to hinder the use of the Vistula for German supplies, in the hope that it would hold out for at least a month. In that event, the loss of its large garrison and its many guns would be justified. Once the apex of the salient was clear, the retirement would be on Brest-Litovsk, and to enable her to effect this in good order, the northern fortress of Osowetz and Kovno must resist till, at any rate, the end of August. Otherwise, in the difficult country around the Bober and the upper Niemen, there was a chance of more than one corps being cut off. It was already clear that the upper and middle Bug could not be held long against the thrust of McKesson. Behind Brest-Litovsk lay the marshes of the Pripet, and to withdraw through that area meant a stiff holding battle around Brest, for the withdrawal would be slow and intricate. Russia had thus two great perils immediately before her. One of her armies or army groups might be enveloped, especially on the right flank, where Bellow and Eichhorn had already driven in deep salients, or the onslaughts of the German center, aided by McKesson's drive northeastwards, might force her to fight west of the Pripet marshes. If an army has narrow and congested communications behind it, and the enemy presses hard, it may be compelled against its will to accept battle. The extraordinary difficulties of Russia's position must be understood if we are to do justice to the magnitude of her achievement. Let us look first at her immediate task, the retirement from Warsaw to the Bug. Ivangorod had fallen on 4th August. To defend it would have been folly, for it was wholly surrounded, and it commanded no vital route of communication. The guns and munitions were removed by the railway to Lukau, and only the husk was left for the conqueror. The rearguards of the Russian center were still in Praga, the Warsaw suburb east of the Vistula. But by Monday, 9th August, they were driven out, and Prince Leopold could begin the bridging of the river. In spite of the ruin of the bridges both there and at Ivangorod, the Germans were not slow to find a means of crossing. Using the big 1,000-ton barges, which were the staple of the Vistula navigation, they constructed pontoons, over which they ran their railways. The main advance of Prince Leopold beyond the Vistula began on 10th August. It was stubbornly opposed and made slow progress. The Russian resistance in this section was wholly conditioned by what was happening on the flanks. They dared not delay 1 hour longer than the time permitted them to escape from the pressure of Galwitz on the north and Warsaw on the south. Had there been no such coercion, Prince Leopold might have been held up indefinitely, for his army was the weakest in the German dispositions. But the thing had become almost a mathematical problem. So soon as Galwitz and Warsaw reached certain points, the Russian center must break off the action and retire to a position which would allow them to evade outflanking. The tactical handling of the Russian center was skillful, even brilliant. The gravest peril came from the Narev front, where the Russian remnants were working as if to a time schedule. Galwitz, it will be remembered, had first crossed the river on the 26th of July, after crushing the resistance of the fortified bridgeheads at Polsek and Rosen. He was held in the wooded country between the Bug and the Narev, and was not able to force the crossing on a broad front. On 9th August, Novogorgievsk was completely isolated, and Galwitz's right wing took Sirok and Zegra at the junction of the Bug and the Narev. On the 10th, Schultz stormed Lomza, and next day Gallwitz, moving east between the Bug and the Narev, had won a very dangerous position, no less than the junction where the central line to Ostrolenka joins the main Warsaw-Petrograd Railway, a few miles from where the latter crosses the Bug. This meant that the whole Russian front on the Narev and Bug west of this point must give way. They had destroyed the Bug Railway Bridge and fallen back, apparently in good order, by the Bialystok Railway and by the lateral Malkin-Sajada Railway, which was still in Russian hands. On the south, Warsaw was joined hands with Bekessin on 10th August. Moving northeast, he took the railway junction of Lukau 2 days later. By that time, the Russian center was in Shadada, ready for a further retreat as the enemy flanks closed in. On the 12th, Gallwitz was at Zambrova, southeast of Lomza, an important junction of 5 roads. His right wing was at Andrikov, just north of the Petrograd line. Shadada and the lateral railway were clearly no longer tenable, especially as Schultz, on Gallwitz's left, had crossed the Narev at its junction with the Bober and was threatening Bialystok. On the 13th, the Russian center fell back from Shadada and Sokolov into the profound forest which stretched towards the Bug. The worst peril was over, for the narrows of the salient had been cleared. It remained to hold the ground in front of Brest-Litovsk till the flanks could straighten themselves into line with the center. That center by the 14th was at Lositz, some 20 miles east of Shadada, with its right on the railway running northeast from Shadada and its left on the Lukau-Brest Railway. There, for the moment, it was safe, but to north and south the position was precarious. For next day, Bekessin, pushing north along the Cholmes-Brest line, took Vladava on the Bug, and Warshik was advancing along both sides of the Lukow-Brest lines. In the north, the left wing of Gallwitz's army had forced the crossing of the river Nersik, which enters the Bug about 15 miles west of the place where that river is crossed by the main Petrograd Railway. Next day, Prince Leopold's left crossed the Bug at Drohitzen, which brought it in touch with Gallwitz's right, while its center took Biala on the Kersner River, and McKesson from the south moved down the Bug from Vlodava. Already the enemy was within 20 miles of the fortress of Brest. It was time for the Russian center to fall back on Brest and for the High Command to decide whether that stronghold should be surrendered or defended. It is probable that the Grand Duke's first intention was to hold Brest and the line of the Upper Bug. The railway from Brest to Bialystok would give good lateral communication behind the fronts, though by the 15th this line was already endangered by McKesson's advance from Vlodova, which gave the Germans the mastery of the Bug above the fortress, as well as the southern part of the lateral line. But the essential condition of the maintenance of the position was the Russian control of the Upper Niemen, and especially of the fortress of Kovno. There Napoleon had crossed the river, and there ran the main line from East Prussia to Vilna. Ossowitz would be a point in this front, which would run roughly from Brest north by Bielsk and Ossowitz to the Niemen. But if Kovno fell, it was untenable, for that would give Eichhorn a chance of a flanking movement which might threaten the right of the Russian center, and might even cut it off for good from the armies in Courland. The importance of Kovno was even greater in relation to the situation on the Russian right. Tuckum and Mittal had fallen to the army of Bellow, whose clouds of cavalry were now scouring the valley of the Ah. He was well east of Shavy by the end of July, and by 12th August was at Ponebitz, moving towards Dvinsk by the Libau-Dvinsk Railway. That day, the Russian right made a strong counterattack upon Bellow's center, and another attack checked his left wing on the Ah. But if Kovno fell, various awkward consequences would ensue. The Niemen below the town was already in German hands. Kovno, Olita, and Grodno were the three fortresses of the Upper Niemen, and the first in the present situation was the most vital. Its loss would imperil the other two. It would make the position of the Russian armies on the Bober an acute salient. It would give the enemy a direct route to Vilna and the Petrograd line. Above all, it would place the Germans in rear of the Russian position on the Sventa, which enters the Niemen on the right bank a little below the town. Kovno, an old city with a flourishing trade in grain and timber, was defended by 18 forts, 5 on the east safeguarding the Niemen, 4 on the north protecting the Vilna Bridge, and 9 on the south and west. The Russians had no time, any more than at Ivangorod and Brest, to defend it by those earthworks in a wide perimeter which were the salvation of Verdun. The end of July saw Eichhorn's ex-army close on Kovno from the west, and on the day that Warsaw was abandoned, the bombardment began. For 12 days, a concentration of heavy artillery rained shells on the fortifications, while the infantry struggled for the outworks. The factories were stripped of machinery, and the government records sent east, for soon it began to appear that the 16-inch guns of the East Prussian fortresses must speedily make an end of the defense. It was urgent that the place should be held till the latest moment for the security of the rest of the Russian line, and for 12 desperate days the garrison stuck to their post. On Sunday, 15th August, the end was very near. The German 40th Corps under Litzmann carried a small fort at the southwest corner and pushed through the gap thus created. The forts by this time were in ruins, and on the night of Tuesday the 17th, the heroic garrison was overwhelmed. The eastern works resisted to the last, and a portion of the defenders got away. The Germans claimed 20,000 prisoners and over 200 guns. When a forlorn hope is destroyed, there is little chance of saving men and artillery. The fall of Kovno, unexpectedly, for it was counted upon for a long resistance. Footnote: its commandant, General Grigorov, was tried by court-martial and sentenced to 15 years imprisonment for his insufficient measures of defense. End of footnote. Revived the peril which for a moment seemed to have passed by. It allowed Eichhorn to transport his army across the Niemen and to outflank the Russians on the Sventa. And it put the Bulber armies and the force holding Austerlitz in a position of the greatest danger. A retirement on the right center was necessary to avoid envelopment, and no less urgent was a retirement in the center. For on the 18th, Gallwitz cut the Brest-Bialystok railway at Bielsk, thereby isolating Brest on the north. That same day, Prince Leopold crossed the Bug at Mielnik, east of his previous crossing at Drohitzen, and thus secured for a line of advance and supply the railway which ran northeast from Shadada and traversed the Bug between these two crossing points. Farther south, McKesson was east of the Bug, north of Voldava, and moving to cut the Brest-Moscow railway behind the fortress. Prince Leopold's right was that evening attacking the western forts of Brest itself. End of Chapter 37, Part 1. Section 26 of A History of the Great War, Volume 2. The Beleaguered Fortress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Great War, Volume 2. The Beleaguered Fortress by John Buchan. Chapter 37, The Great Russian Retreat, Part 2. Next day came a fresh and unexpected blow. The siege of Novogorodievsk had been entrusted to Besseler, the conqueror of Antwerp, who for many months had disappeared from the war bulletins. The Russian staff assumed a lengthy defense and a consequent hold-up to German communications. But the great cannon which had battered down Liège and Namur carried Novogorodievsk in something under 3 weeks. 80,000 of the garrison were taken, and over 700 guns, most of which had first been rendered useless. The ciphers and maps were carried into Russia by a brilliant feat of air work. Besseler was rewarded by being put in charge of the administration of Poland. Brest alone remained now of the Polish Triangle, and it was very clear that Brest was no continuing city. The first Russian line of retreat had been planned as on a front from Riga through Kovno, Grovno, Bialystok to the upper Bug. But Kovno had fallen and Mackensen had turned the river line in the south. A further retreat was needed, and once more the duty revived of extricating the weaker and most critical part by desperate holding battles. But the task was now of a somewhat different nature. The worst salient had been cleared, and the problem concerned itself with the maneuvering of armies so as to avoid envelopment while moving through exceptionally arduous country. For behind the Russian center lay the great marshes of the Pripet, which must divide the front into sharply defined groups. While Russia grappled with the urgencies of her land retirement, there came a sudden threat on the north from the sea. In March, a German squadron of battleships and torpedo craft had shelled the coast villages of Courland. In the early days of June, there had been fighting around Gothland and the Gulf of Riga, in which the Russians lost the mine layer, Yenisei, and the Germans the transport Hindenburg and a destroyer. Russian torpedo boats engaged German cruisers off Windau on 30th June, and there was an action off Gothland on 2nd July. These activities forewarned the Russian Baltic Fleet under Admiral Kanin that at any moment an attempt might be made to assist the armies by a landing of troops on the Riga shore. Such a landing, if successful, would have turned the Russian right and led at once to the fall of Riga. But for the landing to be possible, the mastery of the sea must be secured. It was Germany's business, first of all, to sink or blockade the Russian fleet. Till that was done, any landing was the height of rashness, more especially since her object was not to gain a port, but to establish an advanced base for her extreme left, and such a base involved a secure and continuous passage for her transports from Königsberg and Danzig. On Sunday, 10th August, an attack was made on a large scale. A German fleet, consisting of 9 of the older battleships, 12 cruisers, and a destroyer flotilla, attempted to force the southern channel which leads to the Gulf of Riga. The attempt was defeated, mainly by the Russian submarines and smaller craft. But on 16th August, it was renewed with determination. The opening of the Gulf is defended by a group of islands, of which Ursel is the largest, with the smallest islets of Dago, Moan, and Wormsow, stretching to the northeast. The chief entrance, the only one practicable for ships of heavy draft, lies between Ursel and the mainland, but there is another east of Moan, through the northern archipelago. Riga, on the mouth of the Dvina, lies at the southern end of the Gulf, and on a bay on the eastern shore, about halfway as the crow flies between Riga and Reval, is the little port of Pernau. On 16th August, the German fleet engaged the Russian at the mouth of both channels. The attack was repulsed, but next day a thick fog settled on the water, and the enemy was able to sweep the mines from the entrance. The Russian light craft retired into the Gulf, while the larger units remained outside, since in such weather a general action was impossible. The Germans moved in, apparently under the impression that the Russians had withdrawn from the Gulf altogether. On the 19th, they began their preparation for a landing at Pernau, a port chosen because it was unfortified and was on the road to Petrograd. 4 very large flat-bottomed barges laden with troops moved inshore, and on the 20th attempted to land. The conditions were favorable, only on the assumption that there was no enemy craft near, for the shoal water forbade the ships in support to approach the shore. It was the opportunity of the Russian light craft, and quickly they seized it. The whole landing force was captured or destroyed. Meantime, the Russian fleet had joined battle throughout the length of the Gulf. The heaviest fighting was in Moan Sound, where the retreating German vessels were caught by the Russian destroyers. One old gunboat, the Savuch, engaged a German cruiser which was escorting the torpedo craft. The action began at a range of about 1,200 yards. The Savuch, said the Russian Admiralty report, wrapped in flames and on fire fore and aft, continued to answer shot for shot until she went down, having previously sunk an enemy torpedo boat. It was the only serious Russian casualty. 8 German destroyers and 2 cruisers were either sunk or put out of action. A submarine was driven ashore, and it seems probable that an auxiliary cruiser was also destroyed. On the 21st, the Germans had evacuated the Gulf. In the 3 weeks which ended on that day, the German center in the east had advanced 100 miles. The forts of Warsaw, Ivanogorod, Novogorodievsk, and Kovno had fallen. Eichhorn was menacing Grodno. Gallwitz had isolated Brest on the north. Prince Leopold was close on the western walls of the fortress, and Mackensen was east of the Bug and threatening to take the place in the rear. It was no small achievement for 20 days, but it was not the success for which Germany had hoped. The Russian armies had extricated themselves from impossible salients along intricate corridors with comparatively few losses. Falkenhayn's mind was now less set upon a decisive field victory than on the attainment of an impregnable winter line with a lateral railway behind it. The immediate German objective on 21st August may be set down as Riga, the Dvina Valley, Dvinsk, Vilna, the Volhynian fortresses, Lutsk, Dubno, and Rovno, and all the country west of, up to, and a little beyond the Riga-Rovno line. The matter pressed, for winter was coming. Germany was embarking on what she hoped would be the final stage of the campaign 2 months later than Napoleon had crossed the Niemen. The Russian position, though full of difficulties, was better than a month before. Their line was nearly straight, save for a salient at Auschwitz, and the great sag on their right, where Bellow approached the Dvina. Their problem was to prevent Mackensen from getting to the rear of Brest-Litovsk before Everett's center was clear, to hold firm on their right, and to make a permanent stand west of the Dvinsk-Vilna-Rovno railway. Auschwitz and Bialystok clearly must go, and Grodno must hold out just long enough to enable the forces there to fall back on Vilna by the main Petrograd line. If one danger exceeded another, when all were so great, it was the menace to the crossing of the Dvina. If Dvinsk were taken in flank, the retreat of the right wing would be gravely compromised. After the fall of Kovno, the Russian armies fell back by the railway towards Vilna, and on the 22nd made a stand at Koshadary to enable the Vilna stores to be removed. On that day, Bialystok was still in their hands, and all the Petrograd railway beyond it, so that the forces of Auschwitz had still their path of retreat clear. But Gallwitz held Bielsk to the south, and there was no easy communication between the army of the Niemen and the army of Brest. The latter fortress was now invested on 3 sides, and its evacuation was the immediate problem of Everett's center. Besseler, the siege expert, having reduced Novogorodievsk, was now bringing his guns against the western works of Brest. Next day, the 23rd, Auschwitz fell. The fort had held out since the previous autumn against repeated German attacks. It owed its strength to the fact that, except at the road and railway crossing, swamps stretched on both sides of the Bober, and it was difficult to find positions for heavy artillery. Footnote: the position was chosen by Skobelev. The first forts were built in 1888 and reconstructed in 1910, with the experience gained in Port Arthur as a guide. The forts occupied a series of low, thickly wooded hills. End of footnote. In the end, it did not fall to assault, but was abandoned by its garrison. With Bialystok and Grodno threatened, it had become an indefensible salient. The same day, Tykocin was stormed and 1,000 prisoners taken. Eichhorn's right wing south of Kovno was approaching Olita, which, but for Grodno, was the only Niemen fortress left, and the Russian troops west of the Niemen in the eastern section of the Augustovo woods were beginning to find their position untenable. Meanwhile, the German front was closing in to the north of Brest, and the whole of Prince Leopold's left wing was across the Bialystok-Brest Railway. Mackensen, farther south, had driven in the Russian rearguards on the Bug at Moldova and was pursuing them through the marsh country to the east. That country was the beginning of the Great Pripet Marshes, the source of the Pripet River, being in the swamps southeast of Vlodava, only a few miles from the right bank of the Bug. On 25th August, Brest-Litovsk fell. It had held out long enough to enable Everett to get away with guns and supplies, and only a little corn remained for the victors. With Brest went the last fort of the Polish Triangle. Everett's armies were now well into the tangle of the Pripet marshes, with Mackensen following on the south and on the north Prince Leopold's group fighting their way through the great forest of Bielviesk, the last sanctuary left to the ancient European bison. Everett had escaped without envelopment or being forced into a battle. He had the main Moscow railway to assist his retreat, and for his right wing the line and high road from Brest to Minsk. His pursuers were held up by rearguard actions in the wooded fringes of the marshes, while the main body moved leisurely eastwards. On the 26th, the situation grew more threatening in the north. The Augustova troops began their retreat, and not an hour too soon, for the Germans were close on Olito. That day, Bialystok fell at last to Schultz, and Below's center was in action on the Sventa River in the direction of Dvinsk. The movement warned the Russians that a bid was being made for the Petrograd Railway north of Vilna. Next day, the 27th, Olito was evacuated, for it was hopelessly outflanked. Lying halfway between Kovno and Grodno, it marked an important ford of the Niemen, and though barely reckoned a fortress in the days before the war, it had been entrenched ever since Hindenburg's threat against the river line in the preceding autumn. With Bialystok and Olito gone, Grodno was rapidly becoming the point of a salient, and all the Petrograd line southeast of Vilna was in hourly peril. All government papers, stores, and factory equipment were being hastily moved out of Dvinsk and Vilna. On 28 August, Bellow began his attack on the line of the Dvina, in all the valley of that river, from Riga upwards. There was no crossing till the little town of Friedrichstadt was reached, some 50 miles from the coast. Below it, great stretches of marshy forest line the left bank of the stream, and no road follow its course on that side. On the other side, where the ground was harder, there was the main Riga-Vilna railway. At Friedrichstadt, which lay on the left bank, a road reached the riverside, and 5 miles south of it was a single-line railway. So long as the Russians held Friedrichstadt, they controlled the only practicable crossing of the Dvina between Riga and Jakobstadt, and they protected the communications of the port with Dvinsk and Vilna. When Bellow moved on Friedrichstadt, he aimed not at isolating Riga, for there was still the northern line to Petrograd, but at cutting it off from the Russian armies to the south. That same day, there was a kindred movement on the extreme German right. We left Pilanza-Baltin on the Dniester, Bolner near Brezheny, Ermoli from Zlokow, northwards toward Brody, and a large cavalry force under Pulala on his left. All four armies had behind them excellent communications in the Lemberg railways. For the past fortnight, Ivanov's southern command had been little harassed, and, since the campaign in the north was going well, the Austrians resolved to advance in the south, clear the environs of Lemberg, and begin the attack on the Volhynian forts. Puhala flung his cavalry across the river Styr and moved toward Lutsk, while Berthma and Pilanza-Baltin pushed the Russians from their position on the Zlata Lipa. The movement, if successful, would force Ivanov back into difficult country and cut him off effectually from Everett in the north. That day, too, Everett himself was being harried east of Brest. Mackensen was well into the marsh country between the rivers Pripet and Mukhavets, and his cavalry were at Samary, on the road from Kovel to Kobrin. The summer had been comparatively dry, and these western marshes were not impracticable. Prince Leopold was meantime pushing through the forest of Bielzevisk, slowly and with constant fighting, for it was vital that he should not reach the Brest-Minsk railway till Everett had retreated far enough to get lateral communications by the line which ran east of Pinsk between Vilna and Rovno. By that day, the Germans had nearly passed the forest belt and fought in action just inside its eastern borders. Meanwhile, Schultz was closing in on Grodno, while Eichhorn, on a broad front, was moving on Vilna, and Below hammered at Friedrichstadt and the Dvina line. It was clear that Grodno must be relinquished, or the Russian right center would be surrounded. The Augustovo troops had been withdrawn east of the Niemen, and during those days there was an immense eastward movement between the main Petrograd Railway and the Pripet marshes. Troops, baggage trains, and civilian fugitives filled all the roads and choked the two lines still available. These were the railway between Lida and Polotsk, a single line, and the double Brest-Minsk railway. The main Petrograd line by Vilna could scarcely be used, for Vilna itself was in danger. On 30th August, Pilanza-Walton had reached the Stripa, and Pulala was close on Lutsk. But Ivanov had the matter in hand. He strengthened his wings and counterattacked strongly with his left, checking the advance of the German right. Stubborn fighting continued at Friedrichstadt, on the Dvina. Eichhorn was close on the west front of Grodno. Prince Leopold was nearing Przani, on the road from Brest to Slonim, and Mackensen was at Kobrin, on the railway 30 miles east of Brest. But the real menace was against Vilna, where Hindenburg was making his chief effort. If this great nodal point of roads and railways could be taken swiftly, there might be a general debacle of all the Russian right center in the Grodno salient. The German plan was for an advance along the north bank of the Vilia River, while Schultz, as soon as Grodno fell, was directed to move in support on the southern bank. The Russians met the thrust with great concentration. Every man who could be brought out of reserve or spared from other parts of the line was hurried to Vilna, and an entrenched position was taken up through Maizgola, 15 miles northwest of the town on the road to Vilkamir. Here developed on the second day of September one of the few pitched battles of the retreat. The last day of August saw Ivanov vigorously counterattacking on the Russian left around Zlotkow. But next day Lutsk fell to Bern-Mermoli's left wing, and Bothmer had a success on the upper Stripa near Zaborov. That same day, Eichhorn was close on Orani, a junction of the Grodno-Villa Railway, and the last hour of Grodno had struck. On 1st September, the western works of the place on the left bank of the Niemen were carried by Schultz, and the Russians evacuated that section. Besseler's siege artillery was present, but the place was not stormed but gradually evacuated. It was Eichhorn's threat to Orani which made the Grodno salient untenable. The 2nd of September was the official date of the fall of the town, but fighting continued in its eastern environs for a day later during the Russian withdrawal, and on that day there was a bold counterattack, Russian troops re-entering the place and taking 8 machine guns and 150 prisoners. By the morning of the 4th, the Germans held Grodno, but their booty was small. They claimed only 6 fortress guns, which showed the completeness with which the Russians had cleared it, and some 2,000 prisoners, the rearguard which in such a retirement is inevitably doomed to capture. Meantime, on the southern wing, there were severe attacks and counterattacks. The Austrians had crossed the Styr on a broad front. Brody had fallen. Bothmer was pushing his opponents toward the Sereth, and Valance of Baitland was also across the lower Strippa. This was on 2nd September. Next day, Ivanov struck back on the Styr, but his extreme left yielded further ground. On the Dvina, there had been a desperate struggle for the Friedrichstadt crossing. Bellow had issued a special order to his troops. After the brilliant campaign on the Russian front and the occupation of many cities and fortresses in Poland and Lithuania, you must make one more effort to force the Dvina and seize Riga. There you will rest during the autumn and winter in order to march on Petrograd in the spring. On the night of 2nd September, the Russians, who held the left bank of the river below Friedrichstadt, made a gallant assault on Bellow's flank. But on the morning of the 3rd, the Germans attacked the position at the bridgehead with incendiary shells and forced the Russians back to the east side. Bellow had cleared the left bank for a space of 10 miles, but he had not won the bridgehead for his attack on the Riga-Dvinsk railway. There come moments in a campaign when the high tide of an advance appears to be reached and the ebb begins. At the time, it is imperceptible to the combatants of both sides, but the turn has come. The summit has been passed. On 4th September, the Russian generalissimo, looking to the condition of his front, after 4 of the most tempestuous months that ever mortal armies endured, might have detected a slight clearing of the skies. The desperate salients had gone. The line was nearly straight. The wings were hard-pressed but could still resist. The center was too deep in the Pripyat marshes for easy capture. In front of Vilna, a fierce battle was in progress, but it was a battle of choice rather than compulsion. The Russian armies now were not struggling for dear life, but for strategical purpose. Retreat was everywhere open to them if they chose that course. When they halted and gave battle, it was because they had decided to halt, to defeat some cherished German plan. The retirement, which at one moment had seemed endless, now showed itself as a thing with clear limits. The great armies of Russia were in substance safe. If they could hold the Riga-Rovno line and the Dvinsk Railway against the enemy, they might yet wrest from him the initiative and make him rue the day when he crossed the Vistula. One of these mysterious waves of confidence, which men feel but will not express lest they offend the gods, passed through the anxious souls of the Russian High Command. Those who had braced themselves for the last endurance now dared to hope. At that moment, the Emperor of Russia put himself at the head of his soldiers. On the morning of Sunday, 5th September, the Tsar signed an army order announcing that he had taken supreme command. Today, I have taken supreme command of all the forces of the sea and land armies operating in the theater of war. With firm faith in the clemency of God, with unshakable assurance in final victory, we shall fulfill our sacred duty to defend our country to the last. We will not dishonor the Russian land. The Grand Duke Nicholas had for more than a year borne perhaps the heaviest burden yet carried by a single man in the campaign. He had been called on to make vital decisions involving immense sacrifices. He had purged his armies of many unworthy elements and had inspired them with a complete confidence in their leader. A commander-in-chief of forces so huge leans much on his staff, and individual group and army commanders have a wide discretion. But however high we rate the work of Ivanov and Ruski, Alexiev and Everett, it is certain that the talents of the Generalissimo were great, and the sobriety of his judgment and the tenacity of his will were more valuable, perhaps, in that first phase of war than strategical ingenuity and wide military knowledge. But no man can command continuously for a year without growing very weary. The health of the Grand Duke had never been good, and it had suffered from the harassments of the summer. Moreover, there arrives a day in all campaigns when some relief to the higher command may be of real military value. A new mind, applied to the same problems, may work more shrewdly and expeditiously. But the determining cause of the change was the resolve of the Tsar to take the command himself. Clearly, there could not be two royal princes at the head of the armies of Russia. The Tsar, a generalissimo, must have, as his chief of staff, the ablest master of the profession of arms that could be found. And it is no disparagement of the Grand Duke, Nicholas, to say that as a professional soldier, and especially as a staff officer, he did not rank with the best of the group commanders. The Tsar, in taking command, followed the example of Peter the Great and his predecessors in the hour of national crisis. Many of his advisers, including Rodzianko, opposed this step as too great a hazard for the dynasty. Others at court urged it not because of its political value, but because of their jealousy of the Grand Duke. There was a web of intrigue woven on both sides, but on the part of the Tsar himself, the decision was based solely on a sense of duty. It was a sign to his people that Russia would not waver, in answer to Germany's overtures for a separate peace. At the moment when, by all the calculations of Berlin, Russia should have been embittered against her allies, broken in spirit, and ready to approach her conqueror in suppliant tones, her monarch himself took up arms and summoned the nation to rally behind the majesty of his office. The Grand Duke succeeded Vorontsov-Dashkov as Viceroy of the Caucasus, a post which would give him a much-needed rest, and which, as the campaigns progressed, would afford a great field for military activity. He took with him to Tiflis General Janushkevich, and the duties of Chief of the General Staff developed upon Alexiev, who surrendered to Everett the group command of the armies of the West. A man of the people and a soldier from his earliest youth, Alexiev had revealed himself as a master of the traditional Russian strategy, and to him must be attributed the chief successes of the Great Retreat. Shy and taciturn in manner, a scholar in his profession, a man of quick judgment and high powers of administration, as a staff officer, he had at the moment few rivals in the world. In early September, the German front in the east changed its character. It was no longer a single front devoted to one great combined operation, but relapsed into two groups, the Germans in the north and the Austrians in the south, each with its separate objective. 9 divisions were taken from the armies of Prince Leopold and Mackensen for Serbia and France, and presently Mackensen himself departed to the Danube, leaving to Lissingen what remained of his old command. The Austrians sought only a good winter position, but Hindenburg still hoped with the northern force to achieve a substantive victory and destroy a portion of the Russian field strength. The policy of his campaign since May had been the creation and destruction of salients, and the Russian problem had been to hold the sides of a salient till the troops in the apex could fall back to a point at which the front would be approximately straight. The plan did not appear in the first movement from the Donegets, but the case of Lemberg was a perfect instance. There Mackensen struck from the northwest, and Burma-Moli from the southwest, and only a miracle of steadfastness was the salient saved. When Lemberg had fallen, The strategy was repeated on a larger scale, its object being the great salient of Poland, of which the sides were the Warsaw-Petrograd line in the north and the Warsaw-Kiev line in the south. It succeeded in the last days of July, when the Narew line was forced and the Archduke Joseph N. Mackensen crossed the Lublin-Jolm Railway. The Russian front then broke up into a number of lesser salients, of which the most dangerous was that with Warsaw as its apex and the line of the Middle Bug as its base. By the third week of August, this had been safely evacuated, the greatest tactical performance of the whole retreat. There remained still 4 salients or possibilities of salients at Riga, Kovno, Grodno, and Brest-Litovsk. The first was saved by the failure of Germany to make a landing at Brno, or, more accurately, by a failure to account for the Russian Baltic Fleet. Riga was not threatened on the north, and Bellows' operations resolved themselves into an enveloping movement on the south. The Kovno salient was shallow and was readily evacuated, but Grodno and Brest remained points of danger, more especially the former, since its fall would enable the enemy to concentrate his efforts on creating and destroying the inevitable salient which must presently be formed with Vilna as its apex. The troops from Vilna must retire by the railway to Minsk, and this line was also the way of retreat for the troops farther south, just north of the Pripyat swamps. If the salient were prematurely cut, the whole of the Russian right center would be menaced, and not improbably driven down in confusion to the slender communications of the marsh country. End of Chapter 37, Part 2.